Hey guys, thanks for tuning in to another episode of the Whiskey Throttle Show. Just want to give you a little bit of a disclaimer on this episode with Chicken. This is not really kid material, so if you're listening with young ones, maybe best to wait till a time when you're alone. It's got some adult content. Jeff lived a pretty wild life, and he goes all in telling about it. So just a heads up, there's some language and some content that might not be great for kids. All right, enjoy.
Coming to you from the Troy Lee Design Saloon in Corona, California, it's the Whiskey Throttle Show, bringing you the legends and leaders of our sport with your host, David Pingree. This week's guest is brought to you by Yamaha, the leaders in the power sports industry. Motocross bikes, street bikes, adventure bikes, generators, side-by-sides, quads, boats. Yamaha sets the standard. Yamaha revs your heart. Today's guest is presented by Therabody, the world leader in human performance, wellness, and recovery. The pioneers of percussive therapy, Therabody changed the game with the Theragun device. Their arsenal has grown to include recovery compression systems, powered electric muscle stimulators, adjustable vibrating foam rollers, and a complete line of organic wellness solutions with their Thera One lineup. Whether you are a world-class athlete or you are just looking to improve your overall health, Therabody has the tools to help. Today's show brought to you in part by Method Race Wheels, the strongest, lightest, fastest wheels in off-road. Method dominates the off-road market, and they have the wheels for your truck, sprinter, SUV, Jeep, or van. SKDA Graphics. SKDA has turned the motorcycle graphic design world on its head by bringing a fast, fresh look into the sport. From outside-the-box designs to retro looks to a complete line of Whiskey Throttle show graphics, SKDA is operating on a completely different plane than the rest. With free global shipping on orders of over $100 and unrivaled customer service, right now is the time to freshen up the look of your ride. Troy Lee Designs. Built for the world's fastest racers, Troy Lee Designs blends elite-level protection with a history of industry-leading style and performance. From motocross gear to custom paint to bicycle protection, Troy Lee Designs is waiting for you on the next level.
February 2022 from the Troy Lee Design Saloon in Corona, California. Welcome to the Whiskey Throttle Show. I'm your host, David Pingree, and we've got a cool guest today. Jeff, the Chicken Matiasevich is here. Two-time Supercross champ, Supercross winner in the big class.
And Japanese champion.
Three-time Japanese national champion.
And he never even lived there. He flew back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to get to that story.
Yeah,
and we've also got a co-host today that's, pretty special. Came out here from Omaha, Nebraska.
Special ed.
Mr.
Special
Denny
on my own
Stevenson.
level. No, thank you for having us, me and my homie Chad. You flew us out this weekend. It's been a long process, but we're here and we've survived.
There's nobody more difficult to get on the phone or get a response back from than you. I'll text you, hey, dude, what's up?
It's
and
really
you'll be like,
funny.
hey, Ping, what's happening?
And then
I'll text you again, and then I don't hear from you for 6 months.
4 months later, I was like, hey, what's going on? I have this text. I didn't see that.
So I don't know what
Social media
happens in Omaha, but
well, it is Omaha. It's kind of an armpit.
maybe the
sometimes. I love
reception
it,
is
but
the reception spotty. Tell me that.
It's not like
the texts don't come through.
It's not like Temecula. You know,
It's not.
I don't know if they've got 5G yet.
Hey, we're going to get started with the Method Race Wheels for an end chatter. They bring the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off-road. So if you've got a truck, a van, a sprinter, SUV, UTV, go check them out. MethodRaceWheels.com. 20% off on a set of wheels using our code Whiskey Throttle. So just a couple of questions. I think I've heard this story before, but tell me how you got the nickname Chicken.
When I was little, like 5, well, my brother had a chicken coop, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't even really remember, but chicken coop in the backyard. And the fences weren't up in the houses yet. It was a new development. And I went there in the backyard. I was like 5. And I got into the chicken coop, and I was just chasing the chickens around, and they were hitting up fence and the barbed wire fence, the coop they were in or whatever, and they ended up dying. So
He's a chicken killer.
I killed them all.
All of them?
Well,
You
there
ran
was
them all
only
in a-
like 5. It was a little thing. But just by chasing them around, I was trying to catch them. And so a guy across the street, he was older, like 22, 23. Him and his buddies were in the front yard drinking beer, watching me chase these chickens and kill them, you know. So
Can you imagine like a little Matiasevich running around, like to know him now and see him at that, to not know him at that age, I'm happy to not know you at 5.
Yeah. So
they just started calling you Chicken.
So Chicken Man. I was a little Chicken Man in the neighborhood. Then I started racing, and everybody had, little nicknames back then. And so my dad's all, why don't you put Chicken on the back there? I'm like, all right. But it ended,
sounds good, Dad.
It ended up, I think, working out in the long run because my last name's so long and hard to pronounce. And
yeah. It's there's a lot of letters in that fucking name, let's be honest.
So as far as, the racing part of it and Chicken, it worked out well because...
Well, it's a unique nickname.
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah, there's no Chicken today.
No.
There's no confusing this individual with anyone else.
I don't think they would even accept that, right? It's got to be
It's not even
two,
correct
two
today.
letters.
We should say Polo. I don't know.
Yeah.
Polo. Oh, that's great. All right, so tell me how you two met. That's the other thing I wanted to know before we move on.
I'm going to tell this one.
Yeah, I don't know.
I had posted the other day, and my dad, I was getting kind of like educated with talking to my dad before he came out and stuff. And my dad and mom, at least my dad, became friends with his dad and his stepmom, Dorothy. And so we would come out for Golden State, and they'd said, hey, you can crash here, And I'll never forget we did not know each other at all.
Okay.
Like they became friends because they have a good strong drink and talk some shit. And I walk into the house in La Habra Heights, and he looks at me with this disdain, like, who the fuck are you and why are you in my house? And I'm like, I'm Denny. Hi, I'm from Omaha.
I look at my dad like, who the fuck did you invite over here?
And it was an education, just a kid trying to race and do.
Was that after Florida, though? I think after Florida is where,
my dad said that the first time, because I was Team Green at the time.
I was Team Green, though, too.
And I'd been out in California, we would stay, Bob Brown and Scott Brown had invited us out. So we used to stay at their house. And so I'm racing, I'm still in high school, but I'm, racing Golden State. So I'm flying every day on Friday, banging out minis on Saturday, and then, the 125 intermediate on Saturdays and the mini pro class or whatever it was called on Sundays. And I would fly home on Monday. And so we had met at Ponk or something. My dad said that the first time I met your dad, that he had pulled in one of the parking areas somewhere, and your dad looked at him like, you need to move. And my dad's like, fuck you. And, and that's how let's be honest, the first people you ever meet and become tight with are the people that tell you to fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, I probably should have found...
So you guys would have been about 14, 15, 16?
I was probably 16 at the time.
15,
I think
16,
Okay.
15.
I
right
look
now.
at him. I think that he's older because look at him. But I look at him as the big brother. I learned so much from him as just being an individual and a person. And we've had, some of the craziest funny times.
He was just fresh off the boat.
Yeah, and then
Very
he
naive.
He took me under his wing, and when I was riding Cowies, I'd come out and ride the test track, and even Thwarty and Dogger and stuff. I mean, that was such an educational year. These are looking up to these guys and stuff, and they were cool as fuck about it. They cared for me. Hey,
They took you in.
Do this, try that. Yeah.
I remember, I think after a Florida mini Olympic, I think that's when you showed up at the house, and I was like, whoa, what are they doing here? My dad's they're gonna stay here.
Dude, he is a character, Mike.
So
is his dad like
his dad's like, fuck everyone.
yeah, he's
full beard, that's how I remember. I haven't seen him in a long time and stuff, and
he looks the same.
but straight, he's the guy that walks up to you and shakes your fucking hand, and at that moment you have respect with him. I admire his father very much, and he as a young, with a great dad, that we all have great dads, and to see that way, he was so gruff, and the fact he always wore shoulder pads because Jim told him, if you don't wear shoulder pads, I will murder you. You'll never race a bike.
Was it,
I
I wasn't even going to get on a bike without those. So.
Yeah. And to know him as we know him, his like respect for his father and like his fear.
Fear.
You're afraid it pops, huh?
Oh yeah.
He put it
It's
on
crazy.
you.
Oh,
Like he would literally murder a chicken, obviously.
No.
But
Pops.
like when Pop walked in the room, I would see him just like, yep.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
good.
And he's crazy. So yeah.
And now
I
he works
remember him calling, "I'm gonna come burn your fucking house down," and you're like, "Oh."
Like, I don't even know. Like, there's so many stories. I don't even know how to even where to start.
Yeah.
Like, I saw your brother this weekend. I haven't seen Jimmy for a long time, which is rad. And he obviously works for the company Vigilant these days and stuff. Let's just jump in the middle. Like, how about when we? He had this girlfriend he dated, and I would come out, right?
Okay.
You tell it.
What story?
You would make out.
What story?
You haven't even gotten him hooked on which story it is after
Yeah,
that.
I don't even know where
like,
you're going with that
literally, I do not even know where to begin to ask you.
Was that when we were like on our hands and knees in the front yard, rambling through to try to steal the truck back?
No, he would like start a fight with her, so they would break up because I'm coming out.
Ruby? This is Ruby?
No.
Oh, this is the other girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, way early. Okay.
Early, younger. It's when you got the house in Anaheim Hills,
Yeah.
the house of decadence. And he would always say like, "Hey, when are you coming out?" I'm like, "I'm going to be out like this day." All right.
Well, Denny used to come live there for every winter, basically.
Yeah, like
And so-
weeks on end. And he's like, "When are you coming out?" I'm like, "I'll be out about." Okay, well, I need to get in a fight with and break up.
Yeah,
So
we need to break up. So,
and just that mentality. He's like, "Okay, I'm going to put that in my daily planner."
Okay, so you're coming out Friday. So Thursday, I got an
Yeah.
idea for a fight.
Yeah,
And,
and,
get that
and when
rolling.
I would show up, she would look at me with disdain, like, "Oh, this is not going to go well."
yeah, troubles arrived.
Well, there's some time for some more stories down the road. I just wanted to hear how you guys met. So we'll get to the drama and the stories.
Yeah.
Don't make it sound so bad.
No, it's good drama.
Yeah, well, it was good, definitely.
Hey, go check out whiskeythrottleshow.com if you have not. A lot of things on there. All of our archived shows, some cool old photos from the guests, which I need to get from you guys. We got new merch, flannels, hats, beanies, Motul wash buckets.
I haven't been down here. This is
Lots of
badass.
shit. Yeah. What do you think of our set here, our little studio?
It's cool. And I knew you had, it was something with Troy and stuff. And like I saw Troy the other night, and like I met Troy through Chicken, and Chicken always had the baddest fucking helmets. Obviously, they're sitting there.
I got a couple here.
And as a kid from Omaha, Nebraska, when you finally got a Troy lid, you've arrived.
Yeah.
And it was he had that old at the airport hangar and stuff. Yeah.
Denny used to have stickers. He used to
I
make
would put,
himself.
hey.
And I'm like, come on, dude, I'm taking it to Troy's.
Yeah, he did. Troy, I remember walking in, and he's just like, "This is Troy. He's gonna paint you a helmet." I'm like, "All fucking right."
I just pulled out the other day. Remember the old Troy Lee design sweatpants?
Yeah.
Had the big logo
Yeah,
down the
yeah,
leg.
yeah.
I have some. Pulled them out, dude. All the elastics.
His
all
visor, the
snapping
visor
and-
you would wear with like the little
Yeah.
stretch headband and shit. Like, he would have us do the stupidest things.
Yeah. He knows how to make it.
He would just walk you off
Cool.
a cliff and like you just put it on you.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to our story. Our guest is brought to you by Therabody. So whether you're looking for a power dot, Theragun, or any of those products, check them out. A lot of cool stuff over there. So you're like an Anaheim kid from day one, then, huh?
Yeah.
Anaheim Hills.
Yeah, yep. I grew up in Northern California until.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Up by Santa Cruz area. But
I didn't know this.
he didn't even know this. Yeah, no. So I moved down with my parents were divorced. And I moved down with my dad when I was probably like 11,
Okay.
and then
Oh wow, so you lived up there for a while.
yeah, and then so we had a cabin up in Big Bear, and that's when I first got my first bike. Was
No
up there,
shit.
Yeah. So I started riding when I was 12.
So wow, you started late.
Yeah.
What did you do prior to that? Did you play other sports? Did you surf or like?
I played like 1 year football.
Could you imagine playing football? Like,
I really sucked at that.
not like you could do it. I mean, it's like, fuck this.
It's just I don't know.
I'm gonna punch you in the face,
Team
quarterback.
sports. Team sports don't seem like your jam.
No, that's exactly.
Yeah.
Well put. Yeah.
So I did that for a year, and then once I got the bike,
What was your first bike?
an XR80.
Was there an XR80?
would have been what year?
He's old, so it could have been like in the 40s.
80, 1980.
That'd be 80, yeah.
1980.
Okay.
Because then I got an 81 YZ80.
So the XR was more of a trail bike, huh? Right?
Yeah.
And
we were
you
up
guys,
at Big Bear,
yeah.
just riding in the hills there.
And
then
Dad ride? He didn't race though, just rode.
No. My dad?
Yeah.
He used to have a bike, yeah.
Okay.
But so
He would break it.
so I remember my mom just towing him around the neighborhood trying to bump start it. It was like a BSA or something, and it was just go. But so me and my brother started riding, and then
What was your first race?
OCIR. You ever ride that place?
No, it was shut down before I moved out here.
Yeah.
I didn't get out here till 94. So
Okay.
kinda
So
later.
so we went and raced, and then my dad's all, "You want to race again?" I'm like, "Yeah." So started from there.
Huh. You have one brother?
Yeah.
And that's
one
it?
older brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he rode with you guys too and raced? Or no?
He rode and raced, yeah. But then he came to the point where he was in high school, and my dad was like, "Listen, you can't go out drinking every night, on the weekend, and then go race the next day or whatever. You got to pick what you want to do here." And so he's like,
Denny's like, bullshit, yes you can.
Obviously, I learned differently.
so yeah. So
He never raced arena cross.
he would I remember my brother because he'd be out on a Saturday night and then be getting home, wake me up, and be all, and then take me to the race Sunday, and then my parents would show up.
Okay.
So he was a big part of my racing.
Yeah. Was he kind of worked as your mechanic then for a while at that point?
No, nobody in my family has any mechanical skills at all.
Is that right?
Yeah, none. So my dad, he always cleaned my helmet, and that was it.
He did.
then-
I remember that. He
Yeah,
would. He would.
He would clean
Yeah.
my helmet. I mean,
His attention to detail of that
and,
was, yeah.
my parents went to every race, even throughout my professional, career. They were at every race. So.
It's like I don't remember ever seeing your folks. And maybe, no. But like I might have seen them and just didn't know that was them. But
yeah, no, they were there every, but he wasn't, I didn't
he didn't
have
get super involved though, right? Like
no,
he would just,
no, he didn't. And like after practice, if I was having a bad day, he'd be like, "Hey, are you trying?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh fuck, it's gonna be a long day." And that was his involvement,
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't.
He had no advice.
I
Just,
didn't.
oh,
no,
God,
just
all
yeah.
right. I'm gonna go get some extra beers then to get to this one.
Or he's like, "You look really stiff." I'm like, "And you don't look that good today." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah." He's like, I remember Tony Berluti.
Yeah.
He
rode Suzuki.
93,
Yeah.
he was my mechanic. And so he didn't know us, first race or whatever. My dad's all, "Okay, just go. Do a cross-up off every jump out there." And I'm like, "Okay, all right. He's like, "No, I mean it. Just forget going fast. Just
have
go,
fun. Yeah.
Go
Be
do
you."
big cross-ups." Okay. And then Tony going, "Hey, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe you should
And Tony's very,
concentrate.
yeah.
Maybe you should concentrate. Maybe that's better." And I'm like, "Oh." But my dad wasn't one of those, you gotta, my dad was like,
He was
"Okay,
always
it-
there, like you said, but I remember
it
him,
is
but he was
what it
behind the
is," but-
scenes. He was behind the scenes.
Yeah, he wasn't. It's
Like, do your best.
My dad was the
Yeah.
same way. When I got hired with Mitch, he's like, "Look, they know way more than I do. Don't ask
Yeah.
me. Like I'm just lucky I got you to here. I'll be in the stands
Yeah.
drinking beer. Like,
Yeah.
let me know if you need a ride home or something." Like,
And that was, obviously complete opposite. My dad was my mechanic my entire career. And the comfort level he would bring me to be at races. Like, I remember I went to Europe a few times to race, off season, and he wouldn't be there, and I would be like, is my bike going to break? Just that calm and, it was a comfort level that
Yeah.
I had because I knew he would like come in and he would look at me and go, we're going to do a little clicks here on the suspension and stuff. And that we were talking about the other day, and I'd come in after practice like, it looks better. Well, it felt better. Well done.
All right. So who were the guys when you started racing? Then it would have been 81, 82. If you got that,
82, 81, 82.
Yeah, who would like
yeah.
the burner mini kids at that time?
yeah. Who was
I
fast
don't-
then?
I was a beginner kid. I don't know.
You don't remember who you like looked
Well, how
up
did
to?
you-
Or?
I see. That's the whole thing.
When did you start like realize that you want to do this for a living? Like when did you
Well,
decide that?
Like before that,
Not a living, but
when
just like you want to do better at it.
when I was on my bicycle, like pretending I was racing motorcycles.
Dude, that's so true. I did.
That's what. I mean,
I would wear a Nebraska Cornhusker helmet with a Jofa taped on the thing, and I'd ride my bicycle around and shit, and like make berms around my neighbor's yard and stuff. And I'm like, why can't I do that? They're like, get in my yard. Like, yeah, the passion of it, right?
yeah. I mean, I had the passion for it way before I even got the motorcycle. Like,
Oh, so you were watching
yeah,
racing?
my neighbor rode and raced, and so I was like, that's what I want to do. That's what I want. But my mom was like, you ain't getting no motorcycle,
Yeah.
Well, who did
my
you
mom,
put?
my real mom only went to, I think, one race.
Oh, really? She hated it.
She's just that.
Who did you have on your wall? Like, I mean, we all had.
Nobody.
Never like what you
That's
opened
what-
a
well,
Motocross Action. That was the magazine back
we
then.
We just were talking to Donnie Hansen this weekend, and he was.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
he was somebody that I looked up to, but like I never had heroes. I never had posters.
you said Donnie was your first. He
went
was
to-
a riding coach.
First one, yeah.
That was before
first
Mataz
student.
Attack videos, of course.
That was before my instructional.
Yeah.
You know,
Once you started laying your wisdom
advice
on
got-
folks.
Once my
This is
advice
how you
got
do a
there.
start.
Yeah,
Hey Jerry, drop that rock. I'm going to go real fast.
I had you as mechanic in the video.
I did.
Oh, you were my mechanic?
Really?
I
Oh,
was,
you're
yeah.
in Mataz Attack.
I made a guest
Yeah.
appearance. Yeah.
Yeah.
We went to Mammoth one year, right? Remember?
We were like at home. I don't know, not partying, but hanging out.
Hanging out.
He had a broken wrist or something,
Yep.
and we were sort of bored, and we were like, "Well, hey, Mammoth is this weekend. Let's go." And
You called Pete, and he's like, "We got a place for you to stay."
but you got to have an entry and all that
Yeah.
shit. And so I don't know. So I got to promote number of the promoter or somebody, and I think I took Kurdowski's entry.
yeah, I
I
don't-
think Mike Kurdowski, I had to get his entry to go or something. So anyway, but we went. We show up there, practice bike in the truck.
Just one class? Or are you doing them
Yeah,
all?
just one class.
Okay.
And just the 250, and just my bike is hammered. Team Green's there, so I'm
I
like,
bought
hey.
like a bottle of 409 and like a towel. Like
Yeah.
That was your
I'm-
toolkit?
That was it.
I got you, bro.
we're ready. We're ready for this race, And so I give the bike Team Green. They're like, "What? Yeah, I mean, it's thrashed." Well, could you just put some tires on it? Just put some tires on it.
you know how Kawasaki's test track is. Like it's gravel.
Yeah.
Like it's nubbed.
So-
like there's no knobs.
So I get fresh tires, and Denny's wife sit down with his 409, and we're racing.
19, was that 90? 1990?
Yeah. I think
No.
I raced there once
Yeah,
in
maybe
'89.
90.
I think it was 9. I think it was probably after I got hurt when I broke my wrist in Oklahoma. I think.
I was to say I watched that. I remember watching that Pro Race 90. Johnny O was there.
No,
a different
that
race?
was a different
Okay.
one.
Yeah, no, I remember we played
I had
sand volleyball, we rode mountain bikes and stuff, and like, then we went racing, and
Yeah.
then I'm like, well,
We did
Go
a
team.
bikini. we did a bikini contest at a bar and got kicked out. Well, I'm
shocker.
like, we're the judges. How come you kick us out? And the guy that owned the bar, you guys are out of here. I'm like, okay.
That's
Good luck determining who was
Yeah.
better in a bikini then.
Yeah, but
we were big fans of Hooters too.
but I ended up winning. I won. And
Did you?
Yeah, I won. And prior years, I'd been up on a 125 and a 250 with mechanic work spikes.
Yeah.
And the bikes never ran.
Yeah, the altitude.
I mean, I don't know.
You took your practice bike and it worked good. Huh?
Took the practice bike and Denny and won.
All right. So when you were starting out though, you didn't
So
have
I
any.
didn't have-
you didn't
I
have any
didn't-
people you looked up to. Who did you
No.
race against? Who were the other fast guys?
Well, like amateur was, like the first real guy I guess I raced against was Eddie Hicks.
Oh, okay.
And that was on the Golden State or something.
On mini bikes.
No.
Oh,
No. On mini bikes. I only raced mini bikes for like 4 months, 5 months.
Oh, you just moved right up.
I was no good on a mini bike.
Were you too big? Were you kind of big?
No,
Oh.
it didn't work. But I could get on my brother's 125 and like go pretty good.
Huh.
But I couldn't touch yet.
You couldn't touch the ground.
Couldn't touch the ground, no. So
I don't really remember much of Eddie being on 125. Obviously, he's like one of the biggest names of a mini rider.
Yeah. Well, he jumped up and he didn't last long, and then I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah,
But
super
I mean, you're in
weird.
California, like you have to have more names than Eddie Higgs. I mean, this is Southern California. I remember, like, did you race Golden State?
Was
when you
Mouse
were,
McCoy racing then? I'm trying to think of who else was with Hicks.
or Kudrowski? Like,
I mean, Kudrowski. Then came Kudrowski in the Golden State or whatever,
I'm trying to think of other names.
and that was it. Other than that, no, there was.
You need to elaborate. You need
There
to give
was
us-
nobody else.
there was
Eddie
nobody
Hicks
else.
and then Kudrowski.
I rode by myself. I would go to the Golden State, and I was the only entry.
Yeah, I won a lot. I wasn't into names and all that shit. That's when we became friends. I mean, like, dude, you're such a bitch. Why do you got to go up and talk to everybody?
He would yell at me. It was like,
what the fuck?
and I would,
You know?
I would have to. I would like, I'm gonna be more like Chicken. I'm just gonna hate everyone, and
Yeah.
and I would like go crash and practice. And I'm like, I can't do this.
Was that your thing? You didn't want to be friends with all the people you
It's
raced
not.
against?
I just didn't really care.
He hates everyone. Have you not?
I just no. I didn't really care. Like,
No, I didn't mean that. Yeah.
and he's just so wants to be
Yeah.
friends with
Yeah.
everybody. He's
Yeah.
got. I don't know. He's got. Fucking,
No. That's yeah. I was talking to Hill yesterday. I'm a big fan. I've known Josh since he was like 10 when I was at Smith, and I was picking his brain about things, and I thought, I feel like, the way I looked at the sport, I thought a lot of people did, and he's like, no, I didn't, not at all. Like, I just came in and did what I was like. It came so easy. I didn't know what it was. It's like I didn't look at anyone else. Like, when he won that main event, he was 17 or something. It was just it was such a good I learned a lot from like this conversation, because I'm a huge fan of sports, as we are, and to see someone else and listen that someone else looks at it so differently and found success differently, it's cool. And obviously Chicken's always been Chicken. He's looks at things differently. California kid. And I came in like as a huge fan, probably more of a fanboy, and I admit it. Like I was probably jersey watching the entire time. Like, oh my god, I'm behind Stanton to bail. Should I slam them, or like I don't want them to like be mad at me,
Or his mindset is he
Danny's
doesn't
like,
care.
He doesn't even know who he raced with as a child. Like, he has one name. He obviously doesn't even acknowledge anyone else, and that's the way he's just always found success. And yeah, that's crazy and good.
we go to leave the pits after press day or whatever, and they'd be like, oh, I got to talk to him. I got to go talk to him.
I wouldn't say it. I was just like, hey.
I'd be, come
What
on.
up?
And yeah, it's just everybody.
He's like, come on, we
God,
gotta
dude.
leave, dude. There's
Why
hookers.
that guy's that you've got your head up his ass? He's trying to take your job next year, dude. So I don't know why
That's that's like the Damon, the Bradshaw like the attitude, and I've known Damon again since he was a little kid, and then all of a sudden he's like became pro, and it was just like, I want to kill and crush everyone. That killer instinct is what motocross is about, and sometimes we reach it differently.
It's interesting that concept though, because like Damon was that way, right? Hannah was
But
that way.
he was not that way younger, but later, yeah, he wanted to hate everybody.
So when you look at kids today, we'll just start off on this little tangent.
Don't even get me started.
Well, I mean, it's like they'll race each other pretty hard, but then when they're done, it's high fives and hugs, and everybody's a friend. Is that good or bad, or is that weird to you, Jeff?
to me it's weird. It's like, I had, my friends during racing were Knucklehead here and Wardy. My teammate.
Yeah.
So,
Spencer,
well,
training.
no, I'm saying other as far as riders.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have any real relationships with other riders, Yeah, I saw the same group that out in California,
Rhino.
we go out, Rhino, Phil,
But you weren't scared to blow me off the track
man.
at any given time, which you did do that one time. We're going to talk about it.
oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
In the
didn't-
LCQ for the last transfer spot in the
to
main.
be honest, I really didn't like you, period, when I first met you, because you were like, I'm all, who is this kid? Fucking thing, like Mr. Perfect.
Happy-go-lucky,
I'm
always got a smile on his face.
So far up Mitch's ass, like he like just like, come on, dude. And I didn't know you, but I didn't like you, and
I was definitely like
You're like the dude trying to be too perfect. Like, not one of these people.
Yeah.
Like, I just.
it's the same reason Deegan hated me, Metzger hated me. Like I was the clean cut.
You definitely were shiny boy.
Yeah.
You definitely had to polish.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been friends,
But that was just my race. That was my upbringing. I wasn't pretending.
No,
that was just who
no.
I was.
It's like the same thing you said about me with growing up. Like, I'm an only child, so my friends mean a lot, and I loved the sport, and I looked at it obviously differently than he did. Yeah. I probably could have been way faster, but I was having so much fun and so happy to see everybody. Like this is the greatest fucking experience.
I didn't want to
ever.
hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want to pass you because it might hurt your feelings.
Then that's so funny. Then later I'm just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you with my motorcycle. Like it's a weapon at this point. Like,
but yeah, I mean, out at Ritchie Canyon, I mean, we all see each other quite often. Out riding, practicing, and I see you guys and go moto with you guys, but then never hang out with you guys.
Yeah.
And
I always just figured you were hanging out with like rock stars and you were down in LA doing drugs and like riding around in fancy cars.
Some of that's true.
No.
85%.
I'd see you on the freeway doing 120 and a slant nose. I'm like, that sounds right.
Porsche. Like my dad was like I should have probably found a different family to be friends with.
Yeah.
Like Chicken is like fantastic, but he might have been your demise as well. Like we just had so much crazy
and
fun.
Plus when Denny showed up and started hanging out with it, he looked like he was literally like 10. So anywhere we went, like people that I hung out with or girls or whatever, they'd be like, "Oh, who's a cute little boy?"
How much? What's the age difference between you two? Just a year or two, right?
I'm 51. You're 54, right?
I'm 52.
50. See, it doesn't. I think it's like I hold him in an older big brother version of that.
But yeah, well,
he's not. But
he looked like he was 12 though. Really.
Yeah.
So
I was Nebraska, Omaha, fucking Richie Cunningham shit, and show up and all of a sudden I'm like, ooh.
He had a full sleeve of tats probably when you met him already.
No, he just look at him now. He's just like.
No, we're just
what?
Fuck everyone. I'm gonna go buy a Porsche.
All right. So once you guys got hooked, though, like you guys were in, you were racing every weekend. You loved it right away.
Oh, me, yeah.
What do you think today about
today
not racing as like they did, like these camp kids and shit? Like we raced every weekend, literally every weekend.
We raced every weekend, and like my lifestyle back then when I raced was I trained, I rode, and I had fun. And the kids today, I mean, they're going to be burnt out. I mean, you cannot be that serious from.
Well, we rode every day.
12 years old. We rode
every day, raced every weekend, but it was
But it's not like they're training so much serious that.
Yeah, it's so regimented these days.
Like
how
long can you do that? How long can you do that? Not very long.
Yeah.
You're gonna get burnt out. And a lot of.
But there was the same way. I mean, back in our age, and kids and the dads and the seriousness and the intensity and the pressure of it.
But when the racing was done, I don't know about you guys. My local scene, whether it was Montana or Arizona, all the dads, like everybody went out to dinner. We all, the dads were hammered, drunk, drinking beers. The kids were, riding bicycles or goof. We were all friends.
Mopeds, everything.
Yeah.
Like I heard stories, which we'll talk later when Bud. I heard Eli, like John would not let him out of the camper. Like Eli is like, you're here for one reason. You do not talk to anyone. I can imagine that intensity of.
I don't know. I mean, I know the Tomacs, but I haven't seen
not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
I haven't seen that side of them. Actually, I mean, I think they work really good together, Eli and his father.
But to have a dad that's successful and especially in the fitness world that he did, there has to be some type of. I know how my dad was, and to feel like and be what John has done in his career, then have a son and have a path for him. There had to be some, rules and way he looked at things. I think, right? I mean, like you're just a big Eli. Like you're like a homer, dude.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Yeah, I know you give shit about that all the time.
Like you literally swing from his nuts.
You're an Eli fan?
Oh, huge,
no,
dude.
No,
he posts things and stuff. I went riding with Eli. Like he acts like he's all cool and has no friends. Eli homer, and not that I am. Like
Yeah.
I gave Eli a lot of shit over the years, but I respect him what he does. But this guy's like roses and sunshine.
Well, you know, I mean,
I've never seen you so positive. Like,
He is the best.
No, he's great. He's fantastic. Career is
as long
legendary.
As
He's
Eli
Hall of
shows
Famer.
up, you know.
But I've never. It's so funny how you are so positive about it.
Well, because everybody gives him so much shit. But once again, I don't think Eli's there to be a social butterfly
No.
like you. You know,
Yeah, he's doing the
Eli's
work,
there to
He's
show
there
up
to work.
to
Like
to
Ferrandis,
race. You know,
like Dylan, lay it down.
and you just.
But for you to be such a happy homer with him, it's a side of you I've never seen. Like again, we just literally laid out the groundwork. You know, one rider you grew up racing with.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, like you're like I see your post, like Eli's gonna win.
Yeah.
Like where did this guy come from?
It's the only guy I know.
Well, you made a comment earlier before we started shooting that no sports are fun anymore. Like everything's too serious.
Everything is, yeah.
And I guess I can't speak to other sports years ago, like when we were kids, but I know now, like you're right. It doesn't matter if it's soccer, baseball. It doesn't matter. Your kid has to be in it and in a specialized club and going 5 nights a week by the time they're 6, or it's too late. You've missed
crazy.
it.
It's crazy. I mean, like we were talking, my kid played baseball a year or two, and you know, he'd strike out, we'd clap, and go, yeah, good job, you know, and everybody.
Here's your blue ribbon.
And all
we
the
didn't
other,
keep score.
yeah, all the other parents were like frowning at us, like we're like,
Do you remember the story
it's supposed to be fun.
of the Robo quarterback Todd Marinovich?
I don't.
Yeah.
Like he was born, and like the moment he was born, his father was going to be a quarterback.
Okay.
Like he would go to parties and he couldn't my dad had brought it my attention, and he's a 30 for 30 for it. So if you're out there, watch it. It's Todd Marinovich's name.
My dad played football with his dad.
Oh yeah, and his dad, like he would send him to like his friends' birthday parties, but he couldn't eat cake. Like he'd send him
This
with a
kid,
special.
he never had sugar, candy,
Yeah,
anything.
Is that right?
and so he was at USC, and then the wheels started coming off. You know, like when you are so sheltered and don't know what's out there, you want to do that. I mean, Dogger tells that story. Like Dick kept him pretty reined in, and when the moments when he could do his own shit, it's like he's a kid in a candy store.
Yeah, you kind of go nuts.
Yeah, and so this guy, this story is so crazy, and he did, like the wheels came off USC and all this stuff, but I still think that today with these guys, like they're so ingrained, right? Don't you think? Like
It's too.
Well, here's the thing that bums me out is, you guys know as well as I do the percentage of these guys that will go on to make it, and whatever that means, make it, win races, have a ride.
That's the thing is all
It's
these
so
amateur
slim.
kids.
So you're going to burn through all these years and just be miserable.
Yeah.
You're not going to even enjoy it. Like they talk about enjoy the process. I hate that saying, but you do need to enjoy it.
You enjoy being a kid. I mean,
and you're getting to do what you
first
love.
off, if you're fucking homeschooled, right there, you're missing out on
social
everything.
life.
I mean, you need to be, and all these kids are homeschooled now.
Yeah.
I mean, no one goes to school no more.
And that goes back like when I was at Smith, the Alessis, like the Alessi kids, I liked them, but they were so socially awkward. Like they did not know how to talk to people.
Yeah.
They would come in the Smith truck, and Doc Wobbs would have like an old Maxim from UK, and they're like, ooh, boobies. I'm like, dude, you're like 16. Have you not seen boobies? I mean, like it was, and
There's not a lot of nice boobies up in the high desert, just for what it's worth.
and that's not bad, but I'm like, it is. You're totally correct. I think that they're not experiencing things and learning outside of just like waking up in the morning.
Yeah, but then those kids aren't even going to make it, because there's such a small percentage. And every up and coming, he's the next greatest thing. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Where'd they go?
What do you think of this generation? Like, again, goes back to like these guys, these 250 guys, like who's next? I was talking to Josh, like who's next? And obviously Jet and Hunter, they're not American kids though. Like,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know who.
Christian Craig, he's the next young.
Yeah, wait.
3 kids and 30.
Wait, he's
nothing.
as old as I am.
Yeah, no. He's ripping so good.
I just want to see him on a good 450 ride because he's so good.
We argue with one of my buddies, our friends. That he's like, Christian will never get a factory 450 ride.
He better.
Yeah, I think
He likes to self-destruct and hurt himself, though.
Well, when he fell down last night in the first turn, you're like, well, here we go. You know, how's he gonna?
Here it comes again. Yeah.
What's he gonna do? And he bounced back, I guess. You know.
That was a different response from him than I think we've ever seen. So anyway,
I think he's older and mature now.
Well, you do it enough times, you know, you put your hand over the fire. Eventually, you're going to stop putting your hand in the fire.
Oh, and how long can you be in that class for?
But
you can cheat the rules. The rules are so stupid.
Are they going to change them again this year? Like,
I'm sure they change them every year.
Colt and Justin Cooper are pointed out, I guess, even though they're not able to defend their title.
And then what? Freezy just goes back down in it.
Well, you know, that's like, remember Grant came over and rode 250 for 250 2 strokes and then dropped down to 125 with Mitch because Mitch would always kind of find his talent. I have no problem with it, but again, yeah, like when are you going to move up? Like I didn't want to stay at a 125.
Yeah, I like hated it. Like when I won the 2 championships, it wasn't even an accomplishment for me because it's not where I wanted to be. It's not, I wanted to be.
And nothing wrong with it. I mean, and the fact that the amount of money. I mean, I don't blame the riders. I blame the system, obviously.
Well, but here's the thing, and no one really talks about this. They bitch about the move-up rules, and these guys are able to come back. But it's like, well, where do you want them to go? If they don't have a ride, then they either are full privateer or they stay down. And Christian's probably making what, $500,000 this year?
Oh yeah, for him. I mean,
so like, what the hell would you do?
Yeah, no, you can't blame him. You can't blame him.
And if you start just going, nope, you're out, move up, and then they just get into that 450 class.
Yeah,
there's no rides for them.
There should be 30 factory 40-50 guys. You know, they should be getting paid. There shouldn't be that drop off. But yeah, I mean, like the guys are racing. When we raced, people would quit racing supercross at 26, 27 years old. They're still busting ass in the 30s now. You know, and through training and scientific of all. They're not moving out. So yeah, you're right. There's not. Like Star's got 15 fucking amateur guys. Like, well, where are you going to put them?
Yeah,
you know, I mean, they're not. The process isn't they're not leaving and feeding up. Like they're just staying here. Now there's a wall here. Yeah.
Yeah, in our day, they were going out.
There were like 12 factory rides.
You know,
and you left when you just got hurt and.
But the cycle was.
Yeah,
quicker.
it was a continuous cycle, and there's literally a log jam. At the 250 class, yeah, like you said. But then again, like we rode 125s and 250s. You know, I rode 250 Supercross, was riding out 125 outdoors. You know, I think why can't you do both? You know, it's so weird that everything's so structured like that.
Yeah, well, and I think some of that was, I think 250 Supercross has become its own thing, and we should stop trying to make it this baby class where like it is what it is.
Yeah,
those guys are making good money. It's competitive racing. Screw it. Just, damn the rules. Race what you want to race. Make more money in that 450 class. That's obviously the most prestigious class. Guys are going to move up if they have an opportunity.
There's no reason that a 250 guy should be being paid more than a 450 guy, in my mind. But it's the same thing.
You're not supposed to be, but once again.
It is. I mean, they get the exact same TV coverage. So as a sponsor, why would you not pay him the same or more?
That's a thing. A casual fan or even a fan. You're seeing him on the podium. You're not
races,
seeing Hart Ramft getting 14th, and he's fighting for that 14th. That's hard. That class is stacked right now.
Gnarly, dude. And it's been gnarly for a long time. It always has been gnarly.
Yeah.
I'm just glad to see everybody racing this year.
Being healthy, right?
Huh?
Being healthy and stuff.
Well, if you're racing for 6, they're out there racing. You know,
there's no riding.
There's no riding around. I'll just take 6 tonight.
Well, it's so early. It's early.
Give it a few more rounds.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why I always love the opening round. We at the opening round, and Ricky had said the same thing. Everyone thinks they can win by round 7. You're like, I'm 8th. I'm gonna get 8th.
I'll be lucky to get a podium this year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start. I could either start 15th and get an 8th, or get a whole shot and get an 8th. I'm just gonna start 8th.
All right. So going back to your younger days, when did you get some Team Green support? Pretty early.
No. Well. Yeah, I guess quickly because I moved up so quickly. Yeah. I mean, I started when I was 12, and I was Team Green guy by the time 15. So,
who was that Team Green? Who was your first guy? How did they find you?
Jerry Campbell, which ended up being my mechanic.
Oh, okay.
He was a Team Green mechanic, and he told Mark Johnson, head of Team Green back in the day, and we were at a Golden State or something. Hey, watch this kid. He's really fast. I was intermediate. Okay. And
racing against Eddie Hicks and only Eddie Hicks.
No, back then it was Mike Kradowski at that one. And so when the first turn fell, Mark Johnson looks at it. Jerry goes, that kid's really fucking fast. Turns around, walks away. I got up and I won. So then Jerry told Mark, hey, the kid that, fell that you walked away from, he ended up winning. And I had a contract that day.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
Wasn't, was it Jose, who's the Team Green guy? Gonzalez. Was he not there yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's a prick.
So,
yeah, the only one.
You don't like
yeah.
him?
No.
Who was building your bikes?
DMC.
You were a DMC guy, yeah.
I was
Yep.
DMC guy.
I thought that's what I remembered.
Yeah.
The orange seats and all that, yeah.
Yeah. Which was the cool thing back then.
And he was a cool motherfucker,
He was,
he was like a,
He was
he was like,
difficult with people.
because he was so, I think he's, my dad explains him, I can't remember how, he didn't give a shit about the business side. Like, he was such a technician of what he wanted to do, and
He pissed a lot of people off.
Yeah, he would have been way bigger if he would have been a better businessman. Like, he's like, people would like some guy, rich guy from Texas, wanted him to build his kids' bikes, and then would start telling Dave something. Dave's like, you know what, go fuck yourself. Like, I'm
at the end.
And not even egotistical. Like, it was just like,
he
saw it
couldn't
differently.
Stray from his ideals.
Saw it differently. His ideals, exactly. Yeah.
At the end there, I was, probably his number one rider or whatever, if you will. And we used to judge it because my opinion was my opinion, and what I wanted was what I wanted, and I don't, you can't tell me what I want, and we would fight. I mean, we would.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it'd be like fuck you, but it worked in the end. And I mean, and he'd set a bike up his way, and I'd set it up my way, and we'd go do starts together. I mean.
And he would ride it with you, like.
Oh no, we'd do starts together.
Exactly, 100%.
I'm all no. This way,
I will prove you wrong. Dave would be like,
Yeah, he was very, very smart guy. I think the fastest ever 125 I ever rode was 87, maybe, L.A. Coliseum bike, and
Ultracross or like Supercross?
No, Supercross. It didn't even sound like 125.
It had a bark to it, like
I mean, this thing. But he puttied up all the portholes and shit. And I remember after the race, they took apart, looked at the cylinder, and it was all like eaten up in there. And like, whoa, a couple more laps probably wouldn't have made it,
Oh wow.
But
well, his shit from 80. I just remember kind of like 85, 6, 7, 8. If you didn't have DMC, you were an idiot.
Like those
that was
Eddie
the
bikes,
stuff.
the 60 you made for Ezra, and it was handcrafted technology.
Well, Eddie Hicks is 80.
It's
YZ80
here.
is here.
It's here.
And it is unreal.
Like that one that Mouse had at Ponca that year, that Cowie.
the count. Oh,
105. Like it had again like.
yeah.
It was unfair. And the Mouse was fast already, but that bike was crazy.
Yeah, handmade swing arms. I mean, that guy was his stuff.
That
was
bike.
incredible.
That bike's out there in the front.
Yeah.
Can you, it's crazy to think of that. That like he was building a motorcycle basically.
Yeah, wild stuff. So, what was kind of the first big amateur nationals you went and did then, where you started winning? Golden State, probably.
Golden State, which was pretty big back in the day.
Huge.
So
crazy.
I won that year that I got sponsored by Cali.
Okay.
What class?
Intermediate.
I won the intermediate, like 125 and 250 class.
You rode
I
both
think.
classes. Yeah.
So, and then from there,
Did you ever do Loretta? You did Ponca, right?
I
Loretta's
did Ponca
didn't-
and I did Loretta 1 year.
Okay.
And
Only 1
that was
year?
it. Yeah, I didn't like that.
What year did you turn pro?
I was 16. I guess
86.
16, 86 then.
January 18th, 86. You raced Anaheim.
Yeah, I won that, didn't I?
No, you got 17th.
Fuck.
Did I not win that? Why did I not win? Was
thought I
Eddie
won
Hicks
that.
not there?
Shit.
But we would race like Ultracross and all that. Like we did Ultra. If there was a race, we did it.
Yeah.
So in 86, you raced a handful of
I got
Supercrosses, looks like.
17th, my first race.
Yeah, you went 17, 11, 10, 6 in Dallas.
How did you ever
I
get a
went to
ride?
Dallas?
You should be ashamed of yourself. 17th?
Let me see. You must have looked at the wrong
No,
person.
no, look, but this
That's
is you,
embarrassing.
bud. You really picked it up in
Is this-
87.
Really?
Like things start getting really going there. So 87,
Look,
88 was when I
What's
was.
that say? One. Anaheim. One.
Yeah, 87.
Yeah, it's like
Look at
12
the year.
years later, dude. You're like 50 at the time.
86 was your first year. You getting your feet wet.
When was your first 250 race or Supercross?
I don't know. I got one Seattle too up there.
Well, you won a lot of races. You won
Well,
125 titles. Obviously, there's some wins
So
there.
86 was a bad year, I guess, huh?
Well-
no, 86 I won Anaheim.
Well,
No?
you better call the results, folks, and
Might
let them
wanna-
know.
Yell at the vault.
Does it say 86?
86.
87 you won.
87, you won the opener.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yep.
a year off. All right.
And how funny was it back then how different the tracks were from west to east? Like Mickey Thompson
Were they
tracks were
different?
way different than, there was like 4 promoters.
I just remember Savinsky's tracks being
John,
gnarly.
he was different than the Mickey Thompson tracks
Yeah.
that had
Yeah.
water barriers around the thing
Well-
and curbs.
Well, I was even watching 92 Vegas last night as kind of just prepping for this. And it brought me back to the tracks. They used to just be the whoops. There was a set of whoops at one track that went around
It was like watching a Durocross almost. Like
They were totally uneven.
Yeah.
Like there was times you guys you couldn't skim and you
No.
couldn't really even jump. You were doubling through
Yeah.
parts of it. And then
they were
pick rhythm.
curbs.
Shit was so much steeper.
Yeah.
And the speeds were so
Well, John
much lower.
Savinsky used to build just burly, gnarly, just timing tracks where if you were a little short or a little long, your ankles were done. They're,
Yeah.
You're going to be in cast for 6 months.
And they
But,
didn't flow at all.
No. And then, like you said, Mickey Thompson tracks were a lot more
They built truck tracks.
off-roadish.
Yeah.
The jumps were like
It was cool.
ski
Yeah.
jumps
You hit
and
it.
stuff.
It was either a ski jump or if you hit it backwards.
Yeah,
it was a
yeah.
wall.
Or backwards, yeah. But
What brought you and Damon? Obviously you guys had won some of the greatest races and the greatest park jobs. Like when did you and Damon when is your first moment of when you raced with him?
I think the first time I really met you was in Florida at that mini Olympics. I was sitting in I was in high school obviously and got a note from my mom saying you got to get on a 12 o'clock flight to Florida. And I was like, well, Florida? What do you mean? So I called her. She's like, yeah, Callie wants you to go to Florida for the mini Olympic race.
This is as an amateur, like intermediate? Okay.
Intermediate, yeah.
Okay.
I'd never been to that race or anything. And what happened was Yamaha brought Damon in for it. And it's supposed to be an amateur race.
And he was an amateur though.
No, we were,
He was 16.
yeah, so was I, but we were out of that.
It's like back
We
then.
were out of that level.
You could ride
Yeah.
We had-
Supercross and nationals. You could ride them, and you go to Loretta's and go bust the national and Supercross.
Yeah, but we were, Yamaha brought him as
Sure.
like cherry picking. He wasn't, not really an amateur anymore. So Callie flew me out there for that race, and that started the whole.
You guys
Our whole
smashed
thing, you
in.
know,
Did you
because-
guys have run-ins there?
It was like
I don't think
East
so,
Coast
no.
and West Coast
I don't
rap.
think so. We did.
Yeah.
No, but it was just like neither one of us should have been there. So then we were both there, and that sort of media-wise started.
Teed off the rivalry.
Yeah. And
Who
then,
won that weekend? You remember?
I won one. He didn't do that very well, I don't think. But I didn't either. I think I won the motocross thing, but then we did like.
Did you? It was hair scrambles. The first year I went,
hair
it was
scrambles
flat
thing,
track. Like it was an asphalt flat track.
No, we
race.
went
Asphalt
flat track.
We went in the woods and shit. I never did any
Hair
type of that
scrambles.
riding.
It was like when it was like the Olympics. It was 4 different events.
And
Yeah.
I just remember going in these woods and like, where do I go? How do these people know where they're going? And people would just burr by me, and I'd be like, oh, okay, that way. Burr.
Could you see chicken out and just lost?
Totally.
I never
No, I
done
can
it.
as well.
No one really explained it to me or anything. It was just like
The first year I
Okay.
raced there, you had to run to your bike and start your bike,
Yeah.
like the hair
Le
scramble.
Mans
Yeah,
start.
it was. Yeah, it was crazy. Like it was literally the Olympics, and now it's 2 different.
See, but
states.
I think it'd be cool to go back to that now.
I guess that's
maybe
what-
not. Just different events. Like make it a little
like
cross country
like
loop.
flat track, like literally asphalt flat track. Junior Jackson's dad had built him like a.
I don't know about asphalt. That's a little
like
aggressive.
that was. I remember I stood up like going to the turn, and my dad. Don't do that again.
Did you put slicks on?
Like
or
he
what
was,
did
he was embarrassed. Like, did you just stand up into a flat track corner, like in Burma or something? Yeah,
elbows up.
I just didn't know what to do at the time. Like, yeah. And I remember crashing, and it just eating my pants off. Like my whole knee and like knee pad was just like it's asphalt, obviously. Yeah. Like, what are we doing here? Like, never done this. Yeah. That's funny.
All right, so 86. I'm probably not going to get a real good answer out of you here, but like I was trying to think of what you remembered from those.
Not much, obviously. I thought
If you
I
come
won.
in with less expectations, you'll peak.
I thought I won. No.
I really hate to bum
If
you out
you
of my-
start Chicken at 0, when he gets to 10, you're like, wow, that's pretty good.
Okay, so your first year, it wasn't bad. I mean, it was.
Well, he won 2 titles. Obviously, he was fast.
Yeah,
but
you
that's-
obviously figured
but
out.
that first 17th, that's a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened.
But you
that
didn't
day.
ride 250 at all. Like, why did you not ride 250 during these days?
Because I was just barely running 125.
He starts riding in 88. He does some 250 rounds.
Oh, yeah. 88.
You would dive in. I remember, that was kind of the thing you did. You did things.
I did a
But
couple of
even so, 86, you just did Supercross, no nationals.
No.
87, just Supercross. You didn't do any nationals again.
No. I don't like outdoor stuff.
Okay, so you won Anaheim, but then you had three.
It gets really hot outdoors.
You gotta wake up so early and
No, listen, you're preaching to the choir.
How am I going to get to practice? Jesus Christ.
You had the craziest results this year. This is 87. Were you factory Cowie that year?
probably yeah.
You won the
Yeah,
opener.
right away, I think right
won
away.
the season opener. Then
Yeah.
you go 18, 17, 17,
Wow.
9, 12, 1.
Oh, that's really wow. Like 18. Like, how did you even get a job that year?
His face is like, oh, wow.
That's funny how. Reality's a slap in the face.
That does sound like that's
Yeah.
some weird results there, huh?
Well, that's what I would say.
I mean, you know,
You just bookended it with some dubs, but you're barely
don't know.
making mains the rest of these days.
I'm an all or nothing type guy.
And that it's exactly. I can say that for sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like
So in
Yeah, that's
87, were you factory? You weren't factory. You'd have been going to the Nationals. So you must have been support that year still?
well, Team Green was kind of right. Like Team Green had
well,
like
no,
we at the Cowie track. I mean obviously we were hanging out around then.
yeah.
But I mean, the fact you had an 18th and a 17th is
Let me see that.
you should hang your head in shame.
I'm surprised.
You need some readers.
My yeah. I can't see.
Here, I'll hold it out here for you.
My phone's like
Hold
this.
that.
Could you blow this up on the big screen?
It says I won 1-1.
It's only funny because I got to do the same shit.
No, I do too.
I won 1-1 and then a 10th or something.
Well, look at the year though. You're already going.
Like
you're
you were
bumping ahead.
literally all or nothing at that moment.
88. You were on fire.
Oh,
Like how do you win a
Yeah.
race and then follow that up with 3 17s?
I just wasn't in the mood that day. I don't know.
Numbers don't lie. It's so funny. I
Yeah, I
look
mean,
back at
we-
my results sometime like, God, I thought it was way faster.
Yeah.
I
really did too.
remember being better.
I really thought I was faster.
Like that, really? Like, in my mind, those were all 7ths. They were
Fuck.
clearly 18ths.
So 87, you had to be just support still,
A support guy.
and then 88, 89, you were factory.
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's-
So
yeah.
you got some wins. I thought it was weird you didn't do nationals, and you had this run in the middle where you were just struggling to break the top 10.
I'm never letting you live this one down. Like, I'm literally going to text you these results.
All right.
Remember
so
you guys 18th chicken?
I'm not going to ask too many more questions about that season because apparently.
When did you like show up at this Cowie track with Wardy there and Dogger?
That was 88 then.
And how did they influence you? Like, how did that, like, did you look and go, like,
Well, I
or do you
mean-
just, like, you were already just you, or did you learn from that?
I knew I was riding with them in 87 a little bit. But then 88 was full on, like we were teammates or whatever.
And even those guys, you weren't like, holy shit, that's Wardy and Dogger. You were just
Well,
like, hey, guys.
Yeah, Wardy,
They
before I
could not
knew-
be more
before
polar
I-
opposites, obviously.
No, they're two totally opposites. And before I really knew Wardy, I just thought he was a little strange. Like he, would always have his little running shorts on, and like we weren't going running, but why you got them on,
Yeah.
And then,
With his Troy Lee visor.
yeah,
Meanwhile, he's in like shredded up jeans
He-
and docks.
he was- he's-
18-hole docks.
Wardy was ready to go at all times. It's like, dude, you're not training. You take the shit off. But and then Ronnie, when he did show up, he was Ronnie,
Yeah.
wide open, and then on the track, totally two different people. Ronnie,
what did you learn from like that? Did you?
I know his. I took a little bit of both their riding styles.
Yeah.
Wardy was more of a bulldog, and Ronnie's fluid. And when we're at the track testing, I would watch. I learned everything from watching. Just watching, like, oh, I see how he did that. Okay, I go repeat that.
Mm-hmm.
And so both of them taught me a lot. Wardy took me under his wing.
They were kind, like they were like thoughtful of that. That's how I felt. The same thing. Like they like wanted you to learn. Like, hey, try this out.
Yeah. So Wardy's especially. I mean, Ronnie.
Ronnie.
Ronnie's Ronnie.
Epic.
Yeah.
How about the time
So
that I remember, I think I was like, it had to be 87, I think. And I show up at the Cowie track to let me come out there and stuff. And the three of them are there. And we're just, doing some shit. And Dogger shows up late, remember?
He's always
and he couldn't
late.
find his boots. And so Rick Ash, like one of the suspension guy, motor guy was Rick. Anyways,
yeah.
Turner's like,
Suspension,
hey, go fucking find Ronnie some boots. And Ronnie's like, like 13 boot or something.
Yeah.
So, I'm watching all this, this is weird. This is crazy. How do you not bring your boots, bro? And so Rick comes back and is just like, man, I couldn't find any boots. And Ronnie's like, later, I'm out of here. And
Probably said it just like that.
And Ash, and then Turner, hey, go over and piss in this cup, Fuck you, dude. I'll be back. Just find me. Like, this is how people act in Supercross, And an hour later, he comes busting down the 15 in his truck and his boat in his back, waving at us.
No way.
Yeah. Like, that's a moment I remember ever as a skinny little Nebraska kid, like, wow, this is like, I never saw this side of the sport.
Things have taken an interesting turn.
Yeah, this is crazy, but yeah.
Huh.
Lots of that.
All right, so going into 88.
And then he probably won the next race, not in 18th.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Look, you got some couple of wins to negotiate your factory deal. Was it good money?
I
remember?
back then, yeah. Yeah, it was good.
Okay.
It was good. I mean, for then, yeah.
What was your best year financially?
Had to be 90, right? Yeah, maybe.
90, 91, 92.
Was Japan good?
Japan was good. Japan, I only had to race 12 races a year.
That's getting, he flew back and forth, which is crazy.
I didn't know you didn't stay there. Well, we'll get that.
Yeah.
Don't skip ahead, Denny.
I jump ahead. I get so excited.
All right,
yeah,
so
that
88.
was good money.
Take me in to go into that 88 season because you started off, you won the first 3 rounds, and then I don't remember motocross being so mixed in. I thought it was just Gatorback.
In March, yeah.
But you had Hangtown, and then back to Supercross again, and then Lake Sugar Tree, then back to Supercross again. Like,
it ran till October.
So 88,
My dad
I
said
did both. I did Supercross and outdoor.
It was about time you arrived.
and you did some 250 Supercross that year. You got 11th at Daytona.
Yeah. At Daytona?
8th at Pontiac, an 8th and 10th, a 4th at Tampa in 88
I was
on a 250.
Yeah,
That's legit.
that is.
What do you recall from that season?
Once again, I was just obviously I was dominating the 125 Supercross class. I could win that pretty easy at that point, and they started letting me ride the 250 class a little bit in the Supercrosses, and I hated the outdoor.
I've always hated it.
I've always hated it. Yeah, I just never excited me. You know.
Yeah.
What was your first national?
I don't know. I have
Was
no
it show?
idea.
Well, according to none in 87, so it would have been 88. It would have been Gatorback, and you got a 5th.
Well, you obviously did well.
I was always like a top 4 guy, outdoor. But
You just hated them.
I just didn't like it, yeah.
They're gnarly, dude.
What about jumping on that 250? I know that was a little more common back then, but to get a 4th, like, do you remember? What do you remember from
that was good. I almost got 3rd. I just got so tired. And
Who passed you? Who was?
I don't know. I was in 3rd. I ran 3rd, I think, or maybe even 2nd most of that race.
Yeah.
I think Tampa, I hole shot it even.
Okay.
I hole shot it, and I was up there. And I remember, like, I'm going to finish on the podium. And I think that was, like, one of my first 250 races, I think.
Well,
maybe.
you had done Daytona
Okay, I did.
and Pontiac.
I don't even Pawnee.
And then Tampa.
Okay, I don't even remember Daytona.
Remember Tampa? We just stayed there all week and
Yeah.
basically lived at the Hooters.
We trained real hard that week.
we had a room at the Residence Inn with the double rooms and
Yeah.
stuff. And
Yeah.
we were big fans of Hooters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went from Gator back to Tampa.
It was the reason we stayed back all
So
week.
Denny's always just stay back, and I'm like, okay, we'll stay back. We didn't ride that week.
No, you supported the local waitresses.
Well, there's a Hooters in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Literally.
So-
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
How you gonna ride when they got Hooters?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, then you got
So
a
we rode
then you got a
Hooters.
fifth at East in Jersey in the 250 class. Like you were proving right away you could
That's
ride
where
the
I
250.
told you the Jimmy Weinert story last night. New Jersey race.
Oh,
remember?
yeah.
What was it? Tell me.
Well, we were talking to Donnie Hansen last night, or 2 nights ago, at the race, and I was his first student. And I did a Jimmy Weinert class before Donnie. And Weinert told my mom, buy him a tennis racket, because I suck so bad on a motorcycle. Change sports.
that right?
Yeah, change sports. It's basically.
Could you imagine the Jammer
So-
just like saying you suck?
So after the class was over, or whatever, on the way home, almost. So, what he say? Like about me, because I think I was hauling ass. He's fine.
She said
Yeah.
he said to get you a
I
tennis
said, well,
racket.
I don't know how to put this to you, but he said, told me to buy you a tennis racket. I'm like, what?
Why would I play tennis?
Tennis?
How's that gonna
Like
help
tennis.
my riding?
And he told my mom.
I don't see the correlation.
Well, no. Jimmy told my mom, not everybody's cut out to ride motorcycles. Try tennis. And so this is like 4 years later, I'm in, New Jersey Supercross 250
You're
class.
damn near on the podium.
Almost on the podium. And they're up in the press box, my parents.
Tennis racket this, bitch.
And Jimmy and Roy Turner, my boss at the time or whatever. And Jimmy's all to my boss, Roy. He's like, who the hell is this kid? And my mom looks over and goes, same motherfucker you told to buy a tennis racket.
No way.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's all, She's all, yeah, that's what advice you gave me after we did your class. That's what you told me to do. Go buy him a tennis racket. Now look at him, And so, yeah, it's a funny story.
Yeah, that's.
So-
I used to do Gary Bailey schools and stuff and get smacked with a stick if I didn't have my
Nah, I
finger on the
never-
clutch and stuff.
I never got smacked with a stick.
You see Donnie?
Just
he was
buy him
so
a tennis racket.
Yeah, that's funny. And how did you go to a Jimmy Weinert school, like a California kid? He's like
He came out here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where was it at?
Indian Dunes. I did both of them at Indian Dunes.
I came
those
out here
classes.
as a Arizona kid and did a Russ Darnell motocross school. You know who that was?
Who's
Did he
Russ
make like
Darnell?
the Suzuki book? Like there was like a Suzuki educational book back in the day. I think my dad had it now.
I don't know. He was a local pro. He was supposed to be a big deal.
What did you learn?
And now I'm like, holy shit! Did I learn bad information?
How did
Who
it
is
work?
this guy?
What did he teach you? What was she wearing?
We ate buckwheat pancakes in the morning.
Callie made me do a class, when I was factory rider or whatever in like 1990. And I told Callie, I'm not.
In '90, they told you to take a class.
I had to give one
Oh,
for some promotion thing. I don't know. And I told him, I'm not your guy for that. Don't
you-
send me there.
which will lead to the question: like, how did the Mataz attack video come about?
So I went out there and I had like 20 people, all ages, I don't know what it was. And I'm like, fucking, okay. You guys, I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't even want to be here, but okay, so let's just do this. And, so we go through do a turn. And I'd be like, anybody have any questions? No. Okay, let's go. We'll move on to the jump. Well, at the end of the day, some dad comes over and goes, hey, my son didn't learn anything today. I'm well, what are you talking about? I mean, that's my fault. I mean, what do you want me to do about that? And he's like, well, he had a bunch of questions. And I said, well, wait. I asked everybody if they had a question, he should have raised their hand. He was nervous and didn't want to raise his hand. I go, well, that's his fucking fault then. Don't come yell at me, And so I never had to do another one of
They're
those.
tough. They're tough. Like I was talking last night about it. Like
It's a hard thing
to
to do.
explain it and put into words and explain to someone else how to do the stuff we've done and they do today. Like Budman is like crushes that. Like I don't know. Like he can see something and go, put your like like Rhino, like use your hips and stuff. Like I don't know how you translate that to the point. Like I can't do it either.
Or all these guys hiring ex-riders to be there.
How does a guy from 1980s who's fast relate to a guy riding a 450
All it
today?
is you hire a buddy, because I talked to a couple riders that have asked if I would be willing to work with them, and I tell them just do whatever you did to get here. Okay, I mean,
Yeah, but they're constantly learning and evolving, though. It's way different than when we race. It was just like, just go do laps and we'll see you in an hour.
Well, I think there's two very different things, though. There's a trainer and then there's a riding coach. And those are two completely different things. And then some of these ex-racers are trying to fit into one or the other or both. The riding thing, again, like a guy from the 80s, probably not going to help you. It's so different now. Starts
but they're still doing it. It's crazy.
I know.
I can understand
but like
the mental aspect
say
of it.
Johnny O.
Yeah.
The value he brings to anybody was this is the commitment level you need to have. This is what you need to do on the track.
The attention
in terms
to detail.
Of, yeah. Hold you accountable. Just make sure you're doing the right work. And racecraft, that shit doesn't change.
Yeah, but I was teammates with that guy.
With Johnny?
Yeah.
At Suzuki?
At Cali.
Oh, yeah. Well, what did you take from him?
He did too much.
Yeah.
Like he'd wear himself out on. Like he'd show up.
He'd go run 10 miles the night before the race. It'd be like, really, dude? And you wonder why you got no energies, on race day.
So. I was talking to Burner. I hadn't seen him for a long time. I ran to him on Friday night. And the fact, he's, with the Webb deal and the big, the story of Webb leaving Alden and stuff, I'm like, this could go really two ways. You're going to look really good, or you're going to be really blamed. He's like, I know it. Like, I know when I stepped into this job, I knew that it would be looked at that way. Yeah. And I'm like, well, good luck. It's cool that you wanted to step into it. And he's like, I think I know I got it, obviously, but the pressure of that, like, they would blame Burner before they'll blame Coop, almost.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So after this, going into this 88 season, or 89 season, I guess. Was that what we're talking about? No, 88 season.
You won 88 and 89,
I won 88,
You won 88 and 89.
Yeah.
How was that first championship for you? Was that season pretty easy? And it was short.
It was
only
easy.
like 5 rounds.
Yeah, it was. I won almost every one, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Just the last one, which I wanted to ask you about that, you did not so great.
I separated a shoulder.
Oh, is that what it was? I was saying maybe you were.
And that was so weird, too, like the length, like you said.
Oh, it was in Irving, and you got 14th
at
the last round. So that's why I was like,
That's Texas?
Yeah. Dallas would have been the last Supercross. It was in East-West.
Huh. Oh, I went down. I must have. Oh, I think Mike Craig, that's where Mike Craig took me out in the air.
Did you already have it wrapped up, or you had to get some points?
I had to get some points, or maybe I had to get some points. But yeah, that's where Craig took me out.
Who would have got second that year?
88? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Well, I wasn't his friend, so I don't know.
Yeah. He wasn't going through the pits talking to him.
I don't know.
But it was different then, obviously, because, there was only so many, literally like 125 factor rides. There was maybe 5 of them or something, Yeah. Cowie had one guy.
There was pretty much, there was 3 guys that could win, should be able to win, It wasn't stacked like it is today.
Right.
And there was a big gap.
So that 125 title you weren't even that impressed with it?
It meant nothing to me. All it was something in the way that I had to do to get to where I wanted to be, And that was the 250 class. So even when I won it, I didn't feel like I accomplished. I really didn't feel like I accomplished anything. I felt like I did what I had to do to get to my destination where I wanted to be.
That's cool. It seems like it almost kind of came easy to you.
It came real easy, quickly. I mean,
it did.
My whole career.
Your whole career, yeah. I mean, you didn't start
Very
riding
quick.
until you're 12, and by
and
17, you won your first title.
Yeah.
How old were you there?
16, 17, I won first.
He did. He made it look
Supercross,
easy.
so-
And I remember, obviously we're hanging out and, God,
But like I said,
make it look so easy,
I could, especially when I got with Wardy and Lachine, because I was riding with them every day almost, and I did a lot of my learning by watching. I just watched and
When did you start working with Spencer?
Probably not 80.
Obviously, you worked with Jeff at the time and stuff.
Yeah, 89 probably is when I got a trainer, Jeff Spencer, and which he did help. But most of it was just by watching. You know, I could watch and go do it.
Yeah.
You know?
And you were you the kind of guy who
that's
just most of your training was on the bike? I don't.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
yeah.
you doing a ton of like.
No, he did. I
running,
mean, like
cycling.
he built a gym in the house in Anaheim.
I
Hills,
had a
and
nice gym that I
Spencer
built.
came over like 2 or 3 days a week or something.
Twice a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'd run.
We'd run. I never bicycling was not my thing.
Yeah.
It takes a long
too
time
much
to ride a
time,
bike. Yeah, absolutely.
I still have. I bought this bike back in the day. It was like I think it was like 11 grand back in the day.
All
It was
carbon fiber?
All carbon fiber.
Yeah.
I still have it. I rode it twice.
It's gnarly.
I still have it to this day.
Road bike?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have it because I thought I'll buy the coolest, road bike there is. It'll make me want to go ride it. I rode it twice.
And that was the same thing, at that time. I think even today, like everybody, when something became like you had to do it, like we're like, okay, let's just do it then. Like let's buy it, let's do it, and then then it was just like, oh, that was a fad.
Yeah.
So,
So, all right, probably signed a good deal for '89, or did you already have a 2-year deal? Do you remember?
2-year deal.
What was your first contract? What did they pay you?
40 or something.
Yeah.
And then, did you prefer the 250 riding it?
Yeah.
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 It's just your style or whatever.
I mean, that's
it's just where you wanted
that's
to
where
be.
the best of the best is. That's where I wanted to be. So.
Did you like the factory bikes, like Howie? Like, was Howie providing you good equipment at the time?
The best they could. I mean, Roy Turner, Dave Miller got pushed out back in '87.
He had that one. They ran.
I think 87 was
he
the
ran their
last year.
amateur, not amateur, but like 125 class with
Yeah, but-
Boland and Barr and that stuff.
For some reason, I got split up from Dave, and '87 was the last DMC bikes that I rode, and my bikes were good, but not as good as a Honda.
Did
Honda
you feel like when you lined up, like I'm riding less equipment?
No,
No.
It was close.
it was close. Yeah.
At that time,
and Roy Turner did a lot of the testing with me on the 125, which he worked his ass off on that bike, and got it running pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a good running bike.
So you pretty much killed that year. You won the first 4 rounds: Anaheim, Seattle, Seattle 2, San Diego. Went to Miami in '89, rode the 250, got 21st.
And that's where I separated my shoulder.
that's the track was the jelly track, the white sandy
that was
weirdness.
the gnarliest ever track.
Yeah,
It was.
you could stand on the tabletop finish line where
was
stand
like
crash. It
Jell-O.
was like a waterbed. Like you'd jump here and the dirt would wiggle.
Yeah.
That's
It
when
was-
Damon crashed like 4 times and kicked off Route still. Yeah,
But that was a gnarly
and
track.
RT led that for a while. Dishner did.
yeah.
He was out front of his
And
own
Ty
track.
Davis, right? Was the lead in the
No.
125?
Nope.
Wasn't Ty? Who was it?
I think it was.
Nope. Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think ever rode East.
You were racing that. though.
I raced. I was there because that Damon blew past me like 3 times.
Yeah.
And I think I got like a 4th or something. And the track was, but seriously, like
I've never ridden anything like that.
Yeah, they
before,
brought in the weirdest dirt and it packed weird. Yeah, it was like riding.
a wave.
I don't
Yeah.
remember the 250 class from that night, but it's like a famous race of Bradshaw.
He was
Yeah.
just there was this on-off section that he was just like would just do it every lap and make a ton of time. Then I'd pass him again, and he's laying there, and then he'd blow by me again. I think, but in Tishna, like I said, like the triple was right out of the corner, and I think Ronnie crashed there or something like that. But it was just it's one race that I think if you ever seen it or ever been it, you'll never forget it. Yeah.
So then you came back to Houston was your next race. You got a 3rd. You won Dallas, and that was then Oklahoma City. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask about Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma, that's for Denny.
No, it's 89 or what?
Yeah, 89.
Yeah,
Oklahoma City.
I didn't kill myself to the next year.
And then LA would have been the final round that year. But you got 17th at Oklahoma City. You remember
I
that?
don't even remember it.
Was this the year you died, or that was 90?
90.
No, that was 90. I thought we only did Oklahoma one year.
I don't remember 89 either. I don't,
Yeah, it would surprise me too because I thought it was just the 1 year, but it was 2 seasons.
90.
there.
I could easily say, and I will take anyone's challenge, is the gnarliest supercross track that's ever been built in the world.
Right.
Like at Oklahoma City, it was,
good.
115 degrees. It's concrete. I think John Savitsky must have built it.
He built that one,
And
yeah.
the whoops were this, just curbs and huge step ups. I remember, like, you're out there
fun.
like just surviving it. It was
It
crazy.
was like Excite Bike.
Yeah.
That's kind of how his shit was.
Yeah.
It was like an obstacle course. It wasn't a racetrack, but it made for some good
It was,
racing.
it was long. It was like at least a minute 10 maybe or so. It was a
That was
long
long,
track. Yeah. And I killed myself.
Face plant.
So that year also, you did well outdoors. You podiumed a handful of times. Red Bud got a second.
Always did okay.
You won Steel City. You won the last
I did?
round. Yeah.
You won Troy, I think, 1 year too, right?
Troy. I
get
would
a
always win
Troy,
Troy
yeah.
because this is a big supercross
Jumpy,
track.
for
You did.
sure.
You got 10th at 89. You didn't do all that yet.
And you're a good starter, and Troy was a good place to get a good start. And then,
It is a big supercross
yeah.
track.
Yeah.
I love that track. That's the only track that like I showed up like excited to be there, and
Yeah.
and I won
was
Well,
Clay.
Steel
125.
City. You won Steel City, so that's a little
Really?
bit jumpy too. Yeah.
I don't remember that. I
I don't remember that either.
Surprising, but
Well done. Yeah.
Yeah. Steel City, October 89.
You won 3 outdoor races?
3.
3? Is that what you just said, right?
No, I don't know about 3. It looks
Steel
like
City,
just the
Troy.
one.
Don't go that far.
Well, I don't see a Troy yet. We'll get there.
Yeah.
I think you might have done well there in the 250 class.
No, I won a 125 there too.
Dogger
Kenworthy's.
won.
Oh, second.
Dogger won there on a 500 1 year, and he come off the track, and the fans handed him a beer, and he just slammed it.
Of course he did. What else are you going to do with it? All right, so after that season, you win 2 Supercross titles back to back.
Yeah.
Did you have an auto renew with Cowie, or did you get to sign a new deal?
I signed a new deal.
So 3
In
years, 90, 91, 92?
I signed a 2-year deal in '88, so it was so I signed a new one in '90,
Okay.
a new one in '91. I think I only was doing year to year.
Oh, okay. But you had to be freaking crushing it. You would have been like,
Dude, he led the points like first
What?
7, 8 rounds in 90. Remember, like
in
I
'90
was,
in the 250s, yeah.
yeah, like just all of a sudden you just found it.
That one, with me, that's when we went into the new series in '90, and there was a bunch of us young moving up guys out of the 125 class.
Larry,
Larry,
Rocco, Kudrowski.
Yeah.
did Damon move up in 90?
Damon. No, Damon was already moved
In
up.
'89, he
89,
was,
yeah. He did a couple in '89, like
Okay.
more in '89, but
And he's leading the points and shit. Like we're obviously spending a lot of
So-
time together, working together, riding together. And I'm winning 125 class, and he's in the 250 class, and we're like, is this happening? Are we
That
both,
was
winning
that
this
was
championships? We're
That's
gonna have a hell of a party.
yeah. that year you ended up winning the
Yeah,
125, yeah. So he ended up winning that year, the 125 class.
Yeah.
And I ended up finishing third, I think,
You were third overall in the championship.
in the
yeah.
championship. Yeah.
You led until I think I rewatched it not long ago. I think Foxborough.
So, Foxborough, I don't
I think
know
it's
what
where it
happened.
changed or
That was
something.
a
Like you got
really
like an
bad,
eighth all of a sudden, yeah.
really-
And Bale all of a sudden was finding his footing and stuff, yeah.
I mean, after practice, my dad's like, "Oh, what's going on? Are you trying?" I'm like, "I'm fucking trying as hard as I can." And like everybody was just going by me. I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. Like I just had a really bad.
Did the
day.
weight of the leading the championship, like, did that ever
No,
weigh on you?
I mean,
like,
I really didn't like pressure and everything. Like when I went to the race, everybody thought that or assumed that like I didn't care about anything, and I do. But I was at the race to have fun. I wanted to be fun. If I was going to be there, you might as well have fun.
Yeah.
And being serious, you're going to be serious. To me, you do it during the week because being serious just on race day or whatever.
and let's be honest,
wasting
like this is
time.
like the opportunity of a lifetime, like to what we're doing and what we did.
I mean-
like who would imagine that we would be able to travel the world riding a dirt
Yeah.
bike and go to all these cities and
Yeah.
And that's again, like you said, I think
I mean,
kids.
I look back now and I think maybe I should have been a little more serious. I mean, for the position is and how lucky I was, and
That's something I've
But-
always stuck up for you because, like, again, people thought you weren't making it, like you weren't training and shit. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I watch him train. Like, I literally sit there with a coffee and watch him. Like, he's training. I see it, like.
That looks miserable.
Like he's taking. I don't know how you do it right now. Like he did. Like you did. I would tell like the image was something that, obviously we had a really good time with it, but you were putting in the work. Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
And we would ride. We would ride. You weren't a very big
I would not train.
trainer.
One year, you included me with Spencer, and we did a bunch of weights and stuff, and I showed up with a neck and shoulder. My dad was like, "Damn, kid," because I've always been a skinny kid. But then the follow through after, obviously, it's easy to fall off that. But like you'd always put in the work, and we would literally just moto. We would go ride anywhere.
Yeah,
we would just ride off Anaheim hills and just living out there. You would just carve tracks. And how about the track we would go to? It was off the 15 by the Quick Shop. You'd have to go by the Quick Shop behind it, and it was just sand.
White sands.
It was like
just
it
north of
wasn't
the
a
test
track.
track?
It wasn't a track. It was a track, but it wasn't like a facility. It was
a pit, right?
They had carved it out, guys, and it was a gnarly. Like Rhino spent a lot of time out there as well.
Oh, that was
Or are you talking about Central?
Central.
Yep.
Central's an
Central.
awful place.
Awful
So
place.
awful. That was one of the first times I came out to California, and he takes me out there. I'm like, what the fuck?
That was Wardy and Rhino's regular go-to
That's
place.
how Rhino, and even like I think Dauber trained there a bunch, and he wanted to do a deal, and it was that same year. It was like very similar, but it was horrible.
Rocks and
curbs,
115 degrees
up and down these hills. I'm like, why are we here? This is
your
terrible.
tire would be destroyed.
destroyed.
Filters plugged.
Yeah. It was.
RV used to moto out there too.
Really?
Yeah.
It was around. It was
Randy
around
Lawrence would take him
Oh
out.
yeah.
Yeah. Me and
You gotta
Wardy spent a lot of time out
You'd
there.
pull in next to the Quick Shop and drive past it, and the sticks would, I remember the branches would scratch into the truck and stuff. Like, where the fuck are we going right here? You gonna murder me back here, dude? And it had, like, you'd go up and down these hills. Yeah, it was gnarly. I remember crashing there and just laying there like, is this what I have to do to be successful?
Maybe I should just go hang drywall.
Maybe I should just get a tennis racket. It was. It carved. It made champions. I mean, it did. Like some of the best guys in the world who'd ever raced.
Today's riders would not even go
No
a lap.
chance.
They'd just be like,
That's a great example of why guys used to race a lot back then. Because if you wanted a good prep track, you had to go race.
Yeah.
Local, whatever.
There's a good friend of mine.
There's five nights a week the tracks are prepped.
And he's
perfect.
an off-road guy, and he calls them all prep track princesses. It's like, yeah.
I mean, even testing. I'm at the Cali track a lot.
That thing was gnarly too, dude. Right?
And,
Yeah.
Yeah. And after every single time they test, there's a tractor out there reshaping.
Yeah.
And it's like,
But back
what?
then it wasn't though that way. I mean,
Back in my day when we tested it,
there was no water,
Maybe it got fixed up once a year.
once a
right.
year it got
Yeah.
fixed. That's it.
and it was
And
hard as concrete.
So you got like 2 days after they built a new track, 2 days of really good track, and then
Shit
362 days of just shit,
I mean, you can obviously see off the 15, like it is the hottest, miserable spot in the world, and like let's just build a track there, I guess.
Yeah.
Wardy's like family owned it, right? Still owns it, right?
They still own it, yeah.
All right, so that season, it started off with a third in Anaheim. You started off with a podium.
Yeah. That year, 90, there was a bunch of young guys coming in.
It was gnarly.
Wardy, Johnson, there were the names of Supercross,
Yeah.
but they were getting older and they were on their way out. So in that year, there was 6-7 guys that could win.
Remember, there's a
good
video, if
racing.
you watch Vegas, like you talk about the whoops, and there's like 15 of them, they're just, you were leading the points, I think, by more of just, you were there
I was consistent.
every round, yeah.
I was a good starter. I got good starts. And
Because there was like
I only won one race.
Yeah.
So,
I was there that night in Vegas.
yeah.
I was riding amateur day the next day on a mini bike.
that was a,
Oh.
But I remember being on
that
the
was a
stand
gnarly
watching.
track. That thing was dry concrete.
Dry, yeah.
I remember doing press day on Friday, and it's 115 degrees, and if you had black boots, your boots like melting to the like and shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So what were you thinking? I mean, you get a podium first try.
First try, that's good, yeah.
You're pretty stoked.
I mean, led the race for most of that race. I led. Me and Damon had a really good battle, and then
Is that where he launched his bike at you?
yeah,
Right to the
that was a
whoops.
qualifier,
That was a heat race when he did
heat
it?
race or something. Yeah,
Like-
we were going through his whoops, the tabletop whoops,
Yeah.
and he just. And that's
I don't
another
even
thing
remember that one.
started our little rivalry.
Oh, yeah,
right
no,
there.
yeah.
I remember the one I thought it was Vegas where there's an inside and outside.
That
and
was
he-
like 92.
No,
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
I thought it was 90 when you were leading the points, so that was a big part of it. Or he was leading the points or something, right?
92, he was leading.
And then when he decided just to whiskey it over the berm.
Yeah, he threw away the title right there doing that. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he had a points lead, and
that was in the main event when he did that.
Went over the berm, and
2 lanes, inside lane, outside lane.
So if he would have just raced me he would have been the champion that year.
Yeah.
Because he lost a lot of points that night.
Yeah, it's funny you don't remember the
I
Anaheim
don't remember the Anaheim one. I have to go look it up.
It literally hits him in the head.
Did you crash?
No, I stayed on, but
he goes,
I had tire marks going down my helmet. I mean, he
front wheel just hit him in
launched
the
it
head.
at me.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you guys have words after that?
No, he was like, I'm going down, so I'll just take him down too, and launch the bike at me.
You've seen the Bursey one, right?
Oh yeah, the Bursey ones. Was that 90 or 91?
Probably 91.
You could hear his head hitting that wall from.
I think that one was not intentional. I think he just got squirrely.
Oh
no, he let go of that one.
He was falling off the back of the bike. He's like,
yeah.
Let's just, I'm gonna send it.
And that was a cement wall, concrete wall.
Oh yeah, lucky you guys weren't hurt bad.
It was crazy.
Dude, that was most scared I've ever been crashing, because being in Europe, you don't want to get hurt in Europe.
Yeah.
You never know what kind of doctors you're gonna get, and I was pissing blood. So.
So you did get pretty jacked up.
Oh, I was jacked up. Yeah. I mean, that was a concrete wall.
It was a gnarly impact. Yeah.
It was.
Oh wow. So what were just internal bleeding?
Internal bleeding and stuff. Wow. Yeah. But I knew I was fine.
He still pisses blood. It's not that big a deal.
Just once a month. So, so I was scared, because I'm like, fuck, are they gonna have to do surgery here? I'm pissing blood. And
did you get knocked out?
Did you have words with him after that?
No, I was knocked out. I didn't even see him after that.
Oh.
So,
how pissed were you when you saw the footage?
You probably had no idea.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, I
knew
knew pretty much what happened when,
You saw a white bike torpedo you?
A white bike by itself, not on it,
It was a launch. Yeah, that's a Hall of Fame crash.
That was cement wall. It was not a soft landing.
So did you guys have more run-ins in 90?
We had run-ins.
There was one maybe it was Vegas where he slid into you kind of slid a little.
That was his fault.
Yeah.
Well, because I slid. I just lost traction. And, I mean, ESPN, I don't know where the video is, but they did a
montage.
boxing round 1, round 2, round 3.
Yeah, image
And the whole series of it over just 1 year. And I don't know where that video is, because it's a good video, but it shows all of our run-ins, and there was a lot of them.
It's funny.
A lot of them.
Obviously, I was around during all that, and so I'm up in Laguna Seca when you're doing I was doing agent stuff or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And I run into Chicken and Damon, and the 3 of us go out.
Yeah.
And that was before social media. I would have you cannot believe who I'm hanging out with, right? They're actually being nice to each other. Yeah. They could break out anytime.
We talked a little bit that night.
Yeah.
Was that really the first time you guys had talked?
Ever talked? Yeah.
Oh, was that right?
Yeah. It was like, this is. I know the history here. This is kind of weird.
Yeah, that's the little midget guy, the bald guy. On
Budman?
No, the actor guy. What's that little bald guy? He was there that night.
Danny DeVito?
No.
From
Vern Troyer?
That guy.
Yeah, Vern Troyer was there, right?
Mini-Me.
Mini-Me.
Yeah.
I almost killed that dude. He had. I walked out of the bar we were at, and he was sitting on a little scooter. And I'm like, hey, Mini-Me. Because I saw him, and I'm like, hey. And he went into convulsions. He's like, go. And I was like, whoa. The guy was, and I was like, what the fuck's wrong? And then he finally called. He's all, you scared me. I'm all, dude, I thought I killed you, dude. What the fuck? He's like, no, you just can't sneak up on me like that. I'm like, oh, okay, dude. I just wanted to say hi. I'm like, fuck, I just killed Mini-Me.
You almost killed him.
Killed Mini-Me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
All right. So that win that year, take us through that. Vegas. Your only 250 Supercross win.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't have to wait till the lights went on either.
Yeah. What do you remember from that night? Anything?
It was just I was a good starter, got the whole shot or whatever. Second place, got in the lead, and just rode around. And
did you throw the bike on the ground and fist pump the crowd or anything afterwards? Like, did that mean that much to you at the time? Is what my
At that time, yeah, that win meant a lot because we were halfway through the season or whatever. I was leading the points, hadn't won a race. Everybody's going, yeah, you're leading, but you haven't won a race, whatever. So yeah, and it was my first and only, ended up being my only win in the 250 Supercross. So yeah, that meant a lot. That one.
So where did the championship slip out of your hands?
That was Foxborough.
Okay, because after Vegas, you were second in Pasadena.
I almost won that one. Me and Wardy battled at the Pasadena one.
Pontiac was a 5th and an 8th. Not amazing, but not too bad.
Pontiac never was good for me, that race.
It was ruts. It was soft, always ruddy, double header.
Yeah.
Weird track.
So the last one was in L.A., right?
Where's Foxborough? I remember, right?
You got a 9th there.
9th.
Yeah, that did me in right there.
Yeah, 2nd at Tampa. That was still good. 4th at Charlotte.
Like, did you feel it like slipping at that point? Like, did you fuck, man? Blew
the
points lead.
It wasn't really until Foxborough. I wasn't really.
I'm just riding.
Feeling like it. Yeah, it was.
Well,
I was maintaining the lead or whatever I had. I had a little cushion there until Foxborough that 9th.
Well, then you got a 10th at San Jose too. What happened there?
I don't remember.
That was the track. That Dubach.
You know
was that your Dubach one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those whoops. It was like
You crashed. I actually
That was
remember.
91.
Cooper-
That was 91.
Oh, it was
with
91.
Cooper when
Yeah.
guy dove in that left.
Yeah, I led the whole freaking, well, not the whole thing, but up until the last lap.
Yeah, that would have been
Cooper,
91 because I was riding 250 that year.
And that was, I shouldn't have done that move on Cooper.
When he dove, took your bolt down. Was that 91 again, right? Yeah.
That was 91. Well, that was a little premature, but it was the last lap, and I should have waited till the next turn, but.
You went for it.
Yeah.
All right. So then you went back to the 125 for outdoors. Did you like the 125 better in motocross?
No.
Oh, no.
Hated. What do you mean I went back?
You did 125 MX in 90.
Yeah. I did the 125 outdoor, 250 indoor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I hate it. I didn't like the 125.
Hated it. Didn't they still have 500 that year?
Yeah,
Why didn't you ride that?
because you did the 250 500.
Oh,
That was combo.
I got you.
Did you ever race 500? I don't think you did, right?
No, I did. I didn't think I did.
You did the USGP one year, right?
I did that
at,
2 years.
Hollister,
Glen Helen.
right?
2 years.
Hollister or Glen Helen?
Glen Helen. Yeah, that was probably the best race I ever rode, though. 92 USGP.
USGP?
Yeah, on a
What
500.
what place did you get?
Second.
No shit.
Yeah, I remember you were moving.
But I was on the gas.
How did you like riding that
Yellow
500?
number plate's number 94, I think, right?
Yeah. Good.
Oh, I've seen that picture, yeah. Yeah, and the badass Fox gear,
Yeah.
like the purple, and yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you like riding that 500? Or was it, like, how did you prepare for that, obviously? It wasn't something you would race previously.
No. I just rode it, showed up and rode it. I mean, I went practicing I remember the first time I rode a 500, I went down to Cali. They gave me, a Works 500 to add.
But were they racing 500 nationals at the time?
I wasn't. The first GP I did on a 500, first time I ever raced one.
I think 92 or 93 was
90.
the last season they did 500.
Because they were still
90.
racing, in Europe, they were still had a 500 class when it was not here, like they had ended it. That's when Fro rode that 500 at Spain, I think it was, for the nations and stuff. It was an old bike that Cowie just had.
Yeah. 93. I want to say was the last year they did that.
This was like 90, I think.
Yep.
Was the first time I raced a 500. And I went down to Cali because I was riding a 125 outdoor.
Mm-hmm.
And then went down to Cali, picked up a 500. And they were like, hey, be careful. I'm like, fucking pro, dude. I mean,
Race with Eddie Hicks.
It's got two wheels. It's a motorcycle.
They're gnarly, though, right? I mean, yeah.
So I went out to Ritchie Canyon
Okay.
and carved a little track out. And like on the second lap was just some rolling whoops and just brr. And I don't know what the hell, but I ended up on the ground. The motorcycle laying on top of me, and I don't even know what went wrong.
Dirt sky.
It was just real quick, and violent. And
Yeah.
I was just like, fuck. So I push this thing off and I get up. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And it's a lot of motorcycles.
I remember my dad when he
know?
rode a 500. He said that's the bike you would crash on, and then the bike would get up and make sure that it let you know who's boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they throw you down hard. And so
They're a lot of fun to ride until they're not, until it spits you off.
Yeah. So
I remember Fro
it was
jumping on that thing, and then he's just like, whew. When we went to Paris one day when he had to ride a couple times before he left for the Nations, and I rode his 250, and I'm like, well, how was that? He's like, whew, that's a lot of bike, and it obviously had like an outdated frame at the time and chassis. He's like, that has so much balls.
Carlsbad, going up the hill at Carlsbad on a 500, you just get up to where you hit the wall and bounce off. And
are you old enough to be? Have you Carlsbad?
I raced Carlsbad, yeah.
Yeah, you had to. Yeah.
Those like you watch that old GPs, and it was on Wild World of Sports. I watched one the other day, the one that Marty Motes had won. And you're just like, man, that just looks so gnarly and miserable. And I remember riding there, obviously Golden States and stuff, and it was, again,
the wall on the 500, just bouncing off that wall halfway up the hill on a 500.
and then bombing down it.
Coming down the downhill
No,
would be
just
sketch.
my whole body would just collapse. Like, just, you hit it so hard and so fast, like, you'll just collapse and just bounce off that thing and just be
The
like,
speed and the
whoa.
torque of going up that thing had to be pretty gnarly. That thing, and it's obviously they never prepped it.
No, I
Those
don't
bumps
think-
been there.
yeah.
Like I saw Marty Motes crash. I'm like, I know that exact hole. 20 years later. Yeah.
That place was a trip. We would go from
I hated
greasy,
that place.
slimy,
Hated
and then
it.
there was like maybe a 30, 40-minute window where the dirt was bitching.
It would always be
Dude,
muddy at the bottom of the second, like not the freeway, but you go up and come back down the little chicane that always would be full of water
You
there.
did good there in a Golden State or something. And that's not really a track.
Like I rode
that you-
mini. It was I grew up on hard packed, slippery tracks. In Nebraska they were clay, and so when we went out there, it was like I feel comfortable on this, even though obviously we don't have a freeway like mountains like that.
I
But
hated that track.
we were talking about last night that when Fro was leading one of the races, and when he kicked sideways and punted in the overpass, the bridge there.
Yeah.
And it's like it's just Carlsbad. Yeah.
Well, so how was the 500? You ever got it? You like
I
racing?
did race it. My first, so then the 91 would be the first year I raced the 500, and I broke my femur at Millville.
Oh shit!
Oh.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
You were doing this 250 500, yeah.
Yeah. So
I forgot you were on the 500 when that happened. Just got swapping.
You're just going through that sand section, and I went to wheelie tap, and it just went sideways. And they throw you down hard.
They're just so much power, and like he's like it would just get away.
Yeah.
Like how am I bringing it back?
It's like, I think today with so many people getting hurt on the 450s and everything, so much more power, and they just throw you down harder,
Yeah.
They do throw you down hard.
There's more energy when that thing decides to wiggle.
Yeah.
It's that. Yeah, exactly.
spits you.
When it goes, it's like, oh fuck. I don't think I'm bringing this one back.
So you had in 90, you had a good summer too on that 125. Like third at Southwick, second at Troy.
What was your favorite outdoor track?
Troy.
Yeah.
What was your second favorite outdoor track?
didn't have
Did you like
one.
Southwick? Or?
I hated Southwick. Hated them all.
You were top 5 like pretty much every weekend though. You had a solid
Yeah, I was
summer.
top fiver.
He was really fast despite himself. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Was your fitness good? I mean, like
It
at a
could have
national?
been better.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely and supercross, I mean, I think in 91 they had Coors had a special most qualifying wins in the supercross. If the mains were 10 laps,
You're champion?
I was champion,
20 lap
Yeah.
mains.
Lap 15 through 20 were tough.
We were talking the other night, like we watched it on TV now, and all of a sudden you realize you've been watching it, and you look at the clock, and it's like there's still 12 minutes left.
Yeah.
Those poor bastards.
Yeah. 20 minutes is an eternity.
It's gnarly. It really is. I agree. Yeah. I mean, it's like
It's
back
a
then,
lot.
like last night, or Saturday night's race, which lap time for 47 seconds, and there were, back in our day, that would have been like a 14-minute main. Now they're just like, oh my god, I got to come back again.
30 laps around.
And I love the longer tracks. The longer tracks, you had to make less laps. Like,
Yeah.
the more times you had to circulate around, you're like, how long have I been out here?
Yeah.
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 And the track gets worked more and more. Yeah.
Okay, so after 90, you had to be hot commodity at this point. I mean, you
Yeah.
won a race, you led the series,
Yeah.
third overall.
I was always up there.
And
so,
90 was Stanton? Who won in 90?
Stanton, I think.
Yeah.
When did you go to Suzuki? Suzuki.
93.
When you go Suzuki.
When did you ride to Suzuki?
93.
I feel like skank there for a minute.
93.
You're jumping
Suzuki.
ahead to Suzuki. We'll get there.
Hey, easy now.
So what were the lows of 90 before we move on?
Obviously losing the championship. I mean, that wasn't.
I was very disappointed.
I wasn't too cool.
Did you feel like shit?
Well,
that was
but he won. See, we had this all planned out. I mean, and we were having a lot of fun too. You know, but we rode. In 90.
Is that when we went on the cruise?
Oh,
Dorothy
fuck.
booked that
Don't
cruise.
say that. Let's not even talk about that.
No, we got to talk about the
No, we
cruise. I
don't.
don't even know what you're talking about.
No.
Yeah.
So.
When was the year that you missed Mark and Brian and the video and the videotape
That was 91.
evidence?
I would say because 90, I think I still lived at my parents. So 91.
Yeah, when was the Anaheim Hills house?
91, I think.
Ooh, that's when things went really crazy.
Oh,
That's when
it got extra sideways.
Yeah.
That's like, oh my God, now we have a house of decadence.
Okay, so hold on. Before we move to 91, you and Larry Ward had some issues too.
Oh, that's right, Seattle, right?
Was
yeah,
was
yeah.
it 90?
90.
He won,
He ended up winning.
and
yeah.
you guys just were kind of blocking each other. It
yeah.
wasn't. I don't think it was super
It wasn't.
dirty.
No.
But you did punch him in the helmet.
That was another
That
one.
was another race.
That was another one?
Yeah.
I was from 93. I was on Suzuki then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, that was good racing, but nothing dirty.
You guys would
real
like
dirty.
stop and
Yeah.
kind of hold each other
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
but it wasn't hits or
No,
anything. Yeah.
it was slow moving, and no one's really trying to take anyone out. It was just blocking.
Yeah.
you know. So
Were you guys cool after that? You didn't have any.
yeah, it was no big deal. Yeah.
Okay, but you guys had several run-ins too, or was it just that and the other one?
That and the other one.
because it was at Kingdom as well. Right?
No, the other one was in.
It was both
somewhere-
Kingdom. Both, I think.
No.
You punched him in the helmet. I thought it's Seattle as well.
I thought it was
no,
Seattle.
it was Indianapolis or something.
Okay.
It was when I'm punching him.
And what happened? I can't remember what happened in the race.
I
and-
don't know.
It was a heat race,
It
I
was a
think.
heat race. I was in like third or second,
Uh-huh.
and I came. The track went like right by each other, like up and down, and he fell off. I didn't know he fell off, and so he fell off and just crashed. And the bike came across the track, hit me, and took me out right before the finish line.
Oh.
I thought he was on the motorcycle when he did it. You know, I didn't know he'd crash and it was an accident. You know?
Okay.
So.
That's funny. I don't remember that setup.
So we got up and I guess he came over to the bike or whatever. We got up and went over the finish line, and then I punched him.
Yeah,
'Cause
you guys had rolled over the finish line, and
Yeah.
you rode by him and just took a swing at
So
him.
then
And I was like,
just
oh, shit.
hit him, and then I sort of like checked back in. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm in front of everybody. Like, you know, that's not going to be good because AMA used to find the shit out of me. I mean,
Yeah.
What
You
would
were
they
on
come-
their radar after
yeah,
90.
Yeah, like
or
you and Damon
at
both,
night,
obviously, yeah.
I mean,
What would they come say to you? Like, it would be Roy Jansen, right?
yeah, Roy Johnson, which he was only nothing against Roy.
Roy's
a good
cool,
guy,
yeah.
You know, I mean, but every race I got fined. Every fucking race.
Really?
Like,
What would they say?
Roy would call me and be like, "Well, Jeff, I got to do it again. You know, I hate to do it. I know it makes for good racing. Spectators like it, but we got to keep things under control. You know." And I'd be
And
like,
what are the fines? Like, how big?
$15.
$3-5 grand.
Really? That was
Yeah.
more than. That was
So-
way more than like the purse was.
Yeah, but Cowie paid it all.
Oh.
I never had to pay it, so I really didn't care.
You're
And,
like, right on, Roy. Fine away.
Yeah. I
Pistons
thought
cut.
I thought I was paying it. So then I would talk to my mom, and she's like, "No, we're not paying it. You know, Cowie is." I'm like,
Cool.
"Okay,
then-
cool." You know, so
That's
I just told Roy, I don't, hate you for it. You do your job, but I'm gonna race like I've been racing, and if you feel you gotta find me. I don't give a shit. You know.
What do you think from what you saw like at A1 with all the body slamming and I mean
I think it's all good. I didn't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
when
way
you
it
heard
was.
Ricky talk about it, like Ricky was like
That's
like
what
he
it
was
was
gonna-
in our
he wanted
day.
to scorn them all. Like it was like you don't need to ride that way and stuff. It's dirty riding. Like
I
come
mean,
on, man.
There's
Just take your
dirty,
panties
there's
off.
dirty riding, and there's aggressive racing, and
There's nothing dirty about it.
there's nothing wrong with contact. I mean, and fighting for your position. And
Did you have
I
like these
didn't-
moments on a bike? Like
Yeah, I had plenty. You
Yeah.
know, like
mean-
just like anybody.
sure.
And I don't think as long as it is, to me, the difference is the angle that you make contact. If it's like T-bone.
Like the one with Muskin at New Jersey when he dove in with Eli.
But even then,
that was like a good one. I have
I'm a fan of Eli, and
we know.
Eli fucked up. That was
he left the line
open. I mean,
That's the thing about Marvin. He did the same thing with Malcolm at A1. Is he just jumps into the line and puts his bike in the way.
Yeah.
And he puts it on you to either hit him and we're both going down or
stop.
Check up.
Yeah.
Like the Barsha one.
It worked with Eli, the one you're talking about, and it didn't work with Malcolm.
He like drilled Eli, but Eli, it was last lap.
No, he didn't. He just parked it in the rut, and Eli had to come to a stop.
Dude, it's the last lap.
It's
come on.
It's like the
protect
swoop
your inside.
I love the Barsha swoop and scoop that he does. Just comes in and just lifts you up like he knows exactly how to do it, and how I'm going to say it, scared and like Eli. I remember like races like I'm not going to get in that situation. Coop knows like just don't fuck with him. I'll take a third this round.
Yeah, well, I like seeing that shit. I think the fans do too. I don't know.
That's always the same thing. I'm like, dude, just stop being a little. Don't call it dirty. It's just racing. It's just.
But if you look back at the '90s, those early '90 days, and I realize we're all old, so we are looking at
get off my
lot
lawn.
of nostalgia. Yeah, but look at the guys you had, the Larocos, the Kudrowskis, Bradshaws. You were scrappers, all of you. You'd punch each other for a win. Look at today's group. Like, I just don't know that you have that. It's just different, right? Like,
it's a different, like, well, I think a lot of you in the fans, like, it seems like, don't they seem like they.
I mean, like I said, I think this year a lot more aggressives coming back. I mean, in prior years there for a while, it was like, it seemed like the riders would hand the next guy the position. Like, here, you want it? Here you go. Let me get out of your way, And that was boring. And
there's 5-7 guys that are legitimately 3 rounds in, still believe.
Yeah.
And it's such a starter cross, obviously. So you got to make
start.
Most of the track there's like 2 corners or 180s.
Well, I thought the opening round was a good track for passing, but the last 2 have been.
It doesn't matter. I mean, if you're not up in the top 4, your chances of winning are pretty slim because
no one's coming through the back.
No one's going that.
Yeah.
Like they showed it when they're just like 7 of them. Then you're just once you start fucking with each other, obviously then you're losing track time. Yeah, it's cool. I'm a huge fan, so I'm having a good time watching it. Definitely, like Saturday night's race was good.
All right, listen, we're going to take a quick break. This is your TLD timeout. Stay tuned. We're going to be back to finish up our story here with Jeff Chicken Matiasevich. Stay tuned. Cheers to 2022 and resolutions you can actually keep. How about having clean and shiny balls all year round? Our sponsors at Manscaped are here to save your balls this year and make the ball drop into 2022 the cleanest and sexiest ever. Set your first New Year's resolution with good intentions and join the 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with our exclusive offer. Go to manscaped.com and use the code WhiskeyThrottle for 20% off plus free shipping. It's the new year, new me with the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming. This year, take your package to the next level with their Performance Package 4.0 and brand new Ultra Premium Body Wash. Inside the Performance Package 4.0, you'll find the Lawnmower 4.0. This electric trimmer is designed to trim hair on loose skin. The advanced skin-safe technology reduces cuts and nicks on your delicate nuts. It also comes equipped with a 4000K LED spotlight that will shine a light to the promised land 2022 looks to be. A grooming routine isn't complete without applying Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver before showing off your 2022 self. These unique formulations take care of the smelliest parts of your body and are a big boost to your confidence into the new year. To complete the set, Manscaped threw in their Shed travel bag and anti-chafing boxer briefs as free gifts to keep all your goodies stored comfortably. And the new product that needs no introduction, the Ultra Premium Body Wash from Manscaped, solves all 3 for the perfect addition to your daily grooming routine, but in the shower. I shower every day. Certainly hope you do too. This body wash smells great too. It's cologne infused with aloe vera and sea salt to keep your skin feeling clean, nice, and moisturized. So kick discomfort and poor hygiene to the curb this year and use the best tools for the job. Whether your resolution is to work out more or travel to new places, be sure to travel to manscaped.com for our exclusive offer of 20% off plus free shipping using the code WhiskeyThrottle. Cheers to new balls in 2022. So, one more time, 20% off and free shipping with the code WhiskeyThrottle at manscaped.com. This is an offer you don't want to miss. It's New Year, no pubes in 2022 with Manscaped.
Dunlop. There is a reason every AMA championship in the past decade was won on Dunlop tires. They are the best. Choose the best performing tire and a brand that has never wavered in their support of our sport. Choose Dunlop. Pro Circuit. Pro Circuit products are designed with one goal in mind: winning. Through passion and hard work, Pro Circuit has operated the most successful 250 team in the history of the sport. They use that same formula when developing exhaust, engine, and suspension parts for every brand. When only the highest level of performance is acceptable, trust Pro Circuit.
Since 2009, Seat Concepts has been dedicated to making the best aftermarket seats. More comfort, more grip, more riding. For 10 years, we've continued to raise the bar. Innovation and American craftsmanship make Seat Concepts the world-leading manufacturer of power sports seats.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
Specialized Bicycles. Specialized leads the way in the world of bicycling. Whether it's cross-country racing, downhill, e-bikes, enduro, road, gravel, dual slalom, dirt jumping, or all mountain bikes that do it all, Specialized has the perfect ride for you. The brand is synonymous with engineering excellence and innovation that steers the industry. Visit your local Specialized dealer for a test ride and see just how good Specialized products are.
Try to keep on keeping on.
OGO Power Sports. OGO has perfected the carrying case. Motocross gear bags, helmet bags, boot bags, hydration packs, backpacks, and travel bags, to name a few, have all been meticulously engineered to maximize space and surpass durability standards that would make NASA proud. Simply the best. OGO Power Sports.
Connected. Mesh intercom on.
It's cool to be able to hear what they talk about and how fast they should go, throttle control, braking. Really cool.
Extend your leg out. There you go. Good job. Good throttle control, Lonnie.
That's a great training tool. It was a lot of fun to be on the track with them.
Hey, Lano.
What?
Can you pull off over here when you get to me and your brother?
Okay.
With a rich history in motocross, Pro-X has been dedicated to supplying quality components since 1975. Whether you're rebuilding an engine or just need a new chain, Pro-X Racing Parts aims to bridge the gap between OE quality and affordability. Pro-X has over 9,000 part numbers and over 60 different product types that are manufactured by highly reputable or even OEM suppliers and are offered at affordable prices to help keep riders on the bike instead of in the garage. Visit ProX.com to search parts for your bike or check them out at your favorite online or local dealer.
Audio Jungle.
The guys are just breaking in their race bikes, which will leave on the semi this Saturday to go to the first Supercross for our coast in Orlando. So the guys are just be goofing off a little bit, do some cool photos, do some cool videos. When you go racing, you want to do well, but a big key is keeping the bikes on the track. That's why we chose to work with Motul.
Expectations coming in as a rookie is just to try and get my feet wet and honestly just send it, see where I end up, and do my best out there, but just ride aggressive and ride like myself in practice, and I should have a good time.
Challenges of this sport, I believe, is just simply staying healthy. With how fast we're going and what we're doing, your margin for mistake is really, really small.
Stay Sick. If you have little rippers, then you have had to have seen Stay Sick bikes by now. We have created bike and experiences that allow kids to develop sooner and empower them to find their own ride. From learning to ride to sharpening skills, the Stay Sick promise is accelerated growth. Whatever path your family chooses, it's going to be the ride of your life. Stay Sick Stability Cycles.
You ever heard the phrase that the harder you work, the luckier you are? Well, at Luck Apparel, they believe in an acronym that kind of sums it up a little more simply than that: laboring under complete knowledge. So it isn't just some random chance that determines what your outcome or results are going to be. It's being educated and working your butt off to get it done. And I think that that goes hand in hand with the motocross industry. You don't get lucky into a win. You work your ass off and you make it happen. So check out Luck Apparel. They've got t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of cool stuff. And we're stoked to have them on board here at the Whiskey Throttle Show in 2022. If you're in the market for a toy hauler trailer, car trailer, cargo trailer, look no further than Custom Outfitters, one of our new partners for this year. These guys do an awesome job, even so far as to dial in the inside of Sprinter vans, which have become the new standard mode of transportation for moto. These guys can handle it all. They use ATC world-class trailers, top shelf service and performance in their products. Custom Outfitters out of South Dakota doing an awesome job. We're stoked to have these guys on board this year. So whether you're looking to just do some camping with the family, looking for a trailer that can fit all your toys to go out to the desert or wherever, look no further than Custom Outfitters.
Hey, I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. Hey, I'm on vacation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it.
Welcome back, everybody. That was your Troy Lee Designs timeout. Go over to troyleedesigns.com. The new SE5 helmet is out. I can't get this guy to be serious for a second. All new Troy Lee Designs gear. Check it out. You'll see the stuff that Justin Barsha and Michael Moseman and the boys are wearing and racing and winning in. It's available to you as well.
What do you think about this form-fitting gear these kids are wearing today?
I don't like it.
It's really tight.
It's really tight. I'm okay with a little bit more form-fitting because we did wear some baggy setups in the day, but it's gotten ridiculous.
Like, I remember the old Fox.
Too tight.
It's too tight.
Like, that's really tight. Like Richard Simmons tight.
It's like Jane Fonda tight.
Yeah,
I mean, it is spandex, basically.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think I would not wear it that well.
Yeah, they were showing some. Yeah, I don't want to. Anyway, yeah, I'm out. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I'm not into the tight pants guys are wearing. Just like,
well, you know,
normal pants. Yeah,
like Gilmore's one of my best friends, but he's like a little skinny jean, little bitch. Like, how do you wear that? Like, he pulled on his chick's jeans the other morning, and they fit him. I'm like, well, more power to you, buddy.
No, I'm out. All right, so I want to hear some stories. You guys have got to have some good ones.
It's funny that when last time we did something together on this other thing, you had more memories than I had sometimes. Like, you were actually paying attention sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. No, well, I mean, he lived with me for like 6 months out of the year.
Yeah.
So, for about 3 or 4 years. And it was just...
Did you guys ever get arrested?
No. That was later in life.
Okay.
And I was nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with that.
Okay. My favorite story.
All right, let's hear it.
Is that same year, my wrist was broken or something. I wasn't racing, and he had Mark and Brian interviewed in the morning. But
that's was it K-Rock? Mark and Brian.
KLOS.
KLOC? Oh, KLOS.
Something.
And he decides he's going to go take the Porsche to get it cleaned up. And he comes home with 2 strippers, basically, that were washing their car. It's like, I'm going to bring him home.
That didn't work well.
And it again goes back to the girlfriend he would break up with when I come in town.
Yeah. Which the girlfriend that lived, like, I lived on top of the hill. She lived on the bottom of the hill. So very close, you know.
Yeah,
she'd hear you revving the Porsche up, bringing these chicks home, and she knew.
She just had built-in radar, like, oh, Denny, okay, I better go up there.
And
so she actually came up in the morning because Anaheim press day or race day? Was it race day?
I think it was press day. You were supposed to be at this radio interview.
Well, we missed that. So okay.
I wasn't supposed to be there. I was just tagging along.
And so we were supposed to be there in the morning for press day.
Okay.
So the night before is when all this happened.
I'm going to get the Porsche cleaned up. I'll be back in a bit. And he pulls in with, like, the epitome of 2 strippers.
Good-looking strippers? Or how? What? Oh, yeah.
And then Denny...
like, how do you remember this?
Because I got in trouble.
No, I know that. We're gonna allude to that.
Because Denny, all I remember is Denny's now wanting to videotape everything.
I was like, I was kind of.
And I'm telling him, dude, put the camera away, you know. Oh no. Great. So we go to. So in the morning.
Oh, you just skipped the whole night. Hold on.
Sleeping.
Like he definitely is like he's
so.
There's like 24-hour missing thing here.
Well, in the morning, we were up all night, having fun.
Okay. You guys are partying.
Just with hanging out with girls.
You got press day the next morning.
No, we weren't partying. No,
just hanging out
gotcha.
with girls.
Netflix and chill.
Just girls.
Just hanging out with girls.
Gotcha.
And I'm in bed with one.
And I'm in my room with the other one.
And all I hear is
my girlfriend
walks in the door and goes, "Chicken, who are these whores?"
My girlfriend comes up to the house to make sure I'm up for press day.
Like she was being a good person.
She wants to make sure I'm on time. And finds me in bed with the girl. And finds him, I think, first.
Then she comes in and yells at me. Like, comes in and yells at me, like, blames me, like, for what happened.
It was your fault.
Like, Denny, stop doing this.
And so, anyway, long story short, so
we go to press day.
We go to press day.
And your dad calls you.
No, my brother calls me and goes, "Hey, dude, my wife, his wife."
It's like, "Hey, you had a good time last night."
Is over at my girlfriend's house with her mom and her cousin, like a whole group of girls, watching your guys' video from last night.
Oh no!
I can hear Jim on this, folks. He was,
on the way out,
the Nokia phones.
The camera was out,
yeah,
so she just grabbed the camera. Like, why is this out? Grab that, take it away. So they're at her house with her mom and everybody, my brother's wife. They're all on the big screen watching the video.
Did it get explicit in this video?
I don't really remember much.
Yeah,
of it,
it was straight up porn. I mean, and.
Yeah. It was the 90s. Like, I want to capture this. Look at this beta. But I'll never forget driving back from and his dad calls him, and he's very dry. So, how was press day? It was good. I think went well. Stuff. What did you do last night? Nothing. Just hung out. I saw the video. At that moment, you're just like, "Oh God, what happened? Why do we leave that out?" Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's
it. So and this girlfriend still hung around after that?
Oh yeah, she many of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
it's funny. We're just like pausing.
So.
Oh yeah. Many.
Also, I miss Mark and Brian too.
You missed that.
Oh,
you
missed
that one. Yeah. There might have been some pineapple juice and rum at the time, maybe.
Pineapple juice?
That was like when you drank at the time. I don't know what it was.
What about LA? You guys ever have any? Didn't you hang out with like? Maybe I'm mixing you up with Mickey, but didn't you have like some rock and roll band?
Couple of them, yeah. But in '93 or whatever.
We went and saw Motley and Tampa or Florida or something.
But we were like when we were going down to Hollywood for a while.
Oh yeah.
Was that Club Rubber days, or is this pre?
No, Club Rubber was like more like for throw
and the
time
90s,
and
yeah.
stuff. And
we were hanging out with like the 9210 cast, like all those people.
I had that agent. We had the same manager agent, Cheryl Lynch, who would like kind of, she
She
kind of
was Miss Hollywood.
Yeah. So she was working for Suzuki. She was buddy like Joe on Suzuki, Columbaro.
Joe Columbaro, yeah.
Yeah. So she would set us up and do these things with us and like set us out, like trying to like expose us in a more of a Hollywood venue and stuff. So we went like to MTV Awards and stuff.
We went and hung out at clubs, and
we
were down there.
She's like
quite a bit, but anyway, I mean, it was all the same people. But
she was
Ricky Rackman, he's a really cool guy. He's probably the coolest one.
We went to MTV Awards.
We went to MTV Awards, and
it's just cool stuff.
When I were at the club and with Brian Austin Green was there.
It got me so high, dude. I vomited in the bushes.
Dude.
Got so fucking high.
So
like,
we're in this club.
I didn't know we could do
Brian's
that.
Brian's like, "Hey, you want to go outside and smoke some weed with me?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Now,
I'm an amateur weed. I don't hate weed.
I'm like sneaking out with Brian, trying to avoid him, and he's like, "Where are you going?" And I'm like, "Don't worry about it. I'll be back."
He was like, he's like a big brother. He's like,
I'll be back.
You should not see this right now.
And he's like, no. Where you going? I want to go with you. I'm like, no. And he comes. So I'd smoked weed before.
I'd never had smoked weed.
Probably
never
had.
Yeah. And I'm not, I'm like, the more the merrier. Let's get.
And so I'm like, and he's like watching, like, what are you doing? Like, I'm like, I'm corrupting this kid, and so we smoke. I had smoked weed before, but dude, this shit was laced with PCP or something.
Gnarly.
Okay.
We're down in Hollywood, and I'm just stoned. I don't even know how I got home. It's like 5 a.m, and we're outside my kitchen window on the patio, like in our underwear, and it's like 40 degrees out, right?
And
we're laying in the pavement out there, like we're dead. My roommate, my guy that lived with me, Chad, he worked construction, so he gets up in the morning and sees just like two pretty much naked bodies laying out in the backyard. And
I don't
he's
remember
like-
this part. That's funny.
You don't remember any of it?
I don't remember. All I remember is before we left the club.
You guys drove home?
I did, yeah, I
She's
drove
holding
home.
me by my belt loops, and I'm throwing up in the bushes. And like, it was like, no wonder she ever wanted to deal with this.
Who?
Cheryl Lynch at the time. Cheryl was like holding me by my belt loops. I'm throwing up in the bushes.
I don't remember
and
that.
Brian Austin Green's like, God, you guys are pussies.
So I just remember laying on the cement felt so good, like for some, and it's cold out, and it's like still dark in the morning, And my roommate, like guy, like, are they dead? Like, so he comes out there and he's like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" It just feels so good laying on the cement out here. And he was like, "Oh fuck!" Like, I'm going to work, So he left. But yeah, I don't know. It was. To this
Did you ever
day-
ask him about that?
But it was like laced or something.
I don't remember
Bad.
that.
Maybe
was
that's how he got
stoned.
that. Who's that chick he's with? Megan Fox? Maybe that's how he got her to marry him. Got her
He
really high.
Got her really high.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And no, she suddenly woke up and
She
with
woke
Machine
up.
Gun Kelly.
Yeah, he ran.
He had better weed.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I remember being in
Yeah.
Daytona one time because Cheryl had brought one of the Baldwin brothers down there.
Steven,
he was always there.
And
yeah.
he's used to play with like Colin Barrel and stuff. And I remember I like bought the bottle from the bottle chick who was wandering around, and I'm just like running around, just pouring it down everybody's throat. And he's like, no. And I'm like grabbing by his throat and start pouring it down his throat. And she's like, no, he's an alcoholic. Shit. Yep.
Drink up, pussy.
That's why it was just.
He's back to day one.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. We'll see you on intervention. And riding a bull on some weird reality show or something. But yeah, there was this,
What about Daytona? Like, I know you guys had some stories at like Mons Venus or somewhere down there.
Well,
Not me.
no, yeah, I'm a big stripper club fan.
What about
at the
together
time.
though? Like, what else? Europe, maybe? You guys do any Europe trips together? Japan?
Well, that yeah.
It all was pretty much Anaheim Hills. I mean,
It was just great. Like I was literally a dork in like high school. I felt like just like I was like not in my skin and stuff. And then if you race, all of a sudden you get this attention that you're not used to. And I can't name how many dorks have married, monster girls. But it was like I learned how to just have fun and enjoy it and embracing yourself.
Being in that position, you have a lot more opportunities.
Yeah,
good and bad, if you will.
And I love the fact that he wanted to just do things and enjoy things. It was like, man, this is rad. That's how we became so tight. Getting out and just living and doing things differently. It's not probably the best for your career, but I mean, I love the sport so much, and I feel like
But like you said, we still rode. I mean, we're still serious as part of that aspect.
Absolutely.
I mean, maybe not as serious as.
Like, could you
people,
imagine growing up with having like the farm to go to, or like Alden Baker's camp and doing all that? I mean, the education of knowing how to do things correctly, like we didn't know. Like, I like laugh with Budman. Like we'll talk about it here. We were just like, here's a contract, figure it out.
Yeah.
And it's so calculated now, which I can understand and appreciate, but like what might have changed how you did things. And I appreciate the fact that guys did it on their own, but I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, fuck, man.
Well, everything about it, we've said this before, we're like, you get to the airport as a 18, 19-year-old kid, you really technically couldn't even rent a car. You had got the big map, and they're like, all right, you're here, you got to get to here. You pencil it out, and now they just plug it into their phone. It tells them when to turn.
Yeah.
And they probably have a team manager.
I didn't know what by eating well, doing things like I didn't know how to be. All I knew was like you. That's why I always loved being around you, because you just rode a bike and loved it, and just like I would learn from that. But sometimes I was talking to Hilly last night. He's like, man, I just rode, man. Like I was just. The talent is there.
Yeah.
And it's gifted to you, but you don't know what to do with it. It's like giving 3 wishes. Like, well, what do I ask for?
I think some people can work hard and achieve
greatness.
Yeah, greatness. And some people have it or natural,
Well, we have this conversation all the time about nature versus nurture. But no matter what side of that you believe, I think that there's a balance of fun and work that has gotten lost. We've slipped over. Probably in the 90s, it was maybe a little too much fun, not enough work, I would say.
Yeah.
Ricky came in. Now it's all work and no fun.
Yeah.
And I think there's, like Pastrana, when he came on, he goes, because everyone always gave me so much shit for doing the freestyle stuff and whatever. He goes, but I took 2 seasons and I buckled down, and all we did was work hard.
Right.
And he goes, it was the slowest I've ever been.
So
I didn't enjoy riding because I was
exactly like you. Like there's a level what you needed. Like I said, when he used to make fun of me, like you're just always talking to everybody. So I'm like, I'll stay focused. I'm not going to talk to anybody. Hey, everybody. And then the first round, I worked my dick off and I got hurt. I'm like, this is stupid,
So what's any other stories with you two? I got to hear some more. The Anaheim house.
It was on the top. It was That's still my favorite one.
There's lots.
There's
lots.
Well, Japan, obviously.
What about Japan? Any good stories over there?
Me, no. Huh?
Yeah, living over there. Like, how did you survive?
Well, we'll cover that. Let's get to that in our time.
Okay, we went over to Fukuoka. We'd go over there and race, and you obviously met your 8-time.
Yeah, my wife.
Oh, is that how you met Ruby?
That's
Japan,
how. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Why?
Yeah.
What was she doing there?
They brought over 2 American trophy girls or something,
yeah.
and we hooked up with them, and we're on the flight back, and like, oh yeah, I'm talking about it and stuff, and
she ended up living like 15 minutes from me, Ruby.
Okay, so, in Anaheim.
In Anaheim, yeah. She lived in Chino.
And I'm like, yeah, that's probably not the great thing to like move on from this. And I call him on Thanksgiving, and I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I just kicked Chad out, and I'm building cribs. I'm like, oh, God, you went there, didn't you?
Yeah, quick.
People are just,
quick.
I don't know.
It's the house.
Your baby's mama. I'm
the
not going
house
to talk shit about her.
The house changed.
They did.
Yeah.
So she got pregnant right away? Is this what you're alluding to?
No, she had kids. So.
Oh, she had
3 kids. Yeah. She had 3 kids.
Little. And
so,
you guys were full throttle, moved in.
Like
moved it in, dove right in.
Boom.
I'm like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah. Then he showed up, and then he's like, okay, I'm going to leave now.
Yeah. I'm going to over hang out with Fro. That's what we want
That's
to
when,
tell you.
yeah.
This doesn't seem as fun.
No.
You have nothing to offer me now.
You know,
You're with a chick. I hate it. I'm not going to deal with it.
there's some little kid sleeping in my room, so I'm out of here.
All right, that relationship, you two are like, man, there's some passion there, because I have a buddy who's a Riverside County sheriff, and in my old house down in Temecula, the south end of town, he go, yeah, Matiasevich, man, we're getting called over there all the time, like for him and his wife fighting.
The man can destroy your house.
When
he can fuck shit up.
When I retired, I mean, I retired, so I was home every day. And it was like, what do you want to do today? I don't know. She didn't work, so we're just both in the house.
Staring at each other.
Let's take the kids to Disneyland again for.
And you know that feeling. Like, I remember you and I speaking one time, and we're talking at Anaheim. You're like, look at all these hangers on and stuff. When I'm done with the sport, I'm done. And then, like, 2 years later, you're doing you. You can't escape it. Like, this sport is all encompassing. Like, it is our life and stuff. But we all look at it differently. Like we just talked about now. Like, he looked at it differently. He handled it differently. But I'll never forget you tell me that, like, those ball hangers. I'm not going to be around. When I'm done, I'm out of here.
I really wanted to be, and I just can't. I love the sport too much.
It is so rad, dude. I mean, I had so much fun this weekend. Like, I thank you for having me out, for San Diego and stuff. Seeing everybody and just like it's like seeing Rhino, and I saw Hanny and Hilly and Budman, and it's just like gnarly. Like, and I see you. It's funny. Like, I don't really hang out with him that much, like with the racing stuff. And I ask him, like, why do you ride so much? Like, you like literally love riding, and he does. And so when things were going, when Anderson's bike was started smoking and stuff, and it was just like watching with other people that are watching it, like you're watching it. Like, from a racer's perspective, it was really like, Jay's like, oh, this is this, and that's what's going on. It was just rad, Yeah.
And I don't get how you don't ride. Like,
I hate it.
How do you not?
It's disgusting.
We were talking about this off camera. The guys who have the ability, how do you just quit riding?
I was talking, like, again, back to Josh Hill. I was, he's found his niche now. He left the sport. He's doing all this different things, but he likes riding a bike. Like, I don't like riding a bike. Like, the Krusty videos, I didn't really jump that much. If you really watch the videos,
he cannot do a cross up or anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was more talking. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, we take it out to Richie, and he'd be like, well, first of all, looking at like the cliff jump or whatever, like I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if I just I'll just like do it.
Nebraska's flat.
It is, yeah. But yeah, I mean, just riding a bike. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we did motos, and that's how we trained, and so. But the riding aspect of it, dirt bikes are gnarly, dude. They'll hurt you.
Yeah.
And I figured, like, I feel like that we've gotten to our point that we've survived. Why risk it?
Yeah. No, I mean that.
Well, I get grumpy if I don't ride. I don't know about you. It's like my therapy. It's like how I kind of vent, blow off steam or whatever.
I'll start getting in trouble. Those cops start showing up.
But you ride a lot too, because I do see you at the
track. That's why I ride. That's why I ride.
I tell him, like, you ride more than when you raced.
But the cool thing is, if the track sucks, you're like, all right, I'm out. You know what I mean? Like,
it's totally like.
And that's another thing too.
You're
in control of.
I'm there for myself, nobody else.
I have no tracks to ride in Omaha. There's no tracks in Nebraska. There's literally nothing. I got a 252 stroke and got into it for a couple years, and all I do would just. My buddy Chad and I go to race a local that Cody was putting on or something. There was no ride days, no practice, and
really nothing during the week.
There's like literally nowhere to practice or ride. I mean, it's gotten more that I'm not really paying attention to these days, but yeah, I mean, back in the day, Tuesday, Thursdays, you're going out to Ashland and busting motos and shit. Now there's just nothing.
All right, well, let's keep moving on here. We stalled out. 91. So you come off that 90 season. And you say you just did a 1-year deal.
Yeah. So then I signed a 2-year deal.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, after that I did, yeah.
So how was this season results-wise?
Sucked, but...
Not as good. Second at Houston, third at Anaheim.
That I got hurt right before the beginning of 91.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and during testing, I was 4 seconds faster than Wardy and whoever else was on the team. So I was like...
Would have been Johnny?
On fire, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Omar.
Johnny, I think.
Yeah.
I was like, my off season trained really hard. I mean, I really wanted to win that championship. And right before, no, it was Wardy and Kardowski on the team in 91, I think.
God,
And
completely different personalities.
yeah, and I didn't like Kardowski, so. But anyways, so
What happened? What?
we were testing the Cali track, and just went over the bars and the whoops, and did shoulder damage or something. Like tore a muscle off my shoulder or something. So which put me, Anaheim was starting, and
was Orlando was the first one in January.
Okay, Orlando was starting, and basically, I mean,
that was a stacked
I
field in there too.
Dude,
I wasn't
those
ready.
years were gnarly.
Yeah, but I almost, the season, I was like 2 weeks away when I got hurt. So I rode the first one, but I was still hurt, way behind the 8 ball get going. And
it changed your mentality.
Never really got
like again, like you put in the work. It's so gnarly what Swole's been through and Colt. And all of a sudden round one is just like you come in hurt or, like even the AC right now.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, it's hard because.
And your results, results weren't bad. You were still second at the round 2 in Houston, third at Anaheim, third at San Diego. But you just had some 8s, and there was a 20th at Pontiac that hurt you.
I went over the bars there.
Yeah.
That's when I was leading, and me and Jean-Michel were going at it. And
I was leading
over the bars.
Dude, I did. Yeah, I'll never forget. I hit a rutted jump at Pontiac, and all of a sudden the bike was gone, and you're just flying through the air. Like, God, this again. I should really rethink these things.
That's something that today's riders also won't experience. Is they prep the track so much better now, and they build them better. They didn't have the triple faces that were just, peg dragging ruts. I don't think they have that a lot anymore.
It's just the dirt's different, I guess, right? I mean, I don't know why Pontiac was so gnarly back in the day.
So much more, even outdoor tracks.
It's just
so much
shaped
more
better.
Prepped and just.
Like it would I remember like a triple back in the 90s. It was like a blob of dirt. Like it wasn't even a landing. He just like aired it out.
All right, so bummer of a Supercross season because you didn't kind of start out the way you wanted.
I ended up like 5th that year.
Yeah, and it's not bad. But you still had a bunch of podiums and
not that good. But.
And then outdoors, you did win Troy that year on the 250.
Yep.
Then how'd you win that one? What were your moto scores? You remember?
Good. I don't know.
Good. You won, obviously.
I won.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I won.
Good.
I crushed it.
All right. Well, so then
that was the only outdoor race I won, huh?
Yeah.
No, you said 2. You said I thought you named off.
No. Troy does it.
Yeah. What does that mean to you?
I like that place. That's what that means.
But I mean, as an outdoor, are you stoked you got that outdoor win?
Well, thank God, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
because you hated it, you said obviously.
Outdoor, yeah. I
Outdoors
never slept the night before race. I never slept.
Oh, really?
I'd be up all night.
Just nervous and stuff.
Like as soon as I get in bed, and my mind would start going.
Yeah.
And I'd be up all night. And so outdoor, you got to get up early. So I hadn't been to bed yet, and you're staring at the clock, and it's like 6. I got to get up.
There's nothing worse than they're lining up and going, this is going to be a really long day.
Yeah.
So my thing was I couldn't eat. I'd have like a nervous stomach. I couldn't eat breakfast. So I go to the track with no food.
Yeah.
Well, then after being up all night, and then going and eating, then you eat and you're tired and you're like, yeah, I want to. And it's just the whole, I don't know.
I remember you and I sitting and when Brandy was your, and you and I were sitting kind of hanging out like, it's going to be a long day, ain't it?
You and I had some.
It gets really hot here.
Supercross, I always went after practice and went back to bed. So
how do guys do that? Like, that makes no sense to me.
So I'd go sleep for 2 hours and then wake up and be like, all right, let's go.
I understand naps at this age now, but then I just, couldn't have done that. Like, you have to re-energize your mind and everything, right?
Yeah, but if you hadn't slept the whole night before.
I was tired.
Yeah, let's call it anxiety.
All right, so that season's decent. What about 92? And again, like I think this is 90, 91, 92 might have been the 3 coolest seasons because once Jeremy came in, it got pretty boring for a while to
Yeah.
watch anyway. But these 3 years, man, it was like
There's a lot of fast
some of
guys.
the best races
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, what is the one race that stands out in your mind? Like, it was that much fun. The competition.
Don't say Vegas.
No,
Give us
I
a-
won't. I will say Atlanta though.
Atlanta 92?
90, I think.
Was that one where it
Like
was just
Atlanta? Yeah, Atlanta every year for whatever reason.
Created good racing.
Atlanta had the best racing
That
ever.
red clay.
I mean, but the crazy one where everybody
yeah,
was,
there was like 10 liters.
That was
41.
98. I'd won
41.
that year, and I remember going up and sitting in the stands and just like watching, going, holy cow, like that stupid chicane. It was like by the start
Yeah.
where Bradley got punted off. It was nuts. Yeah, and then the Cowie guys took me to strip club.
Were you leading for a minute?
I don't think I was ever leading,
okay.
but
But you were in the mix.
I was right
Yeah.
there. But you would go into a turn in second and come out in seventh, like,
Yeah.
and nobody was breaking away. You know, for whatever reason, whoever led was just like holding up the whole pack.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, then you'd be in seventh, and you 2 turns later you'd be in second again. You'd be like, oh wait, I got a chance of winning this already. You know.
Like,
And,
you never would have thought Wardy would have won that thing.
And Wardy came out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Last like 2 laps, he just went.
Like
up, up, up.
every time someone would lead, they would grenade. Then
Yeah.
that was
But it was fun because there was so much passing going on.
Yeah.
Just back and forth everywhere. Just
Yeah.
It was fun.
That was an awesome race. 1990 Atlanta. If you're wanting to see maybe one of the best races.
It's on YouTube. Yeah, you would like be
that's a
blown
good
away.
race,
There's
yeah.
8 different leaders, I think, too.
It was.
There's
it was
another
good.
race. I can't remember if you're in this mix, but it was Tampa in 92. I guess I could look at your results and see where you were here.
Tampa.
You were 13th, so maybe you weren't up in this mix. There was like 5 or 6 guys at the
Maybe
front.
I was.
And Bale was sitting on him until 2
I
laps
watched
to
that one.
go, and then he just went.
Is that the one that had like the sand? Like they tripled, and it was like the sand section. And Cooper led, I think, for a little bit of it. With the Moto Extreme stuff, I watched a lot of these older races and stuff, and I think, like, you would never thought Bale would have won that one. Like, he came out of nowhere.
He just sat back there.
Yeah.
And then we got the 2-lap board, and he just flipped a switch and was
Bell
by
was
him.
fast. He was fast.
He taught me a lot as well.
He
Yeah.
didn't want to get in the mix. Like you go in and slam him, and he just like just straighten up and get out of the way because he didn't want to. And he wouldn't come back and slam you back. He's just like,
He would just pass you.
I don't want to play that, but I'll sneak by you. I'll sneaky.
That was that one, I think, yeah.
And then he would do shit. You were just like, what did he do? How did he just do that?
Yeah.
He was the original wheel tap, the whoops, like front rear, front reel. And he did it so easy because it wasn't like high speed like it is today. You don't enter, we didn't use to enter whoops at 4th gear, but he could just go pop, 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 pop.
Across the whoops, yeah. He was by far the best in whoops. And turning on the inside.
Yeah, he
his
would turn like
inside
he was on
turn.
Velcro. It was the
Like-
weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that race, like literally, 2 laps ago, like went from 6th to 1st. Like, how do you just uncork that?
So what do you remember from that 500 GP at Glen Helen that year? You were second, you said?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got second there. Yeah. We did 3 motos, and
Was that a 3 Moto GP?
yeah,
Or the National, they did 3
I
motos?
was tired.
It's a lot of racing.
At Glen Helen, too.
I hate that
Yeah.
place.
And yeah, but that was
There's something there.
Yeah,
He's
what
not.
was the story?
There's something there.
Well, there's something there. But
What year was that?
92.
Tell us.
it was just
You're Jeff. You're okay, man.
no, it was just
Let's open up. Feel comfortable.
No, it was just I think the best I ever rode.
Let it out, man.
I ever rode, yeah.
Ever?
We'll leave it at that.
Ever, period?
Ever period that race, yeah.
I don't like it at all. There's
Yeah.
more to this
There's
story.
more to it. I
Way
don't like
more.
it at all.
I know.
When he goes, "Dut-dut,"
And then he smiles.
who's listening?
Yeah, no, that was just it was a good race. And I never really been on raced to 500. That was the first time I really raced, or second time I raced to 500 before.
Yeah.
So,
You didn't have a lot of expectation, and you went out and killed
well,
it?
I did, but
Who won?
the French guy.
Bale did?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I got bad starts all 3 times, and he like would whole shot, and I could never catch him. But
Who was the guy that you would race? Do you think about race? Did you race with who you just knew when you lined up was going to kick your ass? Was there ever? Do you ever feel that way when you ever lined up? That
no.
Or do you just
like,
always
like
felt?
that, like I can't beat this guy?
Yeah.
No.
Never.
Never. No.
You were always pretty confident that you could.
Who was there anybody that you never did beat?
I didn't stress
wanted
on that.
to.
Like I said, I didn't stress on
Yeah,
on.
it's such a different
How
mentality.
did you do that? I mean,
I didn't stress on it. I mean, it's like,
He was telling me the exact same thing yesterday. I was picking his brain.
I don't know. It's just,
And the different mentality is crazy, yeah.
I mean, I knew that, like, if I was going to get around Damon, we were going to, you know, crash into each other. And all I'd have to do to Damon is just fuck with him a little bit, and he'd self-destruct, you know. I mean, most of the time that we got together, he went down because of his own stupid part, you know.
Yeah.
It was like listening to like one of the Gypsy one with Ricky and Chad were talking about Stewart. Like, man, he would do things that we did not want to do. But sometimes we just sit back and wait till he exploded, you know.
You know, I mean, but other than that, it was
just him and Eddie Hicks.
Yeah,
me and Eddie
just the
Hicks.
two of them out there.
And I don't even know where Eddie Hicks went.
All right. So this year, you did get a national win, some podiums in Supercross, you know, some good rides,
What
maybe
year is
some
this?
not so good. 92.
Oh, 92 is when but here's where I hated the bike. All 92, hated the bike.
Well, what changed? Frame change and stuff, or what?
Just know the engine.
Oh.
I just hated the engine. We go testing, and me, Wardy, and Kurdowski, and I hated the power band on it.
Did the three of you like things differently? So
No.
Or did they make one bike?
All three of us, after testing, all three of us would agree that, you know, we need to change the engine, not happy with it. We would have a meeting the night before the race to go over everything. And I'd bring up, hey, we don't like the engine, we need it. Wardy and Kurdowski would be like, oh, it's okay. I mean,
Were you guys had the same setup then at that point? I'm like, were they
all
three
of our
different motorcycles?
All of our bikes were the same.
Oh, like the men's mentality, I guess.
Always.
Huh.
All, you know, and I'm like, well, I'm not Wardy.
So when you guys were talking together, you would agree you didn't like it?
They all agree. Now
then-
we're supposed to go into this meeting and all three together, and then all of a sudden I'd be by myself. And they'd be like, well, it's the best we got. You know, it's okay, I guess. You know, I'd be like, well, wait, we just talked, you know.
What was it you didn't like about it?
It was slow. It was fucking slow. It had no bottom end. I wanted a bike with more bottom end, and I was fighting with Turner. Like I said, he did my 125, and, you know.
And you're the only guy in the 125 then. So they built one bike for you.
Yeah, so, but I wasn't butting heads with him, you know. To me, it's his job to do what I want.
Yeah.
You know. And in the 250s, he'd be like, well, I took a bike to Glamis. I was jumping 100 feet down a sand dune.
On your bike?
Yeah.
It worked for me.
And great, you know. And, you don't need no more. You don't need bottom. It'll make you tired, you know. It's not. Give me what I want, you know.
Yeah.
What would you do when you tested? Like, what you were testing? Like, what?
Well,
you had to give
because-
your feedback, obviously.
I'd tell him, I want more of this, more of this. No. Lap times. Smoother, you want it smoother. Dude, first of all, we don't race on shit like we're testing on, you know.
Yeah.
We have traction, you know. And the bike needs to change. And so my attitude towards the whole thing changed quite a bit. I got more of a fuck you, I don't care attitude because Cowie wasn't, you know, fixing the bike. So I finally had enough. Went down to Cowie, got 2 cylinders, 2 heads, and took him to Steve Weidler.
Oh, yeah.
And
Weidler Dynamics.
Weidler Dynamics. And he ported, you know, cylinders forever and gave him the 2 and said, do what you think and then extreme something else on the other one, you know. And got it. We went and rode it, and I loved it. It was fast. It was the power that I wanted. We went to...
But they wouldn't let you use it or something.
No, yeah. We went to Red Bud, and Mike LaRocco's house, he lived in Red Bud.
Yeah, he's from Michigan, yeah.
So we went to LaRocco's house and did some testing, and all three of us, me, Mike, both Mikes, and I don't know if Wardy was still on the team or not, but I did first. I went out and I was 4 seconds a lap faster with the new cylinder. So
the one that Weidler had done.
Yeah. So my mechanic calls Turner. Turner's back in California and goes, "Yeah, we just got done. He's 4 seconds a lap faster." Turner's like, "There's no fucking way. Put it on Mike's bike." So both Mikes do it. We're all 4 seconds a lap faster. Okay. So now the race, the weekend, the race, I got the cylinder on my bike. I did it or whatever, And Turner shows up and says, "Take it off."
No way.
And I'm all, huh? No, fuck you. I went by myself, got that, cylinder done. And Turner's all, "Well, it's not fair. The other two mics don't have it." I'm like, "Well, fuck the other two mics. I went and did it. I'm not taking it off." And he's all, "Yeah, you are, or you're not racing today." And right there is pretty much ended our relationship, I had to take it off. And
wow.
So then we got, they went back to shop, whatever. They copied the cylinder. We all had the same cylinder now. We're all running my cylinder or whatever. Everybody's results went way up, We had a couple supercrosses.
And no love from Weidler either. They just copy his cylinder. Right.
There was just a couple supercrosses left. I think I almost won San Jose, or I got second at San Jose or something.
You got 18th at San Jose.
Okay, another one then. Another one.
Clearly you're mistaken.
Okay, then.
I trust you're right. But
no. Someone on the team got someone on the team. Well, anyways, we all started doing way better.
Yeah, everybody was more comfortable.
I mean, with that new cylinder. And
third at Troy. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
but anyways, so
that's crazy, man. Why would they?
The three of you run the exact same bike. That's crazy. Like, obviously, everybody's
yeah.
I mean, that's a Mitch thing. I think Mitch has been that kind of way. Like, just I'm building the bike, figure it out.
But
no, because if you wanted something, maybe early days.
And I don't know.
Was
I'm
like
just
that.
like what I remember. Just stories. Is that true or not?
No, he's definitely changed to where.
Well, then though, then like when you and Swap were riding those things, and Bashan and
a little bit. Like he would have, like in '95, he had Rhino do all the testing, and so the bike was built around Rhino, and you had to hold it wide open and just hammer the clutch. And Pashan and I both complained, like, we can't ride this. Same thing. I need more bottom. I want to be able to roll it on a little bit out of a turn or something. And it wasn't until High Point we actually he brought a different cylinder and would fix that. So I mean, that's pretty deep into the season.
Yeah.
That's
my knowledge from Mitch is he'll do whatever the rider wants.
Oh, now?
Yeah.
I just heard differently.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's like when Bud, when we were at Suzuki, our test track was in Adelanto, and it was sand. This means this is nothing. Like, how do we? Yeah. Why are we here?
At elevation.
This is the stupidest fucking place on planet Earth, and we're testing Supercross right now. And they would just, and then they would give you a pipe and go, "Okay, we'll see you." End of the year. Good luck. The 125 program, their bike, the 125 was a killer bike. The 250, not so much.
Yeah.
So speaking of Suzuki, the very next year, you went over to Suzuki.
Went up, yeah. So
how did that? You were done after that.
My relationship with Callie after that whole cylinder deal, I was not going to be there. Yeah. I knew I was done with Callie. I mean,
did you start talking around?
No. I was going to be just done.
Was it quit?
I was just going to quit, yeah.
What year was that?
92.
92. So.
Who was at Suzuki at that time? Like, who did you talk to? And was that Heben?
No, Tosh.
Oh, yeah.
I went down to Suzuki like a month before Anaheim.
Oh, was that late?
I was done. Like, and Suzuki had their team. Everybody's filled up. I was done. And I called up my dad, and I'm like, I don't think I'm not done yet. And my dad's like, a little late to make that decision. I told you, think about all this, 4 months ago. I'm like, yeah, but I don't think, I'm going to drive down to Suzuki and see what they say, So
why Suzuki?
What was the good buy? I'm trying to think of 92.
Because
it
was
Honda,
close.
Was the Honda?
It literally was. It's like,
it was right down the street.
Yeah, right down the road.
So,
it was over there in Brea.
I knew some of the people because Denny rode for him. So, you know, I knew some of the people at the race or whatever. But so I just walked into Suzuki and I'm like, I know Tosh. Is Tosh here? You know, I like to see Tosh. And walked in his office and he was all confused. What are you doing here? You know, oh, you guys got any, you know,
who was on the team at that time that year? Like, who were your teammates?
Everybody.
Well, no, like 90 was everybody. I think they kind of like weeded down a little bit.
I don't know.
Was Larry on the team? Ward?
Cooper was still there. Larry Ward was.
No, it was Brian. It was Schwank and
Cooper.
Cooper probably.
And so I remember.
And Cooper probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And Larry Ward maybe. I don't know.
Probably, maybe.
So anyway, what did Tosh say?
I was like, they were like, oh, really? You serious? I'm like, yeah. I said, but. So I sort of explained to them what happened in Cali. I said, here's what happened. You know, if you guys have, you know, can do it, I'll do it. But you can't tell me, you know, what I can or can't run, you know. And they were like, oh, no. And so, but they didn't tell me that their involvement would be like none.
Zero.
Minimal, yeah.
I mean, one thing at Cali we tested twice a week. We tested a lot, you know. And so Suzuki, I signed with Suzuki and, yeah, so they're like right there on the spot, they were like, oh, let's make a phone call. They called Japan and then they came back in the room and they said, okay. Like it was that quick.
Wow.
And so then I called my dad on the way home. I'm like, hey, I'm going to go race again. He's like, what? I go, yeah, I just signed a contract.
There's no way, though, that Suzuki was as good as the Cowie.
Not even close.
Yeah. Their attention.
And like I said, what they didn't tell me was what you get is what you get. There is no testing really.
So who was doing your bike?
Tony. Oh. And I literally, you know, got the bike, Tony, and 2 cylinders. And
good luck.
That was it for the year. That was your testing and everything. And I was like, whoa, wait. So once again, I went back to Weidler, and Weidler ended up.
Okay. Who was doing suspension?
Showa.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But even then.
There was one guy that was terrible, so bad.
Yeah, it was. The bike was not good at all.
Really?
It was not good.
It was funny, like it's that the 125 could be so good and the 250 could be so bad, you know?
Yeah, and so in the beginning, I'm like, yeah. So I go back to Suzuki. I'm okay. We need to change this, and they're just like looking at me like, you know.
Maybe you didn't understand your contract.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to see you until September.
Funny Weidler story. I used his ID to get in a strip club in '90 when we went to the. He's like, here, I'm like, okay, like
he's a dentist. He's a dentist
pull
now.
This off.
He's a dentist now. Yeah.
Yeah, I see him around.
He does a lot of industries, teeth.
Well, didn't he change with that the intake that he had or something that he made?
Huh?
I don't know about that.
I thought he made something that kind of everybody started using.
We said he's a dentist.
I know he's a dentist, but he made something on a bike.
Dentist, Denny. Dentist.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know he was. The dude was pretty sharp.
Yeah.
He is sharp, but like he could build a motor back in the day.
Yeah, he's a very smart guy. Yeah.
What was the other business that wasn't just Weidler Dynamics? Wasn't there another one? Or am I thinking someone? It was just always that. Okay. So anyway, your '93 results, lots of top 10s.
That's about the highs. Yeah.
No podium, but. You know.
How many years were you at Suzuki?
One.
Just one.
Just the one. All right, so that you struggle through that year a little bit. Bike's terrible. Then what about the next year?
Then privateer Yamaha.
That was this helmet right here, yeah? The
NCY. No wing.
Yeah. It was NCY, wasn't it?
NCY, yeah.
Yeah. So how did that come about?
Which, once again, I was going to be done. Like, I was pretty much over it. And I don't know why, huh?
You'd already moved in Ruby.
It's crazy to that.
Yeah.
It's crazy that you went from like just being a guy who could win, leading the championship to I'm over it, I'm quitting in a season, you know?
Because to me, I mean, if it wasn't fun,
yeah,
you know, I was.
Oh yeah, it's
I
not fun to
have
not
fun.
do good. Yeah,
I want to have fun, you know, and it became a job, a nightmare, you know, and there's nothing for an athlete. when it's not when it's a job. I mean, to
It's
me,
so funny
it's
that,
just,
like,
I don't know.
Like the fact that I don't ride anymore, but I was a fanboy and still love it gnarly. And the fact that you just were over it, and yet you're still doing it. It's like
Over the racing part.
Yeah.
I mean, the motorcycle part's still in.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
The riding aspect.
But going to the
thrill.
races, is I'm over it. But so anyway, I don't know, somehow hooked up. I was going to be done with it.
Was Heben your...
Heben's the one. I think Goat Brecker actually said, no, you can't quit. And he contacted North County Yamaha or something and set the deal up, sort of. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was Goat. And
you were an extreme, right?
Yeah, so then I needed a mechanic, and that's when Heben came in. And what Heben did to that bike, you know, was we had factory help and stuff, some factory parts, but for most part, Heben made that bike what it was. You know,
it was good,
and it was good, and I did good. Yeah,
yeah.
You know, and it was fun for me again, and since I didn't have anybody telling me,
I would say like you're on your own, like that was your team.
Yeah, I was on my own. Then you know, it became like important for me to do good. I wanted to do good. I cared about doing good. You know, I cared about my results.
What was your best result that year then?
I don't know. Probably weren't that good, but
no,
I
you
had
fourth.
fun.
You had a bunch of fourths actually.
I mean, for what I was on, and my results were good for what I was on. I mean,
you were battling with the factory guys.
I was a privateer guy, you know.
Yep.
Why did you ever wear Tahiti gear?
Because they paid me a shitload of money.
I liked that gear.
No, nothing wrong with it. Like it was just came out of nowhere when all of a sudden you went from Fox. Like you were like a label for Fox.
Yeah, but they just paid me a.
Was it a Japanese company? Yeah.
Yeah. Like.
And then they just poof disappeared. I remember the leather jackets.
Well, I didn't even get paid all my contract.
I wanted one of those so bad.
Oh, I have a couple of them.
They're sick. All hand cut.
They're all badass. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
if you wear one of those around now, you look like a real asshole. But
I still wear mine.
You're like the guy with the 8-ball on the back.
I still wear mine.
Just left out of a Salt and Pepper concert.
Hey, we're heading to Kid and Play. He's. Flat tops for everybody.
Yeah,
hey, you remember when they had?
We were a slave to fucking. We were a slave to fashion. I remember that.
You remember they had retro night at Anaheim one.
Did you bust it out?
Fuck yeah, bring that jacket out now.
Perfect.
But those were everybody wanted one of those.
Do you still have a pair of Doc Martens in your closet?
No,
they're back in, dude.
Yeah, my son
kids
wears.
Probably got a pair on.
My son wears one, and I sent him the picture of you, me, and Rhino, like Washington D.C. That Poltner.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I used to wear those things, and so the other day he's leaving work, I guess, and his boots got stuck on like the brake pedal or something. He crashed into this old lady in the parking lot, and I'll never forget. In Morgantown, West Virginia, I pull in the rental car. I'm like going up around. It's at the Holiday Inn. There's a cop shop here, and for some reason you're walking out of this like strip mall area, and you dove on the hood of my car, and I hit the brakes like, and the cops heard it, and they pull up, like, "What are you doing, boy?" I'm like, these boots seemed a little heavy. He's like, maybe you weren't wearing boots with those goddamn shorts. You wouldn't have a problem. I just like told Riley the story. I'm like, father like son. Well done.
Yeah. You guys were big Social Distortion fans. I remember I had never even heard of the band or seen that logo until you used to run it on your helmet.
Yeah. I was friends with that.
And do you guys have the matching tattoos?
No.
No.
That was just Denny.
We're not dating.
Yeah. We weren't that close.
Well, you and Budman have matching tattoos,
We
don't
have
you?
pals.
Oh,
like
no,
me
we did, though. I could never have an earring. My dad.
Oh, no go.
No. So I was in Miami one time at Miami Supercross, and I don't know, we went, maybe got our ears pierced, or I did by myself or something. But
we got our nipples pierced.
No, that was a different story. So I buy like this. I bought like a half-carat diamond earring.
He ripped it out of your head and smashed it.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I figured if I buy something expensive and nice, he won't be able to say shit.
He'll look classy.
You know? And so he gets to the race. First thing he does, he goes, "You got your ear pierced, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah." You know, like, "Hey, this is going pretty good so far." You know.
He hasn't murdered me.
And he's all, "Is that real?" "Yeah, you know it's real, Dad. You know, bling bling guy. You know." Let me see that. Okay, here you go. Reaches up in the toolbox, grabs a hammer, and just goes right on the tail bumper. Wham, wham. He's all, you wasted your fucking money. I'm okay, Dad.
Wow. Did the diamond break?
Yeah.
Shattered it. Yeah.
That was it.
It was Zirconian, let's be honest.
I didn't. No, it was real. I didn't say nothing. I'm just like, okay, Dad. I hear you. Message sent. Okay.
Loud and clear. I'll throw some
It's,
Neosporin
again,
in this
it
hole.
goes back to what I said earlier about with Big
So
Jim.
then, a couple years later, we're in Hollywood, and we go to get our nipples pierced for some reason.
I don't know why.
And so his dad's at my parents' house, and his dad tells, yeah, so you hear what the dumb shits did today? You know, got their nipples pierced. Oh, man. Like, Don, why did you tell my parents? You know, it's unfair. I could hide it, you know.
How did Dad react on that one?
Well, he's all, lift up your shirt. I was scared. Like, oh.
And can you imagine, Chicken scared? Like.
Yeah, and he just shook his head and went, that's fucking great. And that was it. But, yeah, he wasn't. But I was like 12 years old. 12 years old in Hawaii, and he's trying to let me get a tattoo. That's okay. I'm 12, you know. Just no earrings.
Well, look, you're living under his house, so you're going to follow the damn rules.
Jeff. I think we weren't. I think
I wasn't even living under one.
I don't think you were at the time, honestly.
Well,
but if you want to jump ahead, why you talk about tattoos?
Yeah.
When you had your back done, and then in Japan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this. Well, let's talk about. I got a question about Japan there. Hold on, real quick about Social D. You said you knew the guitarist?
Yeah.
You still talk to that guy?
He's dead.
Dennis.
So not much communication there anymore.
A lot. Spiritually, though, we're pretty tight, you know. But the singer Mike, I know a little bit, you know, but I don't talk to him, you know. But
he became a liberal.
Oh yeah.
He did some never mind.
Oh, I told you that story.
No, what is this? I know what.
Oh no.
I read about it when he jumped in the crowd.
Oh no.
Okay, never mind there.
I could tell you. I'll tell you a story later.
Tell us more about that 500 GP.
This is another. There's something there. We can't tell
something
it, though,
there.
No, there's something there. Yeah, but
you want to tell it?
Maybe not share.
Okay. Let's just move along.
Okay, move it along. So next year, 95, 96. Because what years were you in Japan?
I left at 95.
95, 96, 97.
I went to Japan, 95, 6, 7.
So at the end of 94, you're riding this Yamaha. Yeah. How did that deal come about? Because that ended up being a pretty sweet deal for you.
Oh, the Cowie deal, yeah.
And were you bummed to go back to Cowie? Or were you like,
no. I was happy. I mean, everybody down at Kawasaki I'm cool with, even to this day. You know, I mean, it's a lot of the same people.
Just Turner.
I've heard stories like who's
Turner. Turner, I was
the main guy down. Like when I heard stories like when Chicken shows up, make sure he gets what he needs.
No, that's how my attitude is. Like I'm still no. But anyways, jumping ahead. But I was cool with everybody down at Cowie, and that had been my family for most of my racing career. You know, Turner, I was still fine with. I was just pissed because. You know, he wouldn't listen and I didn't get my way, which I thought, why? Like, I tell him, why are you guys paying me all this money if you're not going to give me what I want? You know? It don't make sense. But, so Turner called me up and goes, hey, you know, Cowie wants somebody to go over to Japan and do the races there. It's 12 races a year.
Was Ronnie already there?
Ronnie's already there.
He's already winning, so they want to bring you over.
And Cowie had Eddie Warren over there.
Sure.
And then Suzuki brought Tishner over there.
Was Lewis there, or that was after you?
That was during me.
Okay.
So then I went over.
And Ronnie was winning at the time, right?
Ronnie was winning, so I went over to race Tishner, basically. And
he was on Suzuki's?
He's on Suzuki's. Yeah. So I was like the happiest ever in my racing career was Japan.
Yeah?
Yeah, because they did whatever I wanted. And
you had a works bike. Like
the bikes were...
Had to be gnarly.
3 years ahead of the U.S. works bike, you know.
Best bike you ever had?
Best bike. I mean, unbelievable. After every race, they'd be like, what do you need changed? You know, blah, blah, blah. what, you know.
What do you want to try? What do you need?
I just won by 30 seconds. This bike's good, you know. But
it was motocross. But you were still liking it.
It was motocross, and I loved racing. I was, you know, happiest ever racing. It was a good deal.
How are you racing living here though, and over that? Like
I would just fly back.
I mean, like testing or whatever. I mean,
testing. I'd go over the first year I did it. I had to go over for a month before the first race and do testing. After that month, I told them I'll never stay here again this long.
It's got to be gnarly. I mean, I remember racing over there. It's a different planet. It's
but
so much different than here.
The country itself is so
beautiful,
enjoyable,
yeah.
And the people and everything. I loved it, but I just can't come here for a month. So a week, I'll come and test for a week or whatever, you know.
It's like an 18-hour flight, right, or something?
It's only 12 or something. But I flew first class every
time.
You
could just sleep.
So that whole bubble up above, I owned it, and I got on a system. I had the same flight attendants, it seemed like every time. And so I just ran my own show, you know. I mean, I'd get there, I'd set up everything. And
it just became like a process. Like, I'm just what I'm doing.
The traveling part wasn't. On the way home, the
trainer, body time, the timing.
The trainer guy would give me a sleeping pill. So I'd drink a beer and take that pill and wake up at home.
Wake up in Japan?
No, wake up home.
Oh, back.
So, yeah. So it was good.
Crazy frequent flyer miles, too.
And, yeah.
You just upgraded everywhere.
And then, you know, I get to Cali in Japan. I've been there before to the factory, you know, with the U.S. Cali. And Kawasaki, Japan's a mile, square mile. So mile that way, mile that way, mile that way. And so I just break into the place, basically, and just go run, you know, jog and stuff, and have security trying to chase me down. It's like its own little city, you know, so they're like trying to find this white guy, you know, and I'm just playing games with them, you know, and they finally caught me one time. They caught me, and they took me like the president of Kawasaki. I ended up in his office, and he turned out to be really cool. And
you're just like, I'm jogging, bro.
Well, yeah, but there's security gates and everything to get in. It's all secured, and you know.
How did you get in?
I would just run through them.
You'd
just
run through like
not stop. Like they just see a white guy, wow, and just hey, and just keep going. And then these little cars just looking for me, trying to get. They'd see me, and I'd jump in a bill, and end up. They test jet in. I end up in a room with a jet engine, like
the Kawasaki heavy industries.
Yeah. So going like blowing flames out, and I'm just in this room, like not supposed to be there, you know. Like, oh, this is cool, you know. And
but about the tattoo then.
So then, and in the morning they have this big square in the middle where they like all work out before they start work.
Like gung ho almost.
I don't know what they
you don't
call
know that movie. Remember
I know, with the car one, right?
Yeah.
But they really have this like little jumping jack thing before they start work exercise. So if I was running, I would join them in their exercise, you know, and they would just all be looking at, and you know, there's 500 of us doing jumping jacks or something, you know. So yeah, it was good.
Michael Keaton,
yeah.
Yeah,
and Mr. Baseball with Tom Selleck.
Yeah. So
they're very disciplined.
The hardest working people. I mean, it's crazy how hard they work.
So what was the tattoo deal? They didn't.
So
did they not like them, or they did like?
No,
I can't remember the story.
So then I'm racing the first year, I think, and I wanted to get a tattoo, and so I asked my boss Kono, "Hey, can I get a tattoo?" Because tattoos are bad in Japan. That's mafia. If you have a tattoo, you're a mafia guy. Is bad. And he goes, "Yeah, you should be okay."
So he gets his back done.
No. So I just get the first one was a dragon, which is for whole thing.
Okay.
And so I show up, and he's like, "Whoa, a very big tattoo." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I told you I was getting." He's like, "Well, you didn't tell me so big, you know." And I go, "Was it going to be a problem?" "Maybe so now." I'm like,
"This is first year?"
Yeah, this first year. Now all of a sudden, I'm almost like, I'm going to get fired now because of the tattoo? Maybe so. Well, dude, you told me to get it, you know? So nothing really happened about it. But
did they tell you to wear?
Keep a shirt on.
Yeah.
So
was that like, I think you took your shirt like on a podium or something?
I took my shirt. Well, I had it. I took my shirt off after the race. I took my shirt, and the whole crowd was like, "Oh!" I was like, "Whoa!" Like,
oh, really?
Yeah. You people were like, okay, this is bad. But every time I got in trouble, I'd just be like, to Kono, "Hey, is this bad? Am I going to get maybe fired?" And he'd be like, "No, I think you're okay." You know.
That was like Demuth and Arena Cross. He started getting tatted up and got his neck done and stuff. And Yama told him, "Don't do your hands." The next week, he shows up and got both fucking hands done, dude. He's on the podium like this.
Just holding him up.
Like, just fuck you, Yamaha. That's the...
Well,
that's
in Japan,
funny.
you could buy fireworks everywhere. So you blow shit up. That's fun.
Yeah.
You know? So I'd buy them, and I mean, you just catch stuff on fire. They don't care. You know, not a big deal. So I'm at the race, and it's like 110. 4 old men from Kawasaki show up, business suits, I mean, ties up here, and it's 110 out. I'm like, what are these guys are going to die, you know, because they're like 80 years old, all business suit up. So after the race, I win. So I'm 100 yards out from the pit and hiding behind a car with a big-ass bottle rocket. And they're starting to get in the van to go home. And I'm like, and the driver door is open. And I'm going to shoot this thing and scare the shit out of them, you know?
At the time, it sounded like a reasonable idea.
It was a good idea. And so I got Kono. I'm like aiming this bottle rocket on the car, trying to line it up. And someone breathing over my shoulder. I look, and it's Kono. I'm all, oh, watch this, Kono, you know. And Kono's like, oh, okay, you know. And so I'm all, and this bottle rocket shoots, and the door's open, and it lands like in the door jamb.
Yeah.
Gets stuck, lights this van on fire now. And I'm watching all this like, oh, fuck.
Kono, am I going to be in trouble?
No, so I'm like, oh, shit. Now, the side door opens because this smoke, it like lit the dash on fire and everything. And the smoke, so 4 old men in business suits come tumbling out, like drop and roll type maneuver. And I'm going, oh, whoa.
I think they're under attack at this point.
It's just getting worse and worse as this goes on. And I look and I said, Kono, maybe fired, huh? And he goes, I think this time, yeah.
Like,
you know,
like I do not have your back this time.
Like, yeah, you really fucked up, yeah.
This is looking like fire this time.
And they got, and Kono, please tell me that's a rent-a-car. That's not Kawasaki. No, Kawasaki's vehicle. I'm all, oh, man. Like, this just is bad. Like, I'm really going to get fired, you know. But they were laughing their ass off, these old men.
Oh,
they
were?
Laughing, yeah, and thinking it was really funny. So.
Like you had to be like
I mean, but
like the chicken's coming. Prepare yourself.
I won that day, so that probably helped, you know, because I don't think it was funny.
How are the tracks over there?
They were good. I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, like I said, the tracks were all good. The bikes were awesome. You had to race 12 times a year.
I didn't know it got so hot in Japan.
Awesome. Yeah.
It was really hot, huh?
It gets hot, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, a lot of rain or
like when I picture the old days,
hot.
like hot and dry tracks, like dry clay, right? Or were they
a lot of sand over there?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like Glen Helen type dirt.
But hate that place.
This is good. I mean,
Denny really hates that place.
I really
leave on a Thursday, get there.
Nothing personal.
Friday night, they'd pick me up at the airport because they didn't trust me.
Good call.
And that's when Bassmaster. That's why.
Was that the guy at Cali, right?
So
yeah.
Yeah, we became best friends because he was my designated
safety guy.
Yeah.
Sound
keep
breathing.
an eye on me and take me. I couldn't go nowhere by myself. So he
call.
was with me 24/7.
3 years you were there.
Yeah.
All 3. You won all 3 years.
Yeah.
That's gnarly.
Yeah, that's not easy wins either. When
Like
you
you
got
did
guys
it
like
wasn't.
RT.
It wasn't.
And,
And then they brought over Kyle Lewis last year.
Kyle's fast.
Yeah.
RT's fast.
RT. Yeah, I mean, they literally changed the rule. Like, there's no Americans. They're like, you can like.
They all got together and said, let's stop bringing these Americans over, because Honda was going to have to bring one, to compete.
Yeah.
And so they just said, it's Japanese
Oh,
series.
yeah.
It's just we need a Japanese champion. So all Americans out.
You were the last one to go? Like
Kyle was the last one there.
Okay. So how were those when you would win a championship? Was there anything cool? Did they throw a big championship
This
party?
yeah.
Or?
I mean, I didn't care. I just thought at that time in my life, it was just money. Give me money. Give me money.
Were you making good money those years?
A lot of money, yeah.
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 Best you'd ever made?
No. But
okay.
Most I've ever was spending a shitload those 3 years.
On what? You always like Porsches. You always have
I mean, yeah, cars, but cars, they really don't cost that much. They cost...
Women cost a lot.
Partying and having fun costs a lot, I mean, me and my wife got into a habit of going to Vegas because, like I said, I raced 12 weekends, 12 times a year.
They had nothing else to do with free time.
A lot of free time. So, I'd race, come home, and wouldn't have to show back up in Japan for a month and a half. So for 3 weeks, I'd do nothing, not even get on a bike. And
you weren't even riding at home.
Not even riding.
You would just show up 12 times to ride a bike.
No. I'd have a month and a half off. So for 3 weeks, I wouldn't ride or nothing. Okay. Then, 2 weeks before the race, I'd train and ride again and do all that. But so we started going to Vegas, and we would take $30,000 for the weekend to go to Vegas, and just...
Nothing good happens there.
Wow, 30 G's a weekend, huh?
Well, it started at 10, but that wasn't enough. So then it went to 20. At 30, I'm like, we need to stop this, because it's crazy money we're spending.
Yeah.
And just...
You think?
Gambling and like...
Debauchery.
I mean, stupid money, gambling, just like...
Now,
on the stupidest bet, you got 19, you're playing blackjack, and you're like, hit me, double down,
Just drunken gambling.
Playing at $5,000 a hand, double down, 19. The dealer's like, no, I'm not going to do it.
I got a pair of 5, split them.
Yeah, the dealer's, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, you are. You're making him do it, He's like, I can't do this. Yes, you can.
God, it's a terrible place.
Yeah.
It's worse than Glen Helen.
Okay, so that was with Ruby?
Yeah, so... Oh, so big, and so then I got with her, and like, I'm not going to be racing that much longer now. So we need to start saving.
You should probably not take $30,000 to Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, you still were a
doing
motocrosser.
It every other weekend, doing that, And so my dad said, you better put in your contract, if you win the championship, you have a job the next year.
Yeah.
Well, Dad, they don't fire champions. Come on. Well, they fired me.
So
I went to redo the contract, and they're like, oh, we don't have a job for you.
In 96 or 98?
98, 7. No, 90,
At the end of
97, yeah. We all the manufacturers got together. We're not going to bring Americans over. That's done. Kyle's got 1 year left on a contract, and then it's done.
Is that when you came back and rode a 125 with
Mitch,
right?
Yeah. So then I came back, and I was once again done. Was not planning.
I remember that when you were done. Like, we had talked about that. You were like...
So I had, at that point worked out all my life, but never, like, had muscles, or whatever. So I went to Mexico, bought a shitload of steroids, and I...
Just got yoked?
I, like, 235.
What? You got any pictures of you like that?
I mean, I walked in, my dad would be like, you can barely fit through the doorway. I mean, every day I'd just wake up at like 10 in the morning.
Shot in the butt.
My wife would, have pancakes, French toast going, eat it, walk into my garage, which was a weight room, and for 2 hours just come in, sleep for a couple hours because I would work out. And, dude, I got huge.
It's crazy.
You got any pictures of that?
We were not talking back then at all. Yeah.
But I got huge. I mean...
you don't have any pictures of that?
Like,
you got to have some.
My wife probably does.
Come on, Ric Flair, where you put like tanning cream on and everything as well?
No, but fuck. I mean, I was huge. I mean, I got big like I wanted to, but it was all steroid induced. So then my wife's like, I'm not, because we were going to Mexico to get steroids. And she's all, yeah, I'm not going with you no more. You're going to get caught. It's big trouble, you know. I don't want no part of that. So I'm all, fuck, really?
You think you know somebody.
So I go down to Mexico and I buy, well, since I'm going, I took like $2,000 with me. I'm going to buy a lot because I've been going like every 2 weeks, you know. So if I'm going to just get a lot this time. So I got Doc Martens on. I got syringes sticking, I mean, just shoved in my Doc. I mean, I have so many vials of steroids that when I walk, it's like clink, 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 and just big bulges in my, I mean, I'm not trying to hide this shit. I'm just coming through. An 8-ball, I bought an 8-ball down there at a strip joint. So, I've
always a good decision.
Yeah, so I'm coming across the border.
I've already wrote it out. Let's do coke.
Yeah. You know,
just in case my heart doesn't explode.
Well, I told my wife, go with me, you know.
If I'm going to be this big, I better be angry.
So, I go through, I walk in, I don't drive in, I walk in, and I'm walking in. The guy's like 50 yards away from me, the border guy. And he's already like shaking his head like, come on over here, pal. You know?
This guy's...
I know those aren't chiclets in your pocket.
And he's all like in disbelief look on his face.
No one can be this dumb.
What's in your pocket? And I'm like, oh.
You're like, we're the Millers.
And I'm all these little vials, right? He's like, now the other pocket. Are those syringes in your boot? I'm like, yeah, you know. So I got like $2,000 worth of these steroids all over the table. And he's like, what? Why would anybody want some? What is this all for?
I want horses.
And I have cancer. It's the only way, if I don't use steroids, it's the only way I can keep weight on. Otherwise, with this cancer and the leukemia shit I'm going through, you know, I'll be 50 pounds, you know. And he's all, whoa, I'm going to have to take all this. I'm like, you can have it, you know. Coke's in the back pocket. And he let me go.
You rationalized your way out of that whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, well, I got it confiscated. You're going to be all right.
Well, you can have it. Take it. You know, and he's all, don't do this again. I'm all, oh, no, I won't. So, and he let me walk. I was like, which was, well, I found out I was very, very lucky. I could have gotten in a lot of trouble for
Is that right?
Yeah, that's not how much steroids.
You would still be in a Mexican jail.
I could still be there, yeah.
Wow.
I could be selling chiclets down on the corner down there.
Ceramic donkeys.
Yeah.
I remember we raced down there one year.
Some
like
Jesus candles, you know.
You were there that year. Two different weekends, and then they put us up in a resort though for like 5 days, like 15 of us. And I remember at the very beginning, the guys were trying to sell us, you know, like carved whales and stuff like that. And everybody thought it was the dumbest thing ever. Then everybody started getting so fucked up. Everybody's like, "I need a whale. Did you get a whale?"
We got sold on some pretty janky stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So how was you didn't live there a lot, but still in Japan,
no. Oh wait, yeah, go ahead.
Just the food, the culture.
I ate
how
curry.
did you?
Everything is fine. I made like Bassmaster once again. After at night, the whole team would go to dinner.
Okay.
And they have these like almost like Denny type restaurants in everywhere.
I've done well.
So that's where me and Bassmaster would go. And he'd be like really bummed about that part because he wanted to go eat raw fish and shit.
Yeah.
And during testing, like Bassmaster would come up and I'd be out, back up 4 feet, dude. Your breath, you've been eating dried little shrimp things. I've been watching you, you know, and it reeks, dude. You just back up.
I remember Tishner, you know, loving everything about the culture of Japan, and then when he lived there and when he came back, it's like, I've had enough. Like, it was like...
He lived there, yeah.
You gotta love seafood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't eat none of that. So I like...
Sushi's good, though.
It was like an American-style restaurant almost, you know.
Okay.
So a lot of rice, like beef curry, that's pretty much what I lived on.
Ugh,
But it
that's
was only
tough.
for 3 or 4 days at a time.
And would you fly into like where the race was, right? Like,
No, I'd fly into
one spot.
Osaka, and
they'd get you there.
Bassmaster would pick me up there and take me wherever I was going.
It's so funny that he would he is not allowed to be alone.
No. So.
Well, they learned a little bit from Dogger too. They probably better keep an eye on you. Do you remember? So in '97, you did some races, and I alluded to this a little bit earlier. Tempe '97, I rode. I was riding East Coast for Mitch.
Okay.
And
that was '98. No, '97.
'97.
Okay.
You did some rounds, and I think you were even on a PC bike. I think he loaned you a bike.
That was
you were sponsored. Like
'98. I went back to the 125 class in Arizona.
No,
what you're talking
it
about?
was 250 Supercross. Because
250. Okay.
I was riding 125 East, and I rode some 250 West rounds.
Okay. So what about it?
You and I were in the LCQ, and I had the last spot, and you blew me off the fucking track.
I didn't like it. Remember?
Do you remember that or no?
No.
I was like, damn it, Chicken, really?
No, I didn't. But I remember the next year in Arizona when I was on a 125, and I was ahead of you. You were behind me, and then I went over the bars on a triple late in the race and gave you third place or something. I was pissed.
Yeah, I did get third. Well, that was at
Arizona.
Houston. I got third at Houston.
Arizona. This is your home race, I think, Arizona.
Oh, really?
What'd you get in Arizona?
I don't. I have to look.
It was third, I think.
Yeah,
because I was in third.
Well, thank you.
I was pissed about that.
Like, I hate that finger.
I'm like, I get that little fucker goddamn third place.
It's funny the things we remember. It's the most random thing. I fucking gave Pingree a third.
Oh, that's great. All right, so your purple.
So I got all buffed. Right? I got all these muscles, and then
were you trying to race like
no,
that?
I was done. I wasn't even riding. I don't think. And Heben calls me, "Hey, Chicken.
Slasher's good people.
You want to come race 125s for Mitch?" And I'm like, "I'm 230, man."
Have you not seen me, dude? I'm yoked.
Hold on, I need to go back down to Mexico and get some more 8-balls.
Yeah, so
go the other way at this point.
I'm like,
skinny I can get.
yeah, I'm way overweight for 125, but I'll go out and test and see what's going on. We'll start it off, and I dropped like.
We just stopped doing steroids at that point, right?
Yeah, I stopped steroids because I tried to ride with steroids and talk about arm pump.
Gnarly.
Oh my God. Like it hurts thinking about it. It was so bad. And so I got off everything, and I mean, once you stop doing steroids, it's like letting air out of a balloon. You just shrivel. It doesn't take long to shrivel up.
Really?
Yeah. And so in a month, I was back. I was still heavy though, but like down to like 180.
Okay.
But
back on a 125 at this point in your career, like how old are you at this point? 29 years old. Like it's like that's a big change. Like you came back from like
it's a huge.
Now you're getting beat
change,
by fucking kids.
And you're smart now. You're older. You're smart.
Yeah.
And the 125 class or 250 class today is. It's a young guy's deal. I mean,
all cock and balls, no brains.
Yeah. It's all about holding it wide open,
fearless,
hoping you
don't even think twice,
hoping you make it.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I mean. That's like for you coming back that way. Like that'd be like a change, a huge change of pace.
I did had a couple. I had a couple good races, and the Rancata. I think that's that guy's name.
Rancata, yeah.
Yep.
Seattle busted my kneecap.
Like took you out?
Like that. Oh. The only time I'll ever say like I just got my clock cleaned, that guy did it in Seattle. He just cleaned my clock.
And broke your kneecap.
Broke my kneecap.
Is that 97 or 98?
98.
Yeah.
That year in the 125
and
class.
it was ruddy.
Ruddy. And yeah. I was his
like,
bitch
welcome
that
back.
night.
Welcome back, big boy.
I was yeah.
Okay, what about your segment? Was it Krusty when you'd had the Purple Rain clip?
Yeah.
How did that all go down? Because that was some funny stuff.
What happened was this motorcycle, and that's the Anaheim Hills house.
Okay.
So
the Decadent House of Decadence?
Yeah, a lot of shit ran through that house. I mean, I'd never even owned a key to that house. It was just left wide open. I mean, people came and, I mean, it was like a frat house almost.
Okay.
And this motorcycle ends up on the next side of my house. And I call everybody I know. Whose motorcycle is this, you know? Nobody claimed it. No. So now, like a month went by, so now I bought some chrome spray paint, and I'm painting it, you know, when I'm bored and fucking all. So then the crusty deal comes up, and they come up to that house to, we meet at my house or something to go. We're getting ready to go out ride. And I'm like, hey, I dug out this thing. What do you guys say we, like, throw it off a cliff? You know, because my house is on a cliff, pretty much. And they're like, yeah, okay. So that's how all that came about. So the long story short, so when he shot that, we threw it off the cliff.
They towed you in, right? Because the thing didn't run.
It didn't even run. Yeah,
it didn't run.
And I had that long
in,
driveway that came down. So I just coasted down the driveway. It didn't run. And Steve Weidler had asked me, hey, could you ever, like, if I chop the fence down here, could you jump off, you know, on your motorcycle, jump off down it? Because it was pretty far. I'm like, yeah, I could do that, no problem, you know. The next morning I wake up to, he's sawing my fence down.
Oh, my gosh.
And he's like, I get up, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, I'll weld your fence back. I just want to see you jump it, you know. I'm like, fuck. So.
Who brought the mannequin? Like that was.
We made it at the house. We just stuffed some. I grabbed some like clothes and we stuffed them with other clothes and made the mannequin that way. It wasn't even a mannequin. We just taped it together and we just launched it. So then we launched that thing over there. So we're in the house and we're watching on TV what they just videotaped of us launching. And we're laughing. Phone rings and it's my buddy Dennis. And he's like, "Hey, dude, you still got my motorcycle?"
Brake bill?
Like, no, span.
Oh.
And
bro, you should have called an hour ago.
Dude, no way, dude.
That thing exploded when it hit the ground. Like it disintegrated.
I go, that's your motor? I called everybody, everywhere. You know. It's been at my house for like 3 months now. And so, I mean, that was your, oh my God, that's your, we just threw it off the cliff. And he's like, what? Oh, that's fuck. You're going to buy me more? I'm like, fuck you. You left it in my house.
It didn't even run.
So then I'm like, now we got this demolished bike. I'm like, so we take it across over to Yorba Linda and I dump it in the hills there because I don't know what to do with it, you know?
Yeah.
Well, his boss had given it to him as part of a deal, you know? And then his boss, they call his boss when they find it.
They found it with the VI, the
so
VIN number.
Then it goes, his boss, here, you destroyed motorcycle. And then his boss is all pissed off at Dennis, the guy, because I gave you this motorcycle and, you know, they find it in the hills, destroyed, what's up? And so he had to explain, well, I left it at Chicken's house and he threw it off the cliff, you know.
Why did he just say he got stolen?
I don't know.
That would have been a better.
This all pissed off. Now boss hates me because he gave me his more, you know.
A lot of layers.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, we just, and then made up a dummy and threw it off the cliff there.
That's awesome.
Krusty was Krusty.
So again, you're thinking about retirement then after what, 98? Were you done?
I'm done.
Is your career over yet?
I'm done.
How many pages are a year? Jesus
I'm
Christ.
done.
You did some races in 98 and then that was
it.
Yeah.
That 125 deal, Ricotta broke my kneecap. I was done.
Okay.
That was your last race.
That was
your last Supercross.
Oh
no, you did nationals. You did some nationals.
I probably did some other little hill races or whatever. But
so was it tough to call it good, or was that kind of
no? At that point, not at all.
Yeah, you've been going for a minute.
Yeah, that was tired.
You just know when it's time.
I was tired. Yeah, and then
just get some more steroids.
I was tired. Yeah.
Yeah. So then
tired.
Then it was just hanging out with the old lady and going to jail.
Well, what's the story with you two, man? Like, how many, you guys have been married and divorced how many times?
A lot.
8. I was there for the 8th one. Yeah.
You were there for the 8th one.
I was there to referee it, apparently. I called their daughter, Jules. I'm like, you have to talk him out of this. Like, you have to talk him out of this. I never even know her at all. I'm like, this is a bad decision. Like you just know people that you should not be around. For them, like, that is not a good area.
That's a record. That's got to be a record.
No, my brother looked at He's all, you have me be the Guinness Book of Record or whatever now. It's like 100 and something.
No, it's not.
And being at the the courthouse where we went to to get the license and stuff, like the people there, they're like looking up like, are you really back again?
It's all fun. It's all fun.
There's so many
file. Yeah, big old file. No one.
It's like a medical record. Just slammed on a table.
It's all screwed up. Yeah.
They just look at you and go,
he's back again.
All right, sign here.
All right.
Yeah. So
give me $50. And they did the whole thing too. Like, we went to the chapel and stuff, and they got like, let's pick out some stuff. I'm like, let's get this fucking over with. And then like a week later, I see him with a different girl in a photo on Instagram.
Then he's like,
that
I
went
hate you.
well.
You know, I really hate you right now.
Yeah. Like, why are you really putting me through this?
All right. So, do you guys have kids together, or she just has her kids?
No, we got a kid. Jules.
That's Jules.
Jules.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say she has like your smile.
Yeah.
She looks a lot like you.
Yeah.
So I assumed that was yours. All right. And then, so what? When did you start running the veg land? Did you jump right into that?
No. I was retired. I wasn't going to work. And then.
Yeah. Air quotes.
Well, we all, when you quit racing, you call it retired. Yeah.
And then I started going to jail a lot because there's nothing else to do,
Sounds like a rational transition.
Yeah. And then my dad called me up and he's like, hey, you need a job. I'm like, I'm pretty good right now. He's like, no, you need something to do because look at your life. I mean,
need a direction.
Yeah. So I went to work with, for my dad. And
hey, tell the Bobcat story in the backyard with the
Bobcat
with the neighbor kid.
Oh.
When he attacked him.
Yeah.
Like he's been he's always had,
you had a cat.
Yeah.
He's had bobcats, I remember, and he always had lizards and iguanas and shit. He caught like a rattlesnake and brought it in to live in the house one time.
Oh, you were there that time?
Yeah.
I caught the rattlesnake in my garage, right? So I had it in a cage in the house, and so he's living with me now. My brother was going through a divorce, so he's living with me, and Chad, my roommate guy that always lived with me, is there. So there's 4 or 5 of us. And everybody's pissed about this rattlesnake because
no one likes it.
They're scared of it.
Yeah. And it wouldn't eat. Like we wouldn't eat the mice.
So what I like to do was just let it go in the house so you don't know where it was. That's funner.
What I like to do.
That's funner, Well, they would all be pissed about it because first thing they do when they walk in the house, they go to that cage and
that fucker's not in it.
It's not in the cage, Chicken. Where's it at? I'm all, I don't know,
somewhere in
guys.
this house right now.
When you pick up your shirt off the floor, I'd be careful,
He's a rotten bastard. Like,
so, what's wrong with this guy?
They're pissed, like really pissed. So, what ended up happening is I was at a race and I called my brother or something, and they had animal control come over and chop the snake's head off. They killed it.
It had to be done.
They killed my snake.
You're pissed?
He's lost. You remember he had like the iguana, Iggy.
The alligator. I had an alligator. That was a good one.
But the cat, the cat you have now, what kind of breed is
that?
A Serval.
Yeah. So me and Gilly,
I don't have it no more.
Fly out to California and
for
stay
legal
with him.
reasons. I do not have that cat.
And we go out that night, and Chicken just pulls out 2 raw chicken breasts, throws them on the ground. We'll be back. And we come back, and I pass on his couch, and I wake up, and this fucker's sitting on top of me.
How big was it?
It's pretty big.
45 pounds. It's big. Medium-sized dog.
I'm like,
okay.
Don't move, dude. Cody's like, dude, he's on your chest. He's been sitting there for like a while. I can't believe it took you this long to open your eyes.
Did he ever bite anybody or no?
No. So what he's talking about, the story is...
Oh, the neighbor kid.
So I would take it in the backyard every day and play with it. And it's like a dog. It listens. It comes. It's not like a cat.
Okay.
Okay, so I have this string, and it can jump like 18 feet straight. I mean, it's like...
It's a jungle cat.
It's a wild animal. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
so
a wild animal.
I have this feathers tied on the string thing, and I'm
thinks it's like a
chasing
tabby
around,
cat or something.
And so we go in the backyard, and all of a sudden I'm walking out, and the thing's by me, and we're turning the corner, and it just takes off at 1,000,000. Now the cat's never done this before, but it's at 1,000,000. It's going somewhere, but I need to find out what it sees. What it's going at. I look up, and there's a fucking neighbor kid on top of my fence.
Oh, no.
And I went, oh, no, yeah. Well, that thing was up on that fence and just smacks the shit out of this kid. Now I'm worried about, oh, shit, that kid's going to fall, you know. So I go running over there, and I grabbed the kid and caught him, and I just pushed the cat, and it went into the neighbor's yard, you know, boom. As soon as it hits the ground, back up. Bear hugs the kid. So
he wants this
We're
kid.
struggling. We're fighting. I got the kid bear hugged this way. The cat's got him bear hugged the other way. And we're fighting over this kid. And I'm getting scared because this cat could, if it bit him, would be bad. Bad. So I smack the cat and get up on the fence. And like the cat's just down now looking like I'm going to get that guy. And I'm like, hey. So I'm bringing the kid down. I'm looking at the cat like, get it. All of a sudden the cat takes off again. And I'm like, well, where the hell is it going now? His brother was in the backyard, the younger one playing with a little Tonka toy. And the cat got to him and just hit him and was just tearing him up. Just bap, 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 bap. So I drop this kid. I go over there, get that kid. And all the time in the back of my head, I'm going, Mom is going to
show up sometime.
Fucking freak, you know. And I'm trying not, don't cry, you know. And Mom surfaces, I'm an asshole, you know. And I grab the cat finally and go home, put that cat in.
Did it use its claws at all?
They didn't have claws, thank God.
Oh, okay.
So it's just pawing them, but these things are very strong.
Yeah, a cat without claws will box.
Well, my daughter is like 9, and the cat can pin her down and hold her down.
Oh.
I mean, they're strong.
Okay.
So, and their teeth are.
Yeah, lucky you didn't bite them.
Biting thing, yeah. So the kids were fine, just scared. And so I dropped the cat at home. I come back, knock on the door. The lady answers. I'm like, listen, can I talk to you? And she's all, this is him. And I turn around. It's her husband already came home from work. It was a nightmare. So
he puts himself in situations.
I was a bad guy. And so then I told him basically, I was trying to save your kid.
I'm a hero in this situation.
Yeah, I was, because he could have fell off the fence, broke his arm. You'd be in the hospital. You know,
I should
not
be
that big a deal.
you should be thanking me right now.
So he said he wasn't going to live next door to a tiger, and they moved in 2 weeks.
No way.
They're gone, yeah. So he's out.
Not going to live next to a tiger.
He was Tiger King before Tiger King, obviously.
So what do you do at Vegland? It's produce and
produce. We supply all the chain stores with produce.
Distributor for Okay. Mostly just Southern
mostly
California?
organic. No.
Oh.
Very little business is here.
Oh.
Albertsons is the only business we do here in Southern California. When we're all the way up to Canada, Maine, all up in there.
Oh wow.
East Coast.
You truck it out of here.
They come pick it up.
You still have Flowerland?
No, Flowerland's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah. So,
and Jimmy works there as well, your brother, right? The three of you guys, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do there? Like, what's your role?
I handle all of Albertsons.
Okay.
So, take orders every day and make sure they get their stuff.
Has that been cool? Like learning kind of more business side of stuff?
You know, I mean, it's a big company. And when I was racing, I didn't really understand what my dad did, you know. I mean, I wasn't into it or nothing. So when I went to work for him, I gained a whole new respect for what he did and how much he has on his plate, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have probably over 200 employees, and, you know, it's a big deal. So, so I gained a lot of respect for my dad.
Does Dad still work there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So,
is there anything in moto you see yourself doing? Like, do you ever have any desire to get back into the sport? No. Yeah.
I really don't. I mean, I race a couple times a year, which I hate.
Supercross
Supercross is the only one, and it's the only. I got second place this year.
Yeah.
And
a Well done.
Only trophy I have in my house is that
Have
trophy.
you done a day in the dirt? Like I know you've done that with Troy.
I quit
obviously.
doing those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
But Supercross is the one, and then usually the Vet National, which I say I'll
you went
never-
to with Bob, right? Bob built you a bike over there, right?
What?
You went and did the vet like MXDN, right? Did
No, I didn't ever did that.
Oh, I thought you went over there.
Well, you were going to go, right?
I was supposed to do it, and I didn't go for some reason. Oh, I don't think I
COVID
could.
passport or
my
something.
passport or something was expired or something. But yeah. So, but the vet one in Glen Helen.
Oh yeah.
But I swear I'll never do that race again.
It's
and I do it.
It's like the worst time of year to do it.
It's
Glen
just-
Helen suck. Glen Helen sucks often.
And it's not a
It's
bash
the
in the
worst
facility. It's just it's a gnarly track and it's big jumps,
It gets
big
rough.
mountains.
It's just
rough.
if
It's
they
hot.
if they don't prep it really well.
Yeah.
It's just
Is that the one that Leslie jumped on that guy? Is that the last vet one they had?
I think that was it.
yeah.
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 But
It's kind of nice to be, like I know I'm still involved in the sport, but it's like I have nothing to do with pro racing anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This show obviously, but it's not. I don't know. It's disconnected a bit from it. And Vital, I test bikes and stuff for them and build project bikes, but I don't have anything to do with the racing side really.
Uh-huh.
And it's nice. It's nice to be able to just
show up and
I can enjoy it as a fan.
Yeah.
But like, I don't have to deal with any of that horse shit. It's such a circus.
It's a different.
It
It
is.
is. I mean, it's
circus.
always been that way. Like even when I stepped into it after, with Arena Cross and then started doing Smith, and I just, it's a process, I guess. And
Well, it's nice to just be like you said, kind of be. You're not doing anything for anybody but yourself. When you go riding, it's just because you want to go riding.
I mean, I'm a fan of the sport. I'll always be. I mean, I enjoy watching it, totally. But
want nothing to do with
I
it.
said, I don't want to be part of the industry. I don't.
Well, we kind of ask everybody this last question. That's how do you want to be remembered in this sport?
I don't care. I don't give a shit. I mean, really. I mean, I'm not. I mean, to me, it's like Denny said. I mean, I feel very fortunate that I was able to do it.
Yeah.
And to have the experiences. Would I have changed? Probably not. I mean, I don't have any regrets. I mean.
But you enjoyed it, like with us hanging out
enjoyed
watching
it.
the races,
Yeah,
and
but-
Donnie coming up to us, and
but-
everybody other riders, and it's just
I think a lot of people or athletes in general, or I think when they retire, they can't live with, get caught up in I should have done this or I wish I'd done that.
No, you can't live with regrets in
I don't
any
live
sense.
like that.
Yeah.
I don't live like that. I mean, fuck it. I mean, I made a lot of bad decisions, but I learned from every one. So it was something good, I mean,
And you're still riding. I mean, you're still a part of it. Whether or not you're racing pro, like you're still.
I mean, I wish I would have won the 250 Supercross Championship because I really wanted that. But I ain't gonna lose sleep over it now. I mean, I don't give a shit.
Dude, you lived through one of the coolest eras of racing, in my opinion, and you were an icon those years, man. Like your gear, like that look.
I mean, that's one thing.
And you can say 125 championships don't mean shit. I would beg to differ because I would love to have one.
I mean,
you won a 450 race or 250 race, which is
I won in every class. I won a race in every class or whatever. But so I did some good, but I mean, I had a lot of fun doing what I did.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my way is better than being Mr. Serious. I mean, I mean.
Yeah, do you want to have 10 years
I guarantee I'm the only one to hold up a Supercross because I'm getting a blowjob in the bathroom. No,
Where was this?
Nobody else did that, in Houston. My mechanic was pissed, dude.
Was it Jerry?
What year?
91, I think.
A factory Cowie. And they're on the line waiting for you?
Yeah, I held it up. Well, they won't start without me. Then I get up to the line, and Mike was the starter guy, and he's like that to me. I'm like, yeah, I'm good at it. and
adjusting.
And Jerry's like, because me and Jerry, we started to walk up to go to the line together, And then I had to go to the bathroom.
Okay, you're not going to yeah. Where does this, okay, well, who was this individual?
You meet this girl on the way to the bathroom?
Yeah, well, she was in the pit. You know, you park our pit in the hallway.
At the Astrodome?
Astrodome, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so there's some blonde chick, like, and her husband, dude, was like, no, dude, he was like 6'5". He looked like Hulk Hogan almost, like a lumberjack, dude.
Like you on
Big
steroids.
ass guy. Huge guy. And she must have just gotten new boobs or something. So she's just, you know, acting stupid, playing stupid. So me and Wardy are sitting there, I'm just going to hate fuck that lady. And Wardy's all, her husband will kill you. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure that one out. And so we go up to the qualifier, and me and Jerry are walking up. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll, see in a second. And then here she is walking up. She was going to the bathroom, too. So I looked for that big dude. I'm looked around, that hallway. I didn't see him. I'm all, where are you going? She's all, bathroom. I'm like, me, too. So when we got up to the bathroom, I just grabbed her. I'm like, come on, come in here with me. Took her in a stall and just told her here.
I told her here.
And so then I can hear the bike start up, getting ready. And I'm supposed to be on the line, and I'm like,
is this main event or heat race?
No, heat race. Heat race.
Okay.
And I'm like,
you would never do that before a main. Let's be real.
So I'm like,
he has goals.
So I'm like, okay, they're starting up. I still have time. Then I'm like, I better get up there. I gotta go. So I go running up there, and Jerry's just pissed. They're holding up the race now. And I'm all, dude, I'm all happy. I'm like, hey, I was just,
Dude, I got this.
And he's
Let's go knock this shit out.
And he's pissed. Like, what the fuck? And I'm all, dude.
Mechanics are so serious.
Like, I want to tell him my story, Like, dude, you're going to curse at me and be mad at me? I was getting a blowjob in the bathroom. That's cool. So then I raced. I won.
You won the heat.
Oh, yeah. So then after the race, we're back at the pits, and Jerry's now like, okay, now what the hell happened? I'm all, fuck you, dude. I already tried to tell you. And you're yelling
You
at
don't
me?
deserve my
So,
story.
yeah, you're not even going to get my story, dude. No, fuck you. Nah. So my dad's like, what's going on? I was in the bathroom getting a blowjob. And then Turner's like, okay. Like, and, now I think about, like, really? Like, they took it a little more serious.
Like,
than that,
Turner and those guys,
but
Turner was, to elaborate on that, I guess, like when
do riders do that today?
No, but I won when I won my first race at Atlanta. I was riding for Suzuki, and they're like, "Okay, good job. We'll see you next week." And the Cowie guys were pumped. I rode 2 years for with them on Team Green stuff. Already taught me a lot. Turner was pumped on the whole deal. Like, we're fucking taking you out. So we go to one of the strip clubs in Atlanta, like the main one. Chicken, Wardy's there. Like they're
no. We get to the parking lot, and Turner's like, everybody with Kawasaki stuff, take it off.
Yeah, but they gave it away.
No, well, yeah. So nobody
Chicks
could wear
on
it, like
stage
jacket.
and Team Cowie jackets.
No.
And stuff.
So we get in there. Turner makes everybody take Cowie stuff off. So we go in there, and the next thing we know, there's a girl with a Cowie jacket on, and we're like, looking around like, who? Where'd that come? Like, we were supposed to leave all that shit in the car. Turner's the one that gave it to her. Now Turner's like going out to the car retrieving shit, giving it to these girls.
So pumped, yeah.
I don't have a lot of singles, but how do you feel about a parka?
It's like that shiny one, those shiny ones, yeah.
A windbreaker?
And one of you had left your credential in the pocket of the coat, and the next week you're like, oh, fuck, man, I gave it to that stripper.
Oh, man.
Well, you definitely did it your way, man.
So, yeah.
And I don't think anybody can at least fault you for that.
I still want to hear about this 400-500 GP story, but I guess
there's something more to that.
Yeah.
Another
Maybe
time.
off camera we can get to that.
Yeah, that was bad.
We'll get it out of him. I know it. He wants to tell it. I can see it.
But you know what? I ended up riding the best day of my life there.
And that's again what you just said. Like, you did it your way, and you knew how to find success.
I shouldn't have done it that way.
By being yourself. Well, I agree 100%. Literally before I came here, my dad's like, we should have got you a better friend.
Well, unless you want to tell the 500 story.
No.
Nope. Then thank you.
We'll leave that one.
It's always been a pleasure, bud. I love seeing you at the track.
Yeah,
and
I enjoy seeing you. I see you quite a bit.
Yep, I love it.
Matter
Thanks for taking the time
As a
to
matter
come
of fact,
on.
we're at Paris, and I didn't know you were shooting a video that day. I really didn't.
Which one?
When on the whoops, you remember that?
I don't even remember.
Oh fuck! So you were doing? I didn't know you were making a video. So they put some new whoops in it at Paris, and so I'm like, hey, Ping, I can trust you, you know. And I was like going inside, you were going outside, and we were drag racing through these whoops and stuff. And I was having a blast, and then pulling off the track, and we were doing it again. I was like,
yeah, we're having fun.
This is cool, you know. I didn't know he was trying to shoot a video.
It's like, dude, get the fuck away from me.
No, finally, he stops. He's like, hey, Chicken, yeah, it's fun, you know. But hey, I'm trying to make a video here, and I was like,
dude, I thought we were just hanging out. Fuck.
I'm like, oh,
I do remember that.
Like, he's probably thinking like, Chicken, like, I'll put you in the video. Stop, like, you know. Like, Chicken really want to be in this video. I didn't know, and I was like, okay.
You were like the blonde in the bathroom.
Yeah, I felt like, yeah, okay.
That's funny. No, I love seeing you at the track, dude. Like I said, you're one of the few guys that still, maybe Dr. D.
Yeah, there's
not a lot of guys at Moto anymore that are from the 90s.
Not really,
era.
huh?
Nope. It's because it's dangerous.
Dangerous.
It's gnarly. I'm like, yeah, just let it go. He's
Well-
still out there busting videos and pictures. Look at me jumping.
Look at me.
And the funny thing is, his style is still like
Danny's cross up.
The funny thing is, his style is still on point. You know, I mean, like he's got such as we all do, but like when he shows up, he's on point.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, gear looks good, bike looks
Always,
good. Always got a
always.
good
Dude, you
TLD paint job.
My deal was I'm going to look good. I can't win every time, but I'll look good.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
That goes far.
It does go far.
It's got to look good.
Well, thanks again, bud. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks
you
for having
taking
me.
the time, man.
Thanks for having me.
Stay tuned. We'll be back to wrap up the show. All right, welcome back to our sponsor spotlight segment. And today we've got Patrick Erlandson.
Yes, that's
Is that
correct.
close?
That's
sorry.
really close.
I'm not super good, but from MIPS. If you are not familiar with what that is, you're going to get a little lesson here today. But basically, any high-end helmet that you're going to buy these days, whether it's mountain bike, motocross, it's going to have a MIPS system in it, designed to help reduce rotational injury in a crash. Patrick, start by telling me kind of the creation of MIPS. So, like, how did the concept evolve, and how did you guys kind of develop this?
For sure. Yeah, it's, I mean, MIPS is a Swedish company. It was started in 1996 already of a professor, Hans von Holtz, who was back then a surgeon of Karolinska Hospital, one of the major hospitals in Sweden. And he was operating a lot of bicycle accidents with really severe brain damage. And he couldn't really figure out why do they have brain damage, but they actually using a helmet. So for years he was just, there's something wrong. We operate people, but they are actually having a helmet. So then I guess he started thinking, and he teamed up with Peter Halldin from the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden. So two pretty smart guys teamed up and said, hey, we need to look at this. What can we do? Why do they have brain damage still using a helmet? So they was doing that and starting to look at can we find a solution to put in the helmet basically what can we do? So then they saw a trend what's happening, and then also, hey, we need to do this, and they teamed up with another professor, Svein Kleiven. He was really a professional of using the FEM tool, the finite element method. So we're actually building a tool to look at how the accident were and simulate them. So by doing that, I could see a trend of, hey, it's actually something happened inside the brain when you crash. You got a rotation, and how can we stop that? So that was the birth of the idea of rotation and motion is very dangerous against your brain.
And if we're just kind of trying to break that down in layman's terms, this is very rudimentary, but your brain kind of floats inside of your skull.
Yeah.
There's fluid and there's some different things that tether it into place, but it essentially is loose in there. So when you crash, your head hits the ground, your skull comes to a stop, your brain bonks against your skull. That causes injury.
Yeah.
But in a crash, we don't just hit the ground and stop. Typically, it's a tumble, and you're kind of twisting and rolling, obviously, and so that turning and rotation of the head also gets a twist of the brain inside of there, and that's that rotational injury we talk about.
Absolutely, and also the common sense back then to test, and even to this days, how you test helmets from a liner impact.
Yeah.
And we know from a fact that's not how we crash. We crash from an angle. So it's exactly what you're saying. If you're crashing head on, you basically, the helmet it saves you, but we know for a fact that we're crashing on an angle and then you tumble. So we need to mimic what's happening when you're crashing. You need to slide and bounce off. And that's actually what really the MIP system is doing. It slides and moves, so it slows down the rotational motion. That can cause a brain damage, but so our system is protecting your brain inside the skull in a way, if that makes sense when I'm talking
yeah,
about
no, and you know, there's the occasional crash where you may fall and just go and stop.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. But typically, like we've said, as you are traveling along and you come off the bike, you're gonna hit the ground and roll, and you know, multiple
rumbling and rotational can be pretty bad.
Yes, and so I guess I'm just trying to point out like why that's so important. So there's multiple. There's that initial impact if you're just coming to a stop. And what we see in a lot of auto accidents from a paramedic side is a coup contra coup injury, it's called, where your brain will hit the front of your skull and then bounce back and actually hit the back. So you have 2 points of injury. And with rotational stuff, again, this is what's so hard when we do the DOT and the Snell testing. Either the helmet is sitting there and something comes and falls on it directly, or they take the helmet and drop it onto something.
That's usually how they test it. So.
But that, as you're pointing out, that doesn't account for the motion that we have in racing. And so it's very hard to duplicate that in a testing
it's super hard
environment.
So,
and I find the same thing with neck braces when people are like, well, look at this data. And it's like, it's really difficult to duplicate that in a dummy.
Absolutely.
They have no muscle tone. No. Every crash is different. It's just, it's not black and white data that you're looking at. But what I love about the MIP system is there's no downside to it.
No.
It's all upside.
It's
right?
upside. It works all the time for every impact you have, basically.
Yeah.
So it's always there. It's always protect you. So, and that's what matters quite a bit to always be there. You're not gonna have failed things when you hit your head. It's always there to protect you the way it's supposed to be. We can never say we protect everyone, but of course it's always there and it's in the helmet. So,
and I guess the way to explain that, how that it works, is almost like having suspension for your brain, right? So it takes instead of the helmet sticking and your head stops and the brain rotates, as that your head will spin inside the helmet actually and kind of slow down that stop.
Exactly.
Right?
That is exactly. You're spot on when you say it like that. It's exactly that, and you bounce off and you slow down rotational motion inside your brain when you do it that.
So I want to talk about your latest iteration of this, which is the Integra.
Yep.
How did you guys kind of come up with that, and what is better about it? Because I just know for me, when I tried on the TLD SE5, which is the first helmet that has this, man, it feels, you can tell it just moves much easier than the last version of it.
We came up with a solution, of course, together with the TLD. They wanted something unique and different, and also that fits what they were standing for. So together it takes years to get this working. It looks easy when you see it, but it's years of development. So basically, they made a spec what they wanted, and we said we need to meet these criteria in the safety standard. And we came up with a solution that was super light, super integrated, injection molded to the helmet, and by injection molded we could have so many air ventilations, and we didn't affect the air coming into the helmet. So basically we made the MIPS to fit the helmet even better. It's always a good fit, but this is a part of the helmet.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it feels like it is the helmet.
Yeah.
So there was a combine of what do you want, listen to the customer, what we have been developing, and we can't never sacrifice with safety, so we need to have a good solution, of course. So it's a collaboration of Troy Lee and MIPS of going to this solution with them, and I think it looks good. So.
Can you speak to numbers or percentage, like how much more or how much easier it moves from one model to the other?
No, sorry.
Or does it just feel that way?
It feels that way.
Okay.
I can't say anything about numbers, but what I can say is that the more coverage it is, the better. And it's injection molded, so it's a lot of coverage in there. But otherwise, it's.
And the neat part that you were talking about, in the old system, it would set between the comfort liner and the EPS foam, so that any ventilation ports you had, they had to get through that plastic
it could be blocked
piece.
So.
And so this allows for all of those vents to be wide open, and you feel that ventilation while still having all the protection of the MIPS.
Absolutely. That's I think that's the feeling you talk about. It feels so open, but it's really part of the helmet. So and still doing the same job as it should do. So.
Well, I'm super impressed with what you guys have done. Like I said, there's no downside to it at all. It's only upside, and it's addressing, for me, we just had, with Chicken's show, he's got his old helmets up here, and I mean, there was not a lot of progression with helmet safety for years, for decades.
No, I was standing still for 30 years, basically. So,
which is frightening, and then thankfully, the ball got moving, and I think they're now continuously trying to look at ways to make it better, which is great. What do you guys have? What other sports can you utilize this in?
We're pretty big. Our biggest segment is sport, and what we say sport is bicycling, mountain biking, ski. So that's and also equestrian is big for us. We are also in the leaf. We are in the fire helmets, actually, your stuff.
Oh, is that right?
Construction helmets. So we're in 9 different segments. Some of the segments we are earlier in, but for sure we are operating in more and more technologies. Not technologies, more segments out there. I mean, so
sure.
So 9 different categories. So we kind of cover every helmet out there somehow. Ice hockey, team sport. So it's
ice hockey would make sense. We had Pastrana on recently, and so he and I chatted a little bit about concussions, and he's got a lot of firsthand knowledge of how what goes on with those. But he said in like football, for example, you're constantly, it's smaller hits, but they're just repetitive.
Yeah.
And you hit the same place over and over, and that's more of a direct hit.
Yeah.
It isn't like what we would experience in a crash.
No.
So does it not, for you guys, there's just not, maybe some of those sports don't have quite it might not be as helpful as it would be in motocross.
No.
But still would help, right?
I think we would help in every helmet there is made, but we can't say this we would save as play or whatever, but of course it would probably work.
Yeah.
But we have not looked into that so much because there's different.
I'm sure all the politics of it and
politics and stuff. So,
is there anything else you want to tell us about with maybe something you're working on or something with this other Integra that I didn't talk about?
No. I can't tell too much about the future, but it takes years to develop a solution, and we're always working on the new stuff. And then we sit down with the customer and ask them, "What do you want? What do you need? What is your preference?" And that's how we're coming up with more technology, of course. But otherwise, our thing is helmet safety, and that's what we focus on right now. And I think we're doing a good job with that. And saving the riders.
Listen, I'm very big on helmet safety and torso safety. So helmet and chest protector. I tell my kids and anyone that listen to me, don't ride without them. Those are the spots that'll kill you.
Yeah.
And I think what you guys are doing is awesome.
Yeah.
Because like I said, there's zero downside and huge upside. And so I guess thank you. Just thanks for, I'm really stoked to have you guys on here to talk about this, because if you're buying a helmet, do not get cheap, please. The MIPS system is an awesome way to reduce injury further, and I think you guys are doing awesome work. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Thanks. I appreciate you taking the time.
Cool.
All right, check out the latest MIPS Integra system built right into the TLD SE5, the first helmet to market with that. They are available in Troy Lee Designs dealers or at troyleydesigns.com.
I wanna be bad with you, girl, like we're robbing a bank. I wanna be mad at the world, like it took you away. Don't wanna be mad at myself.
All right, folks, welcome back. That's our show. Really big thank you to Denny Stevenson and Jeff Matiasevich for coming in today, and also Patrick from MIPS. We appreciate their time, and I wish that I could show you some of the conversations that went on off camera, but they are certainly not appropriate. And when they said they didn't want to put them on air, I understand why. Those two guys are characters for sure. And the one thing I took away from it, I was really impressed with Jeff's perspective. Like he didn't care about anybody else. He was just there having fun and doing his thing. And that's very rare to have a guy like that. He didn't even remember names or who he raced with because it didn't even cross his mind. Did he have a little too much fun at times? Maybe. You be the judge. I think he's certainly left his mark. The guy's a legend. If you're a young kid and you maybe don't know the name, go to YouTube and look up a couple videos. I mean, Chicken was a stud and still a cool dude. Stoked to call him a friend, and I appreciate him taking the time. Thank you guys for watching the show. We go out of our way to make sure that we only partner with the best companies in this sport. So any product that we're promoting on here, you've got my personal guarantee that you will be happy. They're going to be quality products and something that you can be stoked to put on your motorcycle. So thank you guys very much for watching. We've got more shows coming, so stay tuned. The Whiskey Throttle Show is brought to you by Yamaha. Join the Blue Crew today and take advantage of all that Yamaha has to offer, including amateur racing trackside support, awesome Yamaha contingency, Jason Rain's demos and instructional classes, and frankly, the most high-performing motorcycles available on the market today. Whether you're looking for a 4-stroke, a 2-stroke, a side-by-side, a quad, a boat, a generator, Yamaha prides themselves on absolute top-level quality and reliability. Rev your heart with Yamaha and join the Blue Crew today. Sore necks, aching legs, tight backs. Our bodies aren't designed to be constantly tense. But what can we do about it? Help your body relax with TheraBody. TheraBody creates effective, natural solutions to take charge of your daily wellness. By combining education, innovation, and over a decade of pioneering technology, TheraBody makes wellness more accessible for everybody. A traumatic motorcycle accident led TheraBody founder Dr. Jason Westland to create the Theragun for his debilitating pain. Now the Theragun, the only physician-created percussive therapy device, uses a scientifically calibrated combination of depth, speed, and power to relax and release your deep muscle tension. Recovery Air is TheraBody's world-leading pressure compression therapy system that flushes out leg soreness so you can bring on peak performance. Most electrical muscle stimulation is ineffective. Instead, TheraBody's sleek Power Dot takes away the guesswork with an intuitive app that customizes intensity and placement so you recover faster. Regular foam rollers hurt. TheraBody's Wave series delivers powerful vibration and pressure to help you recover with less pain. Don't settle for mystery CBD. TheraBody's TheraOne range of topical and ingestible full-spectrum USDA-certified organic CBD products are redefining high-potency CBD for wellness and recovery. 250 professional sports teams exclusively use Theragun and other TheraBody products to take recovery into their own hands. Method Race Wheels, bringing you the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off-road for your truck, van, sprinter, UTV, or SUV. They've been dominating the Baja 500 and 1000 and every major off-road event around the world for years with high quality and performance. They also look amazing. They come in a bunch of different styles and colors for your rig, so check them out. You can get 20% off a set of wheels using our code Whiskey Throttle. No capitals, no spaces. 20% off using our code. Check them out. Also, coming soon, the R1M project. Method Race Wheels makes a dive into the motocross world. Stay tuned. Troy Lee Designs is the leader in off-road motocross apparel and style. So whether you're looking for a cool new paint job for your helmet, maybe your name and number on your helmet lettered on, you're looking for new gear, you're looking for mountain bike gear, off-road gear, they've got the brand new Scout line and GP and SE models. Troy Lee Designs has it all. They've been leading this industry for decades, and they're going to continue to do it. Check out troyleydesigns.com. SKDA is a moto graphics and seat covers company with several offices based around the globe. For too long, bikes and graphics have all looked the same. They just start to blend together. SKDA is working to change that. With super clean and unique design work, a bike with SKDA graphics stands out in a crowd and adds a touch of art to the world of moto. Hey, we need that. SKDA prides itself on providing premium customer service both before and after the sale is made. Visit SKDA online to view the current product range and get in touch with their team to get your bike refreshed. I want to just make a mention here that these guys, not only is their design way outside the box, very, very cool, they'll work with you on custom things. The products are incredible. Okay, they'll speak for themselves, but what's really awesome, and you'll notice this the minute you order one of these, man, they give you an email saying, hey, the product's been shipped. Hey, the product is here. It landed in this spot. Hey, it's coming today. Hey, your product's been delivered. They just so good about staying in touch with you and letting you know where it's at. Customer service is 100%, and that's just something that's rare these days. Check out SKDA. Here at the Whiskey Throttle Show, we're all about supporting brands that support our sport. And there's one tire company that has never walked away from the sport of motocross and supercross, and it's Dunlop. When times got tough and the economy took a crash, Dunlop stepped up and stayed with our sport to support it and the athletes and individuals that love it. Their MX53 line and MX33 lines absolutely dominate this sport. Every national championship at the pro level has been won in the last decade, and nearly every single amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's has been won on a Dunlop. So if you're looking for high performance, you're looking for amazing quality, and you're looking to support a brand that never turns its back on our sport, there's only one choice for you, and it's Dunlop. Pro Circuit is the leader in aftermarket performance and quality. Whether you're looking for a little more horsepower out of your engine, some quality hard parts to improve the way your bike feels and looks, better handling through suspension or linkage arms, Pro Circuit is where you need to stop. It's your one-stop shop. You can go in there and get everything you need to make your motorcycle go from average to exceptional. Pro Circuit's got enough number one plates on their wall to side an entire home, and there's a reason for that. They're very, very good at what they do. The highest quality products with one goal in mind, and that's winning. Check out ProCircuit.com. Nihilo Concepts is leading the way in aftermarket hard parts. With their secondary on-switch device, something that was much needed in this sport, they've been innovating and bringing new products to market. Their latest is the new Nihilo Run Cool brake pistons. They're designed to be stronger than stock and provide exceptional cooling performance with less brake drag. Most OEM calipers pistons are made from aluminum that just can't hold up to the heat and extreme demands of serious racing. When they get hot, the aluminum will distort, causing loss of hydraulic pressure and brake failure. Nihilo's Run Cool pistons limit the area that boiling hot hydraulic fluid is able to come in contact with the piston, leaving 2/3 of the piston volume in open air with breather holes to enhance the cooling ability. It's made of a proprietary stainless blend, which is better at dissipating heat. You have issues with brake fade or brake failure, check out Nihilo Concepts among their many amazing hard parts and carbon fiber parts and titanium. NihiloConcepts.com. Senna is the leader in motorcycle helmet communications. There's really two prongs to why this is important. One of them is safety. If you're a dad who's watching your kid out on a track, being able to communicate with him about a rider down or a track situation is imperative. You don't want him coming over a jump and seeing a rider down and getting himself involved in that. So from a safety aspect, it's huge. You can also coach them. So if you see them taking a line, doing something that they could be improved, it's very easy to just click a button and speak to them right in their helmet in real time. This has been a proven coaching technique used by many motorcycle coaches. There's also just the simple fun factor. Being able to chat with your buddy while you're out on a ride, share music between one another, answer phone calls. It just takes your riding experience to another level. So whether you're using the 50S or 50R connected through a mesh network in your helmet, or you're using a Tough Talk headset connected with one of those, Senna is the leader in quality and performance in motorcycle helmet communications. Check them out at Senna.com. Seat Concepts is the leader in motorcycle saddles. If you're looking for a new cover or a new seat entirely, Seat Concepts is the place to go. They make custom seat foams catered to your height, weight, riding ability, riding type. They also have waterproof covers and foams that will not break down if you ride in a lot of inclement weather. And they pride themselves on being much more comfortable than OEM or any other aftermarket company. If you're looking for a new seat or a new cover, Seat Concepts, there's nothing better. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the Polaris RZR 800s. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the... If you've got a little Grom that's looking to get started in the motorcycle world, the best way to get them going is on a Stasic bike. They've got multiple sizes, so from your very young Groms to those who are a little more grown up, you can start them safely. They've got controls that allow you to control the speed so he can't get going too quick. They can touch the ground. There's not a lot of noise to distract them. It's the perfect way to get your child involved in motorcycling at a very young age. And if you've got a kid who's already out ripping, there's series popping up all over. For those of you in Southern California, go to www.ameminicross.com and join their local series. If you're outside of this state, contact your local track and ask them about starting a Stasic class at your local track. Get over to Stasic.com and check out all they've got going on. Motul USA, we lean hard on these lubricants to keep us on the track and on the trail. And Motul has proven their quality over and over, most recently with their Dakar win with Ricky Brabeck. They're sponsoring supercross teams. They're diving into our sport again full throttle, and we're stoked to have them on board. Amazing products, top to bottom. Motul USA, go check them out. OGIO is the leader in motorcycle storage solutions. As motocross riders, we need a gear bag, we need a helmet bag, a boot bag, a backpack, a travel bag, a hydration pack, maybe a tool kit to wear around your waist if you're on an off-road ride. OGIO makes all of that, and their products are absolutely top of the line. I've got stuff I've had for several decades, just to give you an idea of how long this stuff lasts. If you're not sure, ask around, talk to folks who've had some of this stuff, and they will confirm that OGIO's quality is absolutely second to none. So go check them out, OGIO_powersports.com, and look at all they've got to offer right now. You ever heard the phrase that the harder you work, the luckier you are? Well, at Luck Apparel, they believe in an acronym that kind of sums it up a little more simply than that, laboring under complete knowledge. So it isn't just some random chance that determines what your outcome or results are going to be. It's being educated and working your butt off to get it done. And I think that goes hand in hand with the motocross industry. You don't get lucky into a win. You work your ass off, and you make it happen. So check out Luck Apparel. They've got T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of cool stuff. And we're stoked to have them on board here at the Whiskey Throttle Show in 2022. If you're in the market for a toy hauler trailer, car trailer, cargo trailer, look no further than Custom Outfitters, one of our new partners for this year. These guys do an awesome job, even so far as to dial in the inside of Sprinter vans, which have become the new standard moto transportation for moto. These guys can handle it all. They use ATC world-class trailers, top shelf service and performance in their products. Custom Outfitters out of South Dakota doing an awesome job. We're stoked to have these guys on board this year. So whether you're looking to just do some camping with the family, looking for a trailer that can fit all your toys to go out to the desert or wherever, look no further than Custom Outfitters. And finally, last but not least, Specialized Bicycles. If you are in the market to start pedaling, this is where you want to start. They've got great entry-level bikes all the way up to the Cadillac, the new Levo e-bike, anything in between, man. It doesn't matter what kind of riding you're doing. Go check out and start with Specialized. Don't waste your time on something that's going to break. The derailler's not going to shift after a couple months. Get something quality. These guys make it. Specialized leads that industry. Thanks for tuning into another MPH video, Moto E Performance and Health, with Coach Rob Beams. Coach, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I want to talk today about blood work and why that's important, and sort of aside from the things we learn regarding different deficiencies,
Sure.
Also how that plays into food allergies
Yeah.
and how big that is. I've had both of these done. I had a very comprehensive panel done maybe 10 years ago, and I found out I had this weird industrial solvent called xylene in my blood,
wow.
and they were really concerned about it. We were trying to figure out where it came from. I was thinking like a solvent tank or contact cleaner, something like that. Turns out it was Glade plugins that we have all over our house. It's a very sweet, aromatic industrial solvent, and so it's used in a lot of things like that.
I'll be damned.
So we pulled all that out. They said, yeah, if it's in your blood, it's in your
Everybody's,
kids and your wife and your dogs and everything else. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff that comes out of this.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on blood work?
Well, blood work's pretty amazing because if you look at the cell as the foundation of life, you know, cells make up tissue, tissue makes up an organ, series of organs make up a system. Yeah, I mean, when your blood's out of line, what's always fascinating to me when you look at our mantra is health, wellness, then performance. If you're constantly deficient on vitamin D, you're constantly deficient on, you know, go even an electrolyte route, you're always low on potassium or whatever it may be, what better indicator that you need to change something?
Right.
You know, if it's out of range, like you were saying, if it's something that becomes toxic, what would be the catalyst for that? What's its source? When we look at blood ranges from a health and a wellness standpoint, and we can kind of go down a bunny trail about what is a blood panel really telling you? If you do some research, you'll realize that a blood panel is not actually a snapshot of health. It's the absence of disease. A lot of people don't realize that. So when we say we're in range, what is that really in range of? And take it a step further. Take someone like yourself where fitness has been a part of your life, your entire life, and you're getting run through the same evaluation criteria as in range or out of range. I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Not as a soapbox, but just from a general principle standpoint. So when you look at the health of the cell is going to be in some range. I always look at it, if you're out of range, what would be the catalyst for that? You're burning it too fast. Maybe you're not eating enough of something that has a vitamin D or a B vitamin in it, or maybe you're not absorbing what you're eating. So to me, in an ideal world, I would like everybody to have their blood work done once a quarter. I know that's not always fun. I hate needles myself, but if you can get through the logistics of it, because if I'm only working on a 12-week window, I personally know what your volume of training is from an intensity standpoint. I know what you've done from a duration standpoint and from a frequency. Those are the three variables that I look at. How often are you working out? How long and how hard? Well, I can look at what you've put the body through, supplement that with your sleep log, supplement that with your food log, and then I get blood work. I've got a snapshot.
Yeah.
What's working, what's not working? Where do we need to adjust? So if you're out of range on a micronutrient or even a macronutrient for that matter, I can look at your nutrition. Maybe we need to eat more of it. If you've got enough coming in and you're still out of range, maybe it's an absorption issue. And then we're back to the third variable. You're just burning it up quicker and you can get it in. When you look at, just as a general rule of thumb, for the listeners, take your body weight and add a 0 to it. Just use that as a basis number on how many calories you need to take in on a daily basis. So when we look at all of those, take that quantity of numbers. So if I weigh 150 pounds, that's 1,500. If I divide that by 75, that's how many calories are in an extra large egg. How many eggs do you need to eat on a daily basis to meet that 1,500 calories? And I only use that for math and illustration purposes because I don't know about you, but I eat a 3-egg omelet. I feel stuffed.
Yeah.
So when you look at food quality, it's nutrient dense, but it's calorically anemic. And you got to try to bridge 1,500, and that's just to sustain life. That's not what you're burning in the form of exercise. That's what's great about these Garmins. They'll give you your calorie burn rate. Well, if I know what your average heart rate and your max heart rate is for that duration, I know what your calorie burn rate is. What are you doing to replenish it?
Gotcha.
Those blood ranges are incredibly helpful because if you're out of range, maybe you need to eat more. But if you have to eat 37 eggs in a day to break even, it's hard to get that volume met. And that could cause you to be out of range as well.
Well, the farts from that kind of situation are just unimaginable, too. That's a lot of eggs. So there's a few other things I really love about blood work. One, if you have something genuinely wrong with you, some type of pathophysiology, it'll alert you of that.
Yep.
And I think for everybody that's important, right? I mean, we catch a cancer early or a something else.
100%. We
can usually get, if we catch it early enough, we can
get in front of it,
correct it,
That's
right? But it's when somebody doesn't go to the doctor for years and years.
Sure.
They go, oh yeah, that's been hurting for a while now, and you're like, well, you're stage 4 cancer. Nothing we can do.
No.
Also, the food allergy side of it. I think that's another. It kind of ties along into blood work. I also found out through this extensive panel I did, which was through Red Bull, ironically enough, that I had a mild allergy to eggs. Maybe it was just the yolk.
Okay.
And then a pretty legit allergy to milk, among a couple other little things. But I never had any kind of reaction to those.
Sure.
But they said, yeah, your body is having an inflammatory response to those foods, particularly the milk. And they said, I do not recommend you drinking milk.
Right.
The eggs was like, it was low enough. He goes, the upside's probably outweighing the downside. But I had no idea. You know, I mean, not that I drank a ton of milk anyway, but I was like, wow, okay, I'm off milk, you know.
Well, and you bring up two very, very important variables. Number one, there's a difference between being sensitive to something and being allergic to something. You know, I've never talked to anybody who decided to go gluten-free that didn't say they felt better. I understand that. But there's also nutritional value to what's in grains and stuff.
Sure.
My point is, unless you've been diagnosed with celiac disease, you get raging diarrhea, GI distress, you don't have you're not allergic to it. You don't have a disease. You may have a sensitivity to it. And that's where I think it gets a little bit, especially, you know, when you look at Google and you look at, everybody becomes an expert. Everybody wants, not everybody, but certain people will go and try to promote an agenda, follow the money. There's usually an agenda behind it. But I'll give you a perfect example because you brought up milk. I have a client who can eat yogurt, no problems whatsoever, has a glass of milk, huge adverse reaction to it. So does that mean he's lactose intolerant? Because that's what he got labeled by a registered dietitian. No disrespect to registered dietitians, but to me, when you can eat yogurt that has lactose and you can drink milk and has lactose and have different reactions, that means you have a sensitivity to milk that you don't have to yogurt because they both have lactose in it.
Well, there's got to be something. Is there casein protein in the milk that's not in the yogurt or something like that?
But to say we're not going to have these products because it's an entire category,
right?
That's where food logs come in my opinion, because you could have maybe not drank milk for a while, all of a sudden have a glass of it. Just for the listeners, you know, I suggest that you weigh yourself every morning and every night. You should always be 3 to 5 pounds heavier at night because if you're drinking water and you're properly hydrated, you're snacking on fruits and vegetables that are high in water, you should always be heavier. Why is that? Because you notice in the morning you're always 3 to 5 pounds lighter. Well, you didn't work out all night long. Breathing, bodily functions, you lose weight, right? You lose water weight. So you always want to be heavier at the end of the day than you are in the morning. But look at your Monday to Tuesday, Tuesday to Wednesday. If you've had an inflammatory response, because you got to know, is the inflammatory response because you rode or because of something you ate? Well, if you haven't been on the bike in 3 days and you're up 5 pounds in the morning, you had a sensitivity to something. Your food log can help you start to pinpoint it.
Right.
It's not as complicated as people think it is. You just have to have a little bit of documentation that you can really make some executive decisions with. Just be careful stripping an entire food group because you get labeled in a textbook.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, the milk, they broke it down. It was the casein protein in milk.
And that makes sense.
And that was my one thing. They said you got to stay away from this. Yeah, and there's certain protein powders that are casein protein. I'm like, whoa,
can't do it.
I got to get away from that.
Yep.
So,
but there's alternatives, which is great.
Yeah.
Like my wife, Michaela, she has sensitivities to lactose. So there's lactose-free milk. Doesn't mean she can't drink milk. She just does the lactose-free because she has a sensitivity to lactose, but she's not lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Again, you put a big label on it, you can strip a lot of nutrients out of a particular group.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that, you know, my allergy or sensitivity, it might have just been I get the farts.
Sure.
Where people think, oh, you're allergic to milk, you go into full anaphylactic response. No, but I don't want anything that causes me to inflame, right?
No.
I mean,
well,
if we can avoid those things.
But you bring up a good point, how it just gets embellished.
Yeah.
You know, what's sensitivity, what is intolerance, that's why I don't like labels.
Yeah.
Find how your body responds to everything you do and everything you eat.
Yeah.
Across the board. And blood work definitely helps you, like you said, because you can at least start on why something is or isn't out of range. Can you imagine if all of a sudden you come back and you're low in calcium and you didn't realize it was because you took milk completely out as a category and it's a great source of calcium? Sure, you can get it from green leafy vegetables and other things like that, but if nobody told you that and you didn't, what you lost over here, you didn't make up with another food group, all of a sudden you're out of range. See the domino effect of that?
Sure, and a lot of times, you know, you and I have talked about this on my blood panels. If you're low in certain things, it's because your body's stealing it because it didn't get this food. It'll kind of rob Peter to pay Paul.
Well, you bring up, in my opinion, one of the most amazing things about the human body. This thing is very absolute. If it runs out of gas, it's sitting on the side of the track. If this thing runs out of oil, it's grenaded. We run out of fuel, we can still keep functioning.
Yeah, we'll start to eat ourselves.
That's exactly right. But like you said, your body will, like, all of a sudden, instead of creating energy this way, it's got the ability to spin, and we're designed incredibly well to overcome and adapt. This doesn't. It's absolute. When it's done, which makes us very dangerous to ourselves, because we talked on another show about not getting enough sleep. Well, the body still functions even though it's sleep deprived. We may be enduring a tremendous amount of stress, personally, professionally, financially, athletically, but it'll still keep firing until it simply says, I've got a label, adrenal fatigue, Epstein-Barr. Once we get labeled, then it's interesting how these characteristics take on a totally different weight, and then we start paying attention. Well, now you're in rehab versus prehab. You're in reaction versus proactive. I mean, whatever cliche you want to put on it. Like you're saying, blood panel, get it done consistently. But here's the frustrating part. Do something with the info.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense to get the info and go, oh, wow, I'm still out of range as I was 6 months ago. You know, it's not going to get any better.
And also, to that point, is have somebody that understands what those numbers mean. And that's not necessarily your doctor.
Right.
Have someone like yourself who understands sports physiology go through that with you and figure out why.
Absolutely.
Because the doctor
always
will say, well, you're low on this. Here, let me give you more pills.
That's right.
That's
and
what
are
they
the
do.
pills made out of? Synthetic.
Yeah.
And that's what becomes so frightening. You know, again, I've said this in previous shows, you know, I'm not a hellfire and brimstone guy. I don't live in a glass house. I don't buy organics. If you looked at the majority of the food, I would say it's probably 10% of our total, because we can't find it. We're in Orlando. There's not very many places that sell it. The perish rate is very high, you know, and so I don't want the listeners to think, oh, he only eats organic, must be nice. No, I don't. I eat the perimeter of the store, and I understand there might be a wax on my apples, and there might be some gas in my grapes that I buy, but I got to eat something.
I got to eat something.
You know, and I'm not a good farmer.
Yeah.
I'm in Florida. I have bad dirt.
Yeah.
I would starve. I could probably grow one thing. Weeds. That's about it.
Those are tough to eat. Well,
not very nutritious.
There's a lot more information if you guys want to get over to CompleteRacingSolutions.com. Rock Pin Health, over there, a ton of information for free. You can also step up to their membership levels and get very, very involved. So thank you as always.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We're going to have more MPH videos coming.
Thanks for watching the Whiskey Throttle Show, now available on the Spot Network, an independent standalone streaming platform live now on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, Google Play, Android TV, most smart TVs, and all phones and tablets. Look for future live shows and specials only available on Spot Network. Download the app today on your favorite device. And don't forget to like and subscribe and click the bell to get alerts for all the latest content. Follow us on Twitter at W_throttle_show and on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram at Whiskey Throttle Show.